Welcome to Novel Love Hearing. Get ready for heart-pounding action, thrilling adventures with fresh and unique elements, a touch of romance, and a dash of harem. Everything you're craving is right here. We're excited to have you join us on this journey. So come along to Novel Love Hearing, we're waiting for you. As a small favor, please consider sharing Novel Love Hearing with your friends, family, in YouTube comments, on Discord, Reddit, or anywhere else you hang out online. Happy listening, and enjoy the ride. Like drums stirring the heart to beat faster, thud, a zombie blocking the path of the warhorse was directly struck, flying away like a burst bag, drawing an arc in the sky before crashing down fiercely onto the street, killed instantly. The warhorse's speed grew faster and faster, reminiscent of a heavy armored vehicle, emanating an unstoppable force. The monsters blocking its path could not bear its impact, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They were directly crushed. This boss is fierce. No joke, it's a boss with a valuable horse. Can it be comparable to those poor bosses that walk on two legs? That momentum, it feels like a train starting to move. I'm afraid even a third-level stone wall wouldn't withstand it. Hard to say, after all, it's made of flesh and blood. But it's a zombie. Boom! As the spectators were discussing fervently, Robert struck the wall with his long sword. With a deafening sound, a nearly 2-meter section of the third-level stone wall collapsed, creating a massive gap. The wooden spike traps at the base of the wall and the falling rock traps on the wall were all directly damaged, unable to be repaired. This attack is fierce. If it hits me directly, my small body would probably be instantly killed like those monsters. Songjian took a sharp breath and pinched his teeth with a constipated expression. Without waiting for Songjian to issue an attack order, the bloody ghostly poison tree launched an attack at the intruding Robert, an elite-level zombie patrolling the courtyard. Countless roots emerged from the soil and wrapped around Robert. Wisps of black ghostly air emerged from the tree, constantly condensing in midair into wandering skull-shaped objects, emitting heart-wrenching shrieks as they moved towards Robert. Thump, thump. Yellowish red leaves, exuding a bloody sweetness, whipped towards Robert like a tough whip, accompanied by a piercing sound that made people nauseous. Immediately, the courtyard was filled with cold winds and ghostly howls, like the lair of hellish ghosts. After devouring too many monster corpses and dropped items, the bloody ghostly poison tree had reached level 6 as an elite boss. Although it was 4 levels lower than Robert, this was the home field of the bloody ghostly poison tree. Robert intruded like he stepped into a swamp. Countless roots wrapped around the armored legs of the warhorse, while small spikes went through the gaps in the armor, continuously absorbing the horse's vitality. Underneath him, the warhorse jumped frantically, leaving Robert unable to control it for a moment. Robert's helmet hid his face, so no one could see his expression, but the green flames in his eye sockets suddenly intensified. Whoosh! Robert swung his long sword, releasing an arc-shaped sword chi, cutting off all the roots wrapped around the warhorse. The branches hit Robert's armor, making a crisp collision sound, but the damage to Robert was nearly zero, only leaving shallow burn marks on the surface of his armor. More than a dozen skulls condensed by black ghostly air, with long black tails, pounced at Robert. When they were still dozen centimeters away, they disintegrated as if they had hit an invisible wall. All their attack methods were barely effective, making the bloody ghostly poison tree furious. The human face appeared on the trunk, showed a fierce expression, opening its mouth to reveal sharp fangs, and a dark red mist sprayed from the tree toward Robert. Chapter 91. Songjian stared at Robert, who had already rushed into the courtyard of the manor, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. The skill mind's eye activated, and instantly, a crimson cross appeared on Robert's body, scanning up and down. Finally, the cross rested on the skull of the warhorse between Robert's legs. This was its weak point. The skill mind's eye, in addition to being able to mentally lock on targets, also has a 15% chance of discovering the opponent's flaws and weaknesses. Songjian's mouth quirked up slightly. This Robert was indeed cunning. If it were a normal boss, its weak point would definitely be on its own body. Unexpectedly, this Robert had placed his weak point on the warhorse beneath him. Catapult, fire at Robert. Songjian directly controlled the catapult, launching a fierce assault at Robert. The 2 front arrow towers have already been destroyed, and to repair them, they must wait until the end of the fight. The arrow tower on the rear wall of the manor had no line of sight and could not attack the front. Now, the only thing Songjian could control were the 3 catapults on Manor Castle. The catapult slowly raised its head, launching stones at a very exaggerated angle, which looked almost like it was being fired vertically. 3 stone balls shot into the air almost simultaneously, reaching their apogee before accelerating downwards. At this time, Robert was already enveloped by the poison fog emitted by the blood ghost poison tree. The dark red poison fog was like maggots gnawing at bone, sticking to Robert's body as he moved. The damage from the poison fog was not high, but it had an abundance of added negative effects: weakness, corrosion, vampirism, scorching, defense reduction, strength weakening. A series of negative status effects appeared next to Robert's name. Swish 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 again, dozens of roots burst forth from the earth, entangling with the limbs of the warhorse. The roots were extremely tough. Without using the arc/skill, it would be impossible for Robert to escape their grip, but he couldn't possibly just abandon his warhorse. He could only chop at the encompassing roots. For every root chopped off, 2 more shot out from the earth. The incessant surge of roots evoked a sense of despair. Boom boom boom. Finally, the 3 stone balls fell from the sky. One of them smashed into Robert's shoulder, almost knocking him off the horse. Songjian chuckled slightly. This hit caused significant damage to Robert. Even to the naked eye, a large dent could be seen in Robert's armor. With such an injury, Robert's right shoulder might be disabled. If not, at the very least, the shoulder was probably broken. His right hand was the one which held the long sword initially. Now that his right shoulder was injured, it remained to be seen whether he could still unleash his arc/skill. The other 2 stone balls smashed brutally onto the horse's body. One hit the horse's buttocks and the other smashed onto the horse's head. The stone ball that hit the horse's buttocks only caused about 100 points of damage to Robert, but the stone ball that smashed onto the horse's head not only dealt critical damage, but it also made the horse's front legs buckle, causing it to kneel on the ground. -110, -103, -283 damage numbers floated above Robert's head. Songjian's eyes brightened. Robert's vitality seemed to be linked to the warhorse. Damaging the warhorse was essentially harming the boss, Robert. 3 catapults were slowly reloaded. The catapults had a high attack power, but they had a long interval between each attack and a slow attack speed. If it weren't for the poisonous fog enveloping Robert, it would be hard for the catapult attacks to hit him. Even when the warhorse's 2 front legs fell to the ground, Robert had no intention of dismounting. Instead, he desperately pulled the reins, trying to raise the warhorse again. How could the bloodthirsty ghost poison tree miss this opportunity? Its roots and branches relentlessly whipped Robert and the horse. Even with the protection of the armor, the toxic branches corroded its defense bit by bit. A series of single-digit damage values emerged above Robert's head. The warhorse let out a neigh and stood up forcefully. Robert switched his sword to his left hand, and another arc of sword light shone. All the roots wrapped around him were chopped off. The bloodthirsty ghost poison tree had its roots cut off twice in a row. Its vitality points had dropped by more than half. Surprisingly, green numbers of +3 inches, +5 inches occasionally floated above the poison tree, evidently regaining vitality points. Once free, Robert looked at Songjian standing on the 3rd floor of Manor Castle. His cold gaze was devoid of life, reminiscent of a dead man's eyes. Well, he is a zombie, a dead man. Songjian felt a chill at being scrutinized but stubbornly glared back. With a tug on the reins, Robert turned the horse around and charged at the bloodthirsty ghost poison tree. Despite being a zombie, Robert, relying on his battle instinct, could sense that the ghost poison tree was the strongest defense point in the entire manor. Once it was taken down, the entire manor would be exposed to his attacks. This guy is not stupid. Songjian's heart sank, he furrowed his brow and vanished from the 3rd floor of the castle. Although the bloodthirsty ghost poison tree was a level 6 elite boss, it was still somewhat inferior to Robert. It could fight, but serving as a shield was a bit of a tough task. Robert guided the warhorse to run just 2 steps before abruptly accelerating to the limit. His surroundings were filled with an aura, like a sports car revving its engine. Once the brake is released, the speed jumps from 0 to 180 miles per hour. The warhorse broke into a run, quickly like an arrow released from a bow. The ghost poison tree hastily extended all its roots, trying to entangle the horse again and prevent it from approaching. However, the fast warhorse didn't care about the roots. All roots that tried to approach were torn to pieces by the aura surrounding the horse. Boom! With a loud crash, Robert fiercely rammed into the robust trunk of the bloodthirsty ghost poison tree. The tree's vitality dropped drastically, leaving only about a fifth left. The branches of the poison tree emitted a creaking sound of fracturing. A gigantic hole appeared on the tree trunk's surface. The putrid smell of wood splinters filled the air, and a gush of a blood-like liquid spurted out from the tree trunk. The poison tree let out a roar, its branches intertwined to form 2 sturdy arms. There was a rumble under the ground, the earth was slightly shaking as underground roots intertwined to form 2 huge legs. With all its strength, the poison tree broke free from the soil's confinement and stood up from the spirit field. Roarboth arms tightened into fists and swung down from the sky like hammers, targeting Robert with a deep-seated growl. Robert swung his left hand upward fiercely. His sword burst into dazzling white light that collided hard with the arms of the poison tree. "Alex?" The warhorse under Robert let out a mournful whinny, its 4 legs trembled violently as if it couldn't bear such a tremendous force. Robert's sword also dug into Alex's wooden-patterned arms. At that moment, Songjian's figure appeared in front of Robert's warhorse. The tusk fang stinger in his hand was like a venomous snake, ruthlessly stabbing towards the horse's head. Chapter 92. The warhorse snorted, shaking its head as it bit at Song Jian. Song Jian was taken aback to discover that the horse's mouth was full of sharp fangs, glinting metallically, like the maw of a massive beast, significantly different from a typical warhorse. Song Jian was in no mood to get bit by such a mouth. He quickly retracted his arm and darted to one side. Crack! The warhorse's upper and lower jawbones collided. Sparks flew between its fangs, startling Song Jian. Song Jian pushed off the ground, delivering a forceful kick to the horse's right thigh, brandishing his dagger aiming towards the horse's right eye. The horse turned its head, trying to continue biting Song Jian, but didn't expect Song Jian's move was a feint. He quickly withdrew his dagger, and then flipped it, piercing directly into the horse's lower jawbone. -110. An attack of over 100 points drifted up from Robert's head. Song Jian cracked a slight smile. With a whoosh he seemingly teleported, his silhouette disappearing on the spot. Whoosh! The long sword, emanating a white sword light, let out a low howl as it swept past where Song Jian had just stood. Within a manner, Song Jian was master, capable of appearing anywhere instantaneously. Fighting here was like divine intervention, much like a mage's teleportation. Bodies of Song Jian continuously appeared around Robert, his dagger dishing out death blows, constantly slicing away at Robert's life. The bloody soul poison tree's health has already fallen below 1/10, its vitality bar flickering dangerously red. Just as this occurred, the poison tree suddenly extended its right hand, grabbing hold of a level 5 mutant zombie that had charged through a breach in the barricade, and shoved it directly into its mouth. The sharp fangs easily ripped through the mutant zombie's body, swiftly swallowing it, causing the poison tree's health to visibly rise. Song Jian kept appearing beside Robert, harassing it and not allowing it to focus on attacking the poison tree. Otherwise, by now, the poison tree would already have been reduced to mere wood chips. Boom! A single shout, a green poisonous mist violently exploded from Robert's body, causing over 100 points of damage. Poison Nova, 5 valid attacks, each stacking a poison mark. After stacking 5 poison marks, all poison marks can be detonated, unleashing the Poison Nova spell, causing over 100 points of damage to the target. Robert staggered once, then abruptly turned around. The ghostly fire in his helmet's eye sockets stared at Song Jian as if looking at a corpse. Song Jian only felt a chill down his scalp, his pupils contracted sharply, an alarm ringing loudly in his heart. He thought to teleport away, but found himself bound by some mysterious power, utterly immobilized. System, roaming zombie. Robert used super psychic power on you. Bind time 5 seconds. Your racial skill Thick Skin has triggered. The Thick Skin skill level is too low to resist this attack, reducing bind time by 20%. Final bind time is 4 seconds. Damn it. How did this happen? Song Jian inwardly screamed, watching as Robert turned around, brandishing his long sword, slashing viciously at him. Thud! The bloody soul poison tree flailed its arm and struck hard at Robert's back from behind. A surge of great strength knocked Robert and his horse to the side. The sword originally aimed at Song Jian's head suddenly veered and grazed past Song Jian's left shoulder. Whoosh! Where the long sword passed, the zombie commander's armor slowly appeared, with a very deep sword mark on the surface, almost splitting the entire armor in half. Over 80 points of damage floated above Song Jian's head. Song Jian's face drastically changed with horror. A mere scratch had cost him over 80 vitality points. If this sword were to hit him squarely, Robert could kill him instantly. Suddenly, the battle information from the system just now flashed in Song Jian's mind, and a brilliant idea emerged. Thick Skin skill level too low, cannot immunize this attack. Skill level too low. Open the skill list. Song Jian urgently shouted in his mind. In the skill list, the talent skill Thick Skin was only level 2. Initially, it was upgraded by 1 level to resist the zombie's virus. But now it seems that Song Jian had not fully developed the potential of this skill. All skill points go to the talent skills. Song Jian, who was already level 9, had accumulated 5 skill points. In an instant, all these 5 skill points were allocated to the talent skill Thick Skin. For a time, in the skill bar, the talent skill Thick Skin line glowed golden 5 times in succession. Its level jumped from 2 to 7, and its attributes underwent a dramatic change. Thick Skin, passive, level 7, skill effect, increases personal defense by 30%, resistance by 45%, possesses a certain immunity to negative effects such as mockery, charm, corpse poison, paralysis, dizziness, etc. Each time you take damage, it is forcibly reduced by 10 points. Skill description: as a salesperson, you can possess a certain immunity to insults, rejections, and mockery, and your resistance to attacks is further enhanced, and your resistance to adverse effects is also strengthened. Crack! With a crisp shattering sound, after raising the Thick Skin talent to level 7, Song Jian found that the original 2-second binding time had disappeared instantly. It seemed as if there was a transparent membrane around his body that has shattered to pieces. This talent skill is indeed powerful, increasing defense and resistance, immune to all negative effects, and even damage can be forcibly reduced by 10 points. It's a god skill. Song Jian immediately felt that the 5 skill points were well worth it. After the upgrade of the talent skill, Robert's super psychic had been completely wasted and had no effect on Song Jian at all. Boom, boom, boom. 3 more stone bullets fell from the sky, slamming onto Robert. The horse underneath him couldn't withstand such violent impact anymore, and with a wailing cry, its legs softened and it knelt on the ground. At this point, Robert's health had only a fifth left. Bloodthirsty poison tree Alex seized the opportunity to grab a few more monsters and shoved them into its mouth. Rotting liquid splattered everywhere, and countless tiny tentacles appeared from the hole in Alex's body, wrapping around each other. The human face emerging from the tree trunk twisted continuously, looking extremely sinister as it chewed on the monster's corpse. When the bloodthirsty poison tree Alex had its vitality restored to a third, it joined in on the attacks on Robert. Song Jian continued to use the powers granted by the manor, teleporting to places out of Robert's sight and launching continuous attacks on him. Boom. 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 Every 5 attacks would trigger a poison nova, causing massive damage to Robert. The poison tree released another mouthful of poison fog, swinging its thick arms and smashing Robert hard. Level 10 elite boss Robert, finally under the joint siege of bloodthirsty poison tree and Song Jian, vitality ran low. The warhorse underneath him couldn't stand the injuries from the battle. After a wail, it collapsed on the ground. Wisps of black smoke emerged from the cracks in the horse's armor. The ghostly flames in Robert's eye sockets flickered, and sparks kept flashing. Just then, Robert stiffened as if he had thought of something, and tossed the longsword in his left hand at Song Jian. Chapter 93 Whoosh. The longsword drew a curve in the air with a spin, and Song Jian hurriedly blinked to dodge it. At this moment, Song Jian saw Robert suddenly took out a palm-sized black metal piece from his armor and threw it towards him. Seeing this object, the name T11 high-explosive grenade suddenly emerged in Song Jian's mind. Damn it, this guy has such a powerful weapon. Song Jian was scared out of his wits and didn't care about the bloody and ghostly poison tree. He directly teleported to the 3rd floor of the manor castle. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire manor castle shook slightly. The castle's door was blasted open, leaving a big hole while dust spread like smoke. This is a level 3 stone castle door with a defense of 800, and it was blown open by a single grenade? Song Jian couldn't believe his eyes. If you had such powerful means, why didn't you use it earlier? If you had, the bloody and ghostly poison tree would have been wiped out long ago. Song Jian was somewhat speechless. At this point, Robert has less than 100 vitality left. Even though he used a T11 high-explosive grenade to blast open the castle door, it couldn't change the current situation. If Robert had used the grenade to blow up the wall and the castle door in the beginning, the swarms of monsters would have rushed in. No matter how high the defense of Song Jian's manor castle was, the main task might have ended in failure. Alex, stay away from that guy. Song Jian hastily ordered. Although Alex had recovered a third of his vitality, he couldn't withstand the power of a T11 high-explosive grenade explosion. Having his autonomous consciousness, Alex had already fled far after witnessing the power of the T11 high-explosive grenade and didn't dare to approach Robert anymore. After leaving the spirit field and assuming human form, Alex's vitality steadily decreased. Giving up attacking Robert, Alex started through the breach in the wall and went on a killing spree among the rank 5 monsters. For a rank 6 elite boss, the rank 5 monsters in front of him were merely food. After throwing the high-explosive grenade, Robert was inexplicably stunned and began to tremble slightly. Song Jian also didn't dare to blink and attack him. The range of the high-explosive grenade was not small. If Robert turned into a suicide bomber and took his life, it wouldn't be worth it. So they stared at each other for a while, one standing on the 3rd floor of the castle and the other in the courtyard. Then Robert let out a long sigh. I've guarded this city for 300 years. I didn't expect that I would ultimately cause its destruction. Robert suddenly spoke. Slowly taking off his helmet, Robert revealed his pale face, high nose, sunken eye sockets, and distinct facial features. The Western man's face looked quite handsome, but Robert's eyes were still burning with 2 clusters of green flames. Caesar, I never thought you would be the one beside me in the end. Robert bent down and stroked the hoard of the colt that had turned into dry bones. A trace of reluctance appeared on Robert's face. After a while, Robert began to remove the armor he was wearing. The armor, similar to a medieval heavy knight's, usually required the help of a squire to take off. Robert couldn't remove many parts on his own and eventually had to use brute force to break it. The heavy armor fell to the ground, and he wore a great tight-fitting suit. He jabbed his long sword into the ground and looked up at Song Jian, shouting, "Divinely favored one, Do you have any interest in coming down to listen to me?" Just as his words fell, a sharp wind came from behind, and Robert's face changed. A bitter smile appeared on his face. Whoosh, 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 a dozen tree roots pierced through, like spears, from Robert's back, directly penetrating his body and emerging from his chest. Black-red polluted blood flowed out of Robert's mouth, and the ghost fire in his eye sockets flickered. This, perhaps, is destiny. Robert sighed, his knees buckled, and his body lost all strength. His hands hung weakly, and if not for the roots of the bloody hellish poison tree supporting his body, he would have fallen to the ground by now. At the moment after Robert's death, the monsters besieging Songjian's manor seemed to suddenly wake up from their slumbers and scattered with roars. Watching the remaining few dozens of monsters, a smile appeared on Songjian's lips. System: congratulations to player Songjian for successfully creating the Safe House Level 1 manor. Main mission completed, mission evaluation greatly improved. System: congratulations to player Songjian, killing, level 10 roaming zombie Robert, completing side mission Guardian's Demise, and obtaining side mission reward, T11 high explosive hand grenade blueprint. System: congratulations to player Songjian, level up to 10, opening player chat channel. You can communicate freely with other players in the player channel. System: congratulations to the player for completing the main mission and being able to leave the game. You have 3 hours left in the game. When the time is up, you will be forcibly removed from the game. After Robert's death, a golden light burst out from Alex, the bloody hellish poison tree, and his level increased to elite level 7, recovering his vitality by devouring more than a dozen monsters outside the manor. At this point, Alex's bleeding had increased from 1 point per second to 3 points per second. The longer it stayed away from the spirit field, the more vitality it would lose. I don't know what else Robert would have said in the end. Songjian appeared beside Robert's corpse, looking at the body lying on the ground, deep in thought. Next to Robert's corpse, there was a blue quality long sword, a skill book, and a revolver-like firearm, also in blue quality, 2 blue quality equipment, 1 skill book. The drop quality of Robert, this level 10 elite boss, is quite high. Songjian was a bit surprised, but just as he was about to bend down to pick up the items, several roots suddenly drilled out from the soil, and in a flash, swept up the 3 items, dragging them into the mud. Damn you! Songjian was furious. Level 10 elite bosses had already died by the walls today, over 5 of them. But they were all lacking, dropping only green quality materials, which were all devoured by Alex anyway. The items dropped by Robert were considered a bigger harvest this time, and in the end, they were snatched by Alex first. Alex strode back to the manor, ignoring Songjian's angry gaze, returned to the spirit field, his thick legs transforming back into countless roots plunged into the soil, and his hands slowly spreading out to form umbrella-like branches. The face formed on the trunk also slowly disappeared, returning to a somewhat eerie-looking big tree. You. Songjian was speechless for a moment while pointing at Alex, who had resumed his tree form. Feeling a suffocating sensation in his chest, he wanted to vomit blood. It took him a while to regain his composure and shift his attention to the system prompts. Main mission completed, side mission completed. However, this side mission seemed to have skipped many steps, jumping straight to the final kill, omitting much of the process. It's a chain mission, and the final reward is just a blueprint. It's a bit too simple. Songjian, rubbing his chin, looked at the T11 high explosive hand grenade blueprint in his inventory. Deep in thought, looking up, he saw the towering tower in the center of the city, hundreds of meters high. That was the place where Robert, once the city's guardian and now a level 10 elite roaming zombie, had fallen. The second round of the side mission only required reaching the Tower of Falling, to search for clues about Robert's whereabouts. It seems I should go there again. Maybe there are some good things left there. Songjian gazed at the tower in the city center, thinking to himself. Chapter 94 Songjian's successful construction of a safe house came as a surprise to all the players who were watching. This can't be. Are all these bosses just cheap versions? I think I even saw a level 10 boss. How could this happen? It was a suffocating battle. That strange tree played a decisive role. I wonder how he obtained it. I just want to know now, how many materials did his safe house cost? 3rd level stone walls, my god. Impressive, little cheap brother, well done. Brother Song, you're really great. I've decided, I'll build my safe house right next to yours. The spectators, except Li Ke and Wang Qi, were indifferent to the swarm of monsters attacking. They watched coldly, but in the end, they didn't see what they wished for, which disappointed many people and also made them extremely jealous of Songjian. Why can he complete the main task and leave this damn game? Why can he collect so many materials? Why can he have such a fierce strange tree to help in battle? It's unfair, everything is so unfair. More and more people started to come out from the dark corners and slowly headed towards Songjian's estate. Songjian sensed something wrong. A touch of coldness appeared at the corner of his mouth. How similar is this to the real world? When Song Jian first encountered his sales job, he had seen an extremely excellent salesperson whose monthly performance surpassed all other salespersons. Even some senior salespersons could not match his monthly performance in 3 months. However, everyone failed to see the hard work behind his performance. Everyone began to give him the cold shoulder. It was as if he didn't exist in the sales department. His shortcomings were constantly exaggerated, even a small mistake would get constant blame, but nobody mentioned his outstanding sales performance. Even the sales manager tacitly approved this cold treatment because he feared that this salesperson would replace his position. Eventually, this excellent salesperson left the company, which made Song Jian sigh for a long time. Even Zhao Yu viciously cursed the company's indifference behind its back. If it wasn't for Song Jian still being in this company, Zhao Yu would have resigned the next day. So, is excellence also a sin? Song Jian muttered quietly to himself. Let everything reset, my level 1 estate. The broken walls, the destroyed traps, the smashed castle doors. After the battle, everything could be repaired using materials. Timber and stones disappeared like flowing water from Song Jian's inventory. There were so many places needed to be repaired. He consumed more than 5,000 units of timber and over 10,000 units of stone to finally restore the level 1 estate. The vitality points of the Bloody Shadow poison tree restored to above 80%. Mainly because Robert's charge skill did significant damage to its main stem, it took a long time to repair. If it weren't for Poison Tree Alex finally consuming Robert's corpse, it would not have been able to recover this much vitality. Seeing Song Jian's estate restored from their previous destruction, some people began to hesitate. After glancing at the estate, they hesitated for a moment, immediately turned around and left, but most people looked around and still firmly surrounded the estate. Song Jian's figure appeared on the 3rd floor of the castle, looking down at the crowd approaching from the crowd through the window. Bro, can you tell us how you built such a magnificent castle? What's the secret? Someone standing 5 or 6 meters away from the wall shouted, yeah, tell us, how did you manage to gather so many materials? This game is too hard to play, don't be selfish with your secrets. Hey man, I'm the general manager of Heifeng Group in the real world. I think we can become friends in the real world if you could guide me in this game. Let's have a drink together, what do you say? Song Jian gave a faint smile, set up a ban all strangers from entering policy in his estate, and then turned and left the 3rd floor. The whole castle was deserted, with nothing but a civilian radio sitting alone on the 3rd floor. The radio was off, but once it was placed in the safe room, it could be used normally. Song Jian walked towards the radio with curiosity. When he had placed it, he seemed to hear someone broadcasting something on a certain channel. However, at that time the manor was under a monster attack, so Song Jian couldn't be distracted and didn't pay much attention to it. Just as Song Jian prepared to turn on the radio, the voice of the bloody evil tree Alex echoed in his mind. Master, my injuries are too severe and I need blood water from the blood pool to restore my vitality. Please allow me to use the blood water. Listening to Alex's weak voice, Song Jian was frightened. Seeing the state of Alex at this point left Song Jian stunned. Apparently, Robert's charge attack had inflicted such a great damage on Alex. Even though Alex had rooted into the spirit field, his vitality points were steadily diminishing. However, the rate of decay was very slow, which was why Song Jian did not notice it earlier. The penetrating injury on the trunk already damaged Alex at his core. With a thought, Song Jian found himself in the basement. The vacant basement contained only a blood pool, resembling a swimming pool and occupying about 20 square meters. He looked at the blood pool. After it was built, Song Jian hadn't inspected its attributes thoroughly. Blood pool, level 1 building, effect, stores 5,000 units of blood water. Effect of blood water 1, can restore vitality points. Effect 2, can cultivate blood slaves. Effect 3, can be used to make additives to enhance product quality. Building description, the blood water contains trace amounts of toxins. Drinking it for a long time can strengthen the physique, but it may affect the mind and pollute the soul. The blood in the pool can slowly recover, but once depleted, it takes a long time and precious materials to recover. Blood pool capacity, 2,000 out of 5,000. Alex, how much blood water do you need to fully recover? Song Jian asked in his mind. Master, I need about 1,000 standard units of blood water to fully recover, Alex replied immediately. Well, there isn't much blood water left in the pool. If I let you use it, it will require many precious materials to replenish, Song Jian expressed his difficulty, rubbing his chin. Master, if I don't get watered, I'll die. Then you will lose a strong guardian in your manor. The tone of Alex's voice seemed a bit anxious. Well, the mansion is already built and there won't be any more monster attacks. Losing one guardian is not a big deal. I can just go back to the tree spirit forest and get some saplings to replace you. At least, they wouldn't snatch my spoils of war. Song Jian thought of the items that Robert had dropped, and felt a pang in his heart. Master, I have 3 items saved here. I want to offer them to you, my respected master. Alex hesitated. A smile appeared at the corner of Song Jian's mouth. He moved like a flash to Alex's side, and 2 items emanating blue light and 1 item emitting white light appeared at the foot of the giant tree. Not bad, not bad, 2 blue items and 1 mist grass, an engineering crafting table. You! Quickly, Song Jian stowed the 3 items in his bag and glared deeply at the tree. Other things could be let go, but this engineering crafting table was something Song Jian had been longing for a while ago. Master, the blood water. Okay, understood. Song Jian waved his hand, and with a thought, the level of the blood water in the pool rapidly descended by half, slowly flowing into the spirit field where Alex was rooted. Oh, the power of life. Alex let out a satisfying moan. Tiny buds, resembling muscle tissues, emerged around the tree trunk's penetrating wound. They grew visibly at a rapid pace, intertwining with each other and quickly healing Alex's wound. Looking at the almost flat layer of blood water left in the pool, Song Jian was contemplating the making of the blood slaves. He moved like a flash and appeared on the 3rd floor of the castle. Chapter 95 Song Jian returned to the 3rd floor of Manor Castle. In the empty room, there was only a closed radio placed on the floor. Song Jian took out 3 items from his inventory, which were tributes from the poison tree Alex. He estimated that it was because Alex had eaten too much, and these 3 things were not digested for a while, so they were saved for last. The first item was a blue quality longsword. Guardian sword blue, one-handed sword, weapon, attack, 2831, strength +3, armor break +2, special effect, Knight's Faith, active, can form a telekinetic shield with 500 defense points. The shield disappears after 10 seconds. If the shield is broken within 10 seconds, it will automatically restore 30% of the user's vitality points. Usage requirement, level 10, cannot be taken out of the game. A level 10 blue one-handed sword with a built-in defensive skill was perfect for Song Jian, who had just fed his corrupt sword to Alex. His left hand was still missing a weapon, and the guardian sword could replace the position of the corrupt sword. Adding 3 points of strength directly allowed Song Jian's strength to break through the single-digit barrier, reaching 11 points. Compared to ordinary players, who only had 4 or 5 points of strength, he now possessed an overwhelming advantage. The Knight's Faith skill greatly enhanced Song Jian's survivability. A 500-point defense was enough to make some players with weaker attack power feel desperate, and ordinary mutated zombies might not even be able to break through this telekinetic shield layer. Most importantly, after the telekinetic shield is broken, it can directly increase 30% of vitality points. In a battle with a boss, 30% of vitality points is almost equivalent to the full vitality points of an ordinary player. It could even save Song Jian's life at critical moments. Song Jian was very satisfied with this longsword. Although he had only mastered a basic passive skill related to longswords so far, it did not hinder him from using the longsword as an offhand weapon. Putting the longsword into the equipment slot, Song Jian looked at the second item. The second item was an engineering crafting table, a building facility item. Song Jian placed it directly next to the radio. With this crafting table and the T11 high-explosive hand grenade blueprint, he would be able to make high-explosive hand grenades. Even now, Song Jian was still having residual feelings about the power of high-explosive hand grenades. If Robert hadn't thought of this trump card in the end, it was questionable whether Song Jian's current level 1 manor would still be standing. If only I had an alchemy crafting table, Song Jian thought as he rubbed his chin. Having learned alchemy and possessing the weakness potion formula, but without an alchemy crafting table, he couldn't make weakness potions, which made him a bit anxious. Engineering crafting table special item, effect, can create engineering items, increasing the success rate by 30%, usage conditions, mastering engineering, must be placed in a safe house to use. Seeing the attributes of the engineering crafting table, Song Jian's face darkened. He had the blueprint and the crafting table, but he hadn't mastered engineering. Damn, another decoration. Song Jian exclaimed in anger. The book engineering was not available in ordinary shops, it could only be purchased in the Doomsday Supermarket. Song Jian didn't know if the Doomsday Supermarket would appear again. Song Jian always felt that it was too bug-like that all items could be bought in the Doomsday Supermarket. This should be just a welfare-like existence. If you can seize the opportunity, great, if not, just enjoy the moment. Many players have accepted the Doomsday Supermarket membership task, but they still can't complete it. Song Jian shook his head and looked at the third item. Hiss, how come there's this thing? This is, simply, Song Jian's eyes showed a horrified expression, followed by ecstasy. In the inventory, a metal gloss displaying killing machine was quietly lying there. Cobra 2X Blue, rocket launcher, Two-handed weapon, attack, 4968, explosion +3, splash +3, ammo capacity +1, special effect 1, automatically restores 1 round of ammunition every 30 seconds, ammo capacity, 2 out of 2, attack speed, 3 seconds, usage requirements, level 10, 12 points of strength attribute. A rocket launcher? I can't believe there's something like a rocket launcher. This attack power is on par with Earth Teeth Assault, it's just too overpowered. Song Jian's eyes gleamed, and he just wanted to hug and kiss it. The function of automatically restoring ammunition is simply too considerate. I'm making a big profit, haha, I'm making a big profit this time. Song Jian had always been envious of Li Ke's crossbow, which had the attribute of automatically restoring ammunition. This could save a lot of expense. You should know that firearms have many advantages like high attack, great power, and long range, but the only drawback is the huge cost of using them. A single battle could use up enough ammunition to bankrupt an ordinary player, making players in the game love and hate firearms. If a firearm has the attribute of automatically restoring ammunition, even if it's only a wide quality item, its value will skyrocket, even comparable to a green quality weapon. It's just a pity that I need 12 points of strength to equip it, and I only have 11 points. It's like a big meal being served right in front of me, but I can't eat it. Damn, it's so annoying. Song Jian stared at the red highlighted 12 points of strength attribute in the usage requirements, his eyes filled with anger. None of the 3 items could be used immediately. Without the corresponding training for the Guardian's sword, it would likely harm himself if used blindly. All he could do was hang it in the equipment slot and enjoy the attribute bonuses. Without mastering the corresponding skill, the engineering crafting table couldn't be used. The powerful rocket launcher lacked enough strength attribute, so it couldn't be used either. Song Jian sighed deeply, closed his inventory and decided it was better if the items remained out of sight. Chirp chirp. At this moment, a faint purple, translucent spirit bird was chirping non-stop at the window on the 3rd floor of the castle, trying to grab Song Jian's attention. Little Purple? Song Jian raised his eyebrows, quickly approached the window, and let Little Purple in. Unlocking the player channel at level 10, I'm the only one at level 10 right now, so what's the use of unlocking the channel? Song Jian couldn't help but complain. If everyone unlocked the player channel, then Song Jian could freely contact other players. But now, he was the only one in the channel. What's the difference between this and not unlocking? Talking to himself? Little cheap brother, those people are still surrounding the entrance of your manor and talking bad about you. We're too scared to go in. The voice of care came from Little Purple's mouth. Upon hearing this, Song Jian's face darkened, and he let out a cold snort. A trace of coldness appeared at the corner of his mouth. Refusing to accept my mercy? Really forcing me to go on a killing spree. As for killing people in the game, Song Jian was no longer opposed to it. Having lost the constraints of laws in the real world, the game followed the law of the jungle, the dark forest rule. However, some people still fail to comprehend it, treating it like an insignificant game. It seems that I need to teach you all a good lesson and let you know the cruelty of this game. Song Jian muttered to himself, then his figure appeared directly on the wall. Chapter 96, Taking Advantage. Song Jian's figure appeared on the perimeter wall, looking at the dozens of people surrounding his safe house, his face looking very displeased. After successfully creating the safe house, almost all of the defensive facilities were destroyed, and the walls and castle were also broken with large holes. Song Jian's estate looked extremely dilapidated and desolate. At this time, almost all of the onlookers had thoughts of looting the place. But with Song Jian immediately spending a large amount of resources to repair the estate, more than half of the players were deterred. They looked at the 4 arrow towers, 3 catapults, and the tall and thick wall with its wooden spike trap, falling rock trap, and other defensive facilities, shivering in their hearts. Those who still dared to stay were relying on their real-world status, wanting to take advantage of their power and influence in the real world to gain some benefits from Song Jian. Humphrey, those who play games well must be losers in the real world. I don't believe that he will continue to ignore us like this. A rotund middle-aged man, holding a green quality magic staff, said aggressively. President Wang is right, if we find out his real-life identity, then based on his current attitude towards us, I will make sure he can't take a single step in Coastal City. A thin middle-aged man with a slightly balding head and sharp eyes, coldly snorted, and actually revealed a hint of killing intent on his face. Several people around him seemed to have some fear, not daring to look directly at him, and behaving obsequiously even while standing beside him. Yeah, Hallmaster Zhang's river gang has a lot of say in Coastal City, who wouldn't give Hallmaster Zhang some face? This kid dares to ignore Hallmaster Zhang like this. Once we know his real-life identity, I'm afraid we won't see him again in the game. Ha ha ha. A very fat man, weighing at least 300 pounds, was wearing plate armor and holding a war hammer almost as tall as him, laughed loudly. Son Fatty, as someone from the martial world, all we know is fighting and killing. When the kid comes out later, how to extract the most from him still depends on your means. Lord Yamasunde Hall Master Zhang coldly snorted and glanced at the fat man beside him. No problem, as long as you all help me hold the scene, even if this is a Sun Wukong who jumped out from a crack in a stone, I can still squeeze out some oil. The fat man's plump face was oily, but his small eyes revealed a terrifying sharpness. More than a dozen people were crowding around the entrance of Song Jian's estate, each emanating an extraordinary aura, evidently people who had held high positions for a long time and possessed a great deal of power and wealth. These people probably all knew each other in the real world. They casually chatted and formed an alliance, all of them already calculating how to maximize their own benefits. Those who didn't qualify to stand with the big shots but still wanted a share of the spoils were standing on the streets more than 10 meters away from the estate. They were quiet with eyes full of greed and envy, looking at the estate and the people surrounding the entrance. Li Ke and Wang Qi were standing far away, looking at the crowd with dissatisfaction and anger in their eyes. They're all bad guys, there wasn't a single one who helped little cheap brother to fight the monsters. Li Ke angrily said with a pout. When the monsters besieged Song Jian's estate earlier on, everyone just watched, except Li Ke and Wang Qi, who were constantly hunting down monsters on the outskirts. As a result, Li Ke's level rose to 7, while Wang Qi's level also increased to 5. I really can't understand why they didn't take advantage of such a good leveling opportunity. They were completely indifferent. Wang Qi was still a little surprised and couldn't believe it when he thought about it now. To be clear, Wang Qi had only managed to reach level 3 after much difficulty. However, just now, in a mere hour or so, his level rose to 5, it was like riding a rocket. Humphrey, they think there weren't enough monsters attacking little cheap brother. Li Ke said angrily. As a matter of fact, many of the spectators were now regretting their decision. They originally thought that Song Jian wouldn't be able to withstand the monster's siege, as there were so many bosses and even level 10 elite bosses. However, they didn't expect that Song Jian would actually be able to withstand the attack from so many monsters, which was simply unimaginable. If I had taken action at that time, could I have also gained 2 or 3 levels by now? Many people thought like this now, although at that time, they only watched with cold eyes, wanting to see Song Jian become a laughingstock and witness another person's mainline mission failure. Song Jian's figure stood on the perimeter wall, looking down at the people surrounding the entrance to his estate. Listening to their discussion and mutual flattery, Song Jian could only laugh. Even if he went back to the real world now, he would be more than capable of self-defense. To think that they could still scheme against Song Jian the way they used to do to a normal person just goes to show that these people must be seriously delusional. Why are you standing at the entrance of my estate? What do you want? Song Jian asked emotionlessly. These people weren't paying attention to Song Jian standing on the wall. When they heard his voice, they all looked up, and their faces turned a little embarrassed when they saw him. As someone who holds face in high regard, it was one thing to talk behind someone's back, but they suddenly found it awkward to openly belittle someone in front of their peers. After all, they were all powerful and influential people who usually just ordered their subordinates to carry out their dirty work. Young man, can we speak privately? Hall Master Zhang didn't like talking with people with his head turned up, so he raised his volume. Leave my estate entrance immediately, or else I will treat you as enemies and initiate an attack on you. You have 10 seconds. Song Jian said coldly. Young man, don't be so aggressive with your words. We are. The man called President Wang darkened his face, as no one had dared to talk to him like that for a long time. How arrogant. Don't let me find out his real-life identity, otherwise. Hall Master Zhang's face showed a fierce expression. I think we should leave. Look at the arrow towers on the wall. Someone said with a trembling voice. Everyone looked up and saw the arrow towers on both sides of the wall aiming at them. The sharp triangular arrowheads flashed with a cold light, making their hearts tighten involuntarily. I don't believe he really dares to kill people. Humphrey, with a kid like him, it's all talk. I'll just stand here, let him kill. Zhang Tangzu, with a furious expression, actually ripped off his clothes, revealing his chest and facing the arrow tower, with a menacing look on his face. Chapter 97, Lend a Hand. In the real world, Hall Master Zhang had seen numerous young people who bluster boldly. But when given a knife and asked to maim another person, they piss their pants. Therefore, seeing that Song Jian is not that old, doesn't bear any signs of being a gang member, but rather seems like a college student, Hall Master Zhang became highly confident and believed that Song Jian did not have the guts to kill. Kid, if you don't dare to kill me today, you're my grandson. Remember to address me as Old Zhang or Grandfather Zhang whenever you see me. Hall Master Zhang bellowed towards Manor Castle. Hey, Hallmaster Zhang's got some nerve, truly worthy of being the head honcho of River Gang, we. President Wang hailed with a thumbs up, admiration written all over his face. Before President Wang could even finish his sentence, he heard two sharp whistling sounds of arrow flying. Squelch! The blood splattered on President Wang, who was standing next to Hallmaster Zhang, and he froze in disbelief. As people looked at Hallmaster Zhang, they saw 2-foot-long wooden arrows, one entering his temple and passing straight through his skull, with the arrowhead protruding 3 inches from the other side. The other arrow hit Hallmaster Zhang's throat, emerging from the back of his neck. 2 critical hit damages of over 80 points floated above Zhang's head. Cough cough. Hallmaster Zhang's eyes filled with shock. He couldn't believe how ruthlessly a young man in his early 20s could kill. If I had known. This thought occurred to Hallmaster Zhang, but consciousness quickly faded into darkness, and he could no longer feel anything. As they watched Hallmaster Zhang's dead body lying on the ground, next to a floating loot bag, a look of fear crossed everyone's faces. Holy hell, he actually dared to kill. A loud shout brought all the people gathered at the entrance to their senses. When they looked toward the wall, they heard the creaking sound of a bowstring. Rundam, the man plays dirty. Get out of the way, stop blocking the path. A dozen people fled like frightened rats for a distance before looking back, only to see a few roots slowly extending from the wall, curling over Hallmaster Zhang's body and emanating package. Damn, like master, like pet, not even sparing old Zhang's body, that's ruthless. Someone murmured in astonishment. Old Zhang really misjudged this time. That kid's not just an ordinary college student, he's a skilled manipulator, a real dragon in human form. We're in for a show in our Lian High district. River Gang is done for. With old Zhang's death, the deputy gang leaders, none of them are easy to deal with. So now we are. Let's go, let's not embarrass ourselves here. We all misjudged. That kid is brutal. One wrong word, and he starts a massacre. No options, the weapons in his hand. He'll do whatever he wants. A dozen of big bosses discussed among themselves, and after a while, they dispersed. Now they no longer considered Songjian a novice. Instead, they treated him as one of their equals. Phew, it seems my heart has become harder, capable of killing decisively. Who would have thought, me, decisive in killing? Songjian touched the Night Slayer's pattern on his chest with a melancholy expression on his face. Little cheap brother, you were amazing. Those guys were too hateful, they deserve to be killed. Little Purple stood at the window on the 3rd floor of the castle, shouting excitedly. Enough, Care, you're a young girl, don't keep talking about killing. I have given you and Wang Chi permission, you can enter my manor now. Songjian laughed. Really? That's great. Haha, they're all gone, let's go in no time. Li Care and Wang Chi arrived at Manor Castle. This place is so big, but it looks quite empty, there's nothing. Li Care as she looked around while walking. After creating a safe house, do all the original items in the safe house disappear? Wang Chi pondered aloud, his face sporting a thoughtful look. Care, welcome. Songjian greeted her with a smile. Little cheap brother, you're incredible, you're my idol. Li Care excitedly jumped onto Songjian, hugging his neck and said, Little cheap brother, your tree is very powerful. Where did you get it? Can you take me to get one too? Songjian laughed, put Care down, and patted her head. That tree is called Alex. Despite its good looks, it's quite costly to keep. It's almost drained your little Jian brother's resources. I don't care, you tell me quickly, where did you get it from? I want a big tree too. Li Care coaxed, pulling on Songjian's hand. Okay, I'll tell you. Open the map, and I'll mark it for you. Not only can you gather lots of wood there, but there's also a monster called Treant. If you kill them, they might drop Treant saplings. After you upgrade to a level 3 safe house, you can modify the spirit field. Once you have a spirit field, you can plant a Treant. Songjian marked the location on the map and explained everything to them. Ah, it sounds so complicated. Suddenly, I don't want to use just one room as a safe house. I want to make the whole bar my safe house. Li Care drew a big circle with her hands as if she could encompass the entire bar like that. Luckily, I have some materials to spare, I'll give them to you. Songjian glanced at his inventory, which contained tens of thousands of units of wood and stone materials, and transferred all of them to Li Care and Wang Chi. The two of them had fought valiantly against the monsters when they were under siege. Songjian did not mention it, but he noticed their effort. Little cheap brother, you're so great. I adore you. You're the second greatest man after my dad. Li Care became so excited she was jumping up and down. Wang Chi, on the other hand, was stunned by the tens of thousands of materials, shocked beyond words. Brother Song, are you sure you haven't put any money into this game? Wang Chi, after hemming and hawing for a while, finally asked. Haha, If you find out that money can be added to this game, you must tell me. Song Jian was amused by Wang Chi and laughed heartily. Little cheap brother, I have enough materials, I'm ready to create my safe house. Can you help me? Li Ke asked while pulling on Song Jian's sleeve. Song, brother Song, I also want to create a safe house. It's just across the street from yours. Wang Chi said a bit bashfully. Alright, I still have 3 hours left in this game. As long as you create it during this time, I can help. Song Jian promptly agreed. That's great. I'll create it now. Afraid of being slower than Wang Chi, Li Ke quickly ran toward the castle gate. Song Jian and Wang Chi exchanged glances, before bursting into laughter. They then quickly followed Li Ke towards the outside of the manor. Chapter 98 Phi Anna. The safe house Li Ke chose actually has 3 floors, 2 above ground and 1 underground. The first floor is a bar, the second floor a casino, and the basement is filled with tiny rooms. They looked like a shabby rented rooms, but in reality, this is the place where substances are sold and consumed. Standing in the bar on the first floor, Li Ke was somewhat excited, her eyes gleaming. She said to Song Jian, little cheap brother, I'm starting. Go ahead, remember to only upgrade the safe house by 1 level. If it's upgraded too high, the levels of the monsters and the number of bosses will also increase. Song Jian warned, this was advice from experience. If he had known this before, Song Jian would absolutely not have upgraded the safe house level so high. Rather, he would prefer to gradually enhance it after gaining more power in the future. Soon, a green light column enveloped the entire bar. All the players were stunned, looking at the soaring light column. Some of them didn't dare to believe their own eyes. Is this another loaded player? Someone hesitated to ask, go check out who has such a hard head. Just because others can pass the main mission doesn't mean they can. Yeah, the main mission can't be passed this easily. Go and see who it is. The players who had dispersed previously began to gather again. Little cheap brother, why can't I build defensive structures? Li Ke was a bit in a rush. There was no wooden spike trap in the construction list for a level 1 safe house, which made her panic. No wooden spike trap. Why would this happen? Song Jian also encountered this situation for the first time, and frowned. Ke, check if you can create other buildings. Don't worry, even if we don't have the wooden spike trap, I won't let you fail the main mission. Song Jian rubbed Ke's head and comforted her with a relaxed smile on his face. Seeing Song Jian's smile, Ke instantly calmed down, feeling relieved. She nodded and started meticulously checking the construction list. Little cheap brother, there are no more buildings that can be built, but I can recruit bar staff. Li Ke said, bar staff? What is that? Song Jian asked in surprise. There are 3 types, bartenders, servers, and bouncers. Li Ke said, wow, are there any quantity limits? Song Jian hurriedly asked, there's a limit for bartenders. You can only recruit 1, but there's no limit for servers and bouncers. However, you have to pay them a salary, and their salary is so high, I won't be able to recruit many. Li Ke said with a woeful face, recruit a bartender first and see. Song Jian said, the more restrictions there are, the more powerful it most likely is, so it should be prioritized. Yes, alright. Soon, a figure slowly emerged at the bar counter. Hello, boss, my name is Phi Anna, nice to meet you. A voluptuous woman with fiery red hair bowed slightly towards Li Ke with a smiling face. An elite level boss? Song Jian was dumbfounded, staring at Phi Anna for a long time before turning to look at Li Ke. He was finally able to confirm that Li Ke was indeed the chosen daughter of the game, not needing to spend money to become a boss-like existence in the game. Song Jian's bloody ghost poison tree, Alex, cost him almost everything he had, plus some luck, to become a level 1 elite boss, and it also requires construction of a spirit field. The bartender in front of him, Phi Anna, only required doomsday coins to recruit. This made people glare with jealousy. Level 1 bartender Phi Anna elite, vitality, 300 out of 300, mental strength, 600 out of 600, traits, super telekinesis, super attraction, skills, accurate throw, title, junior bartender. This was the first NPC with a title that Song Jian saw, and also the first NPC with mental strength. Boss, do you need me to mix a cocktail for you? Phi Anna flashed a seductive smile. Song Jian suddenly felt like he was in love, his eyes fixed only on her. But soon, clarity returned to Song Jian's eyes. The level 7 talent skill thick skin was enough to resist Phi Anna's mental charm. Seeing how quickly Song Jian snapped out from the spell of charm, Phi Anna's eyes flashed a hint of surprise, but quickly returned to her coquettish expression. Looking at the liquor cabinet behind her, Phi Anna frowned slightly and shook her head. Boss, you need to restock the liquor soon, or there's no reason for me to be here. Soon, very soon, I'll buy more as long as I can hold this place. Li Ke assured immediately. Well, let's use my personal collection for now. Fianna smirked, magically pulled out 7 to 8 bottles of liquor, then took out a wine glass and mixing utensil. After a dizzying performance, she gently pushed the glass towards Liker. "Boss, try this rainbow cocktail." The cocktail was primarily light blue like the sky, with white liquid floating on top like drifting clouds. In the middle of the glass was a gently rippling, multicolored rainbow. It looked stunning. So beautiful. Sparks seemed to fly from Liker's eyes, but soon she sighed. "Mum said I'm too young to drink. Little cheap brother, you drink it for me. Don't let it go to waste." Liker pushed the glass in front of Songjian. Songjian had been eyeing the rainbow cocktail, a look of surprise gradually appearing on his face. The properties of this drink. Songjian trembled slightly and picked up the rainbow cocktail. Rainbow, blue, drink, usage effect, temporarily increases 500 vitality points for 60 minutes. Note, contains alcohol. Those who are allergic to alcohol please drink with caution. 500 vitality points, although temporary, could greatly increase survival rate if consumed before each battle. Songjian emptied the glass in one gulp. Although it was a cocktail, it tasted sweet and sour, just like a beverage, very tasty. After drinking it, he was surprised to find that his vitality points had surpassed 700, reaching an astonishing 750. This was nearly the same as the vitality points of a regular level 10 boss. Haha, great drink. Songjian's face flushed as he set the glass down, smiling at Liker. Sit here and watch. I'm going to wipe out the monsters outside. With that, Songjian rushed out of the bar with his tusk fang stinger. What he didn't notice was a drunk status appeared on his status bar. "Wangchi, stop little cheap brother quickly." Liker cried out in alarm. At this time, several hundred monsters had gathered outside. Regardless he had 750 or 7,500 vitality points, charging out there would surely mean death. Wangchi hurriedly tried to stop Songjian but was tossed away easily by him. Now, Songjian's strength attribute had reached 11 points, he was virtually a superhero compared to Wangchi, who only had 5 points of strength. "Fianna, think of something quick." Liker hurriedly turned and pleaded with Fianna. "Hee, what an interesting person." Fianna blew a kiss towards Songjian. Instantly, the already close to the bar entrance Songjian involuntarily turned around and staggered back towards the bar. Chapter 99, Secret Passage. Songjian wore a drunken look on his face, his eyes filled with a dazed expression. His body was like a puppet, swaying towards the bar counter. He had barely taken 2 steps when a flash of white light enveloped Songjian, pulling him back to sobriety. "What happened to me?" Songjian looked around with a puzzled expression, the memory of his previous drunkenness still fresh in his mind. He quickly opened the system's information interface, his facial expression turning sour. He was in a drunken state, his mind out of control, with one of humanity's random desires amplified to the extreme. This time, the desire amplified due to his drunkenness was arrogance. Then, Fianna cast a charm spell on him. If it were not for his passive talent skill thick-skinned coming into effect, by now, Songjian would have been making a mockery of himself. So it was a talent skill after all. Fianna curled her lip in disdain as she said, quickly losing interest in him. She then lazily pulled out a velvet cloth and began to wipe a glass. Songjian let out a breath reeking of alcohol. When he started drinking the rainbow, it didn't even taste like alcohol, but the further down he went, the more intoxicating it got. In a matter of seconds, he was drunk. If not for the passive activation of his thick-skinned ability, he would have likely passed out by now. "Little cheap brother, I can recruit 5 more waitstaff and 10 bouncers," Liker said, looking at the recruitment interface. Songjian and Wangchi had given all their doomsday coins to Liker for her to recruit more staff. After all, every extra recruit equated to a boost in their combat power. "Go ahead and recruit everyone available," Songjian said, his words slurring from the liquor. "All right." An enveloping white light appeared, revealing 5 individuals dressed as waitstaff and 10 burly men with hardened faces, the newly recruited personnel. "Hello, boss." The group of 15 bowed towards Liker as they greeted her. "Haha, hello to you all." Liker curved her eyes into crescents, laughing merrily. "This game is so much fun, haha." "Are there any other defensive structures you can build?" Songjian asked. "Once the safe house is completed, the monsters outside will start breaking in. It seems like I can also build a secret tunnel from the bar basement leading to another street," Liker said softly while browsing through the building interface. "What, you mean, we can leave the bar through this secret tunnel at any time?" Songjian asked with a jolt. "Yes, once the secret tunnel is built, we can leave the bar through it directly," Liker nodded. "How long can this tunnel be? Can it reach my place?" Songjian's eyes darted as he asked. "It seems possible, but it requires too many materials, over 10,000. Li Ke furrowed her brows after working through the operations and added, "And I also need your consent to proceed." Soon, Song Jian received a system message. System, player Li Ke has requested a link to your safe house. Do you accept? Accept. The ground trembled slightly before returning to its calm state. It's completed, little cheap brother. I really can't build anything else now, Li Ke said with a pout. Phew, you should be satisfied with this secret tunnel. Even if you fail this main mission, as long as the secret tunnel is there, you can rebuild your safe house for a second attempt. This game is really kind to you, Song Jian shook his head with a sigh. Other players are only given one chance to complete their main missions. Once the hordes of monsters break through the safe house, the incoming wave of beasts would simply drown the players without giving them a second chance. However, Li Ke could utilize the secret tunnel to escape before her safe house was breached by the monsters. As long as she survived, she could rebuild her safe house, giving her a second chance. Is that so? But I don't want to escape. I want to complete this task in one go. After that, I'll be the tavern keep. Li Ke giggled suddenly, apparently amused by some thought. Just then, the green light pillar outside began to fade and eventually shattered like glass. A wave of roars from outside the bar sailed through the air, making everyone tense up. So noisy. Fianna frowned, taking a quick glance at the bar's entrance, and ordered with a wave of her hand, "You guys, head to the door and tell those bastards to quieten down." "All right." Several waitstaff quickly walked towards the door of the bar. Li Ke froze and then wore an anxious look. Those waitstaff are all level 1. Going out there now is like serving themselves to the monsters on a platter. "Hey, you guys." Li Ke raised her hand, wanting to call them back. "Wait, Ke, let's see what happens." Song Jian pulled Li Ke back. He had noticed Fianna's extraordinary intelligence, which was considerably higher than that of the bloody shadow poison tree. "Alex?" Song Jian wanted to see just how capable Fianna truly was. Fianna gave Song Jian a nonchalant look, stifled a yawn and stretched lazily, her fine figure coming into view. Wang Chi was already gaping, practically drooling, and Song Jian's gaze uncontrollably drifted towards the bar counter. Boom! At that moment, several mutant zombies surprisingly broke through the bar door and began swaying their way in. Song Jian's face changed dramatically. How is this possible? Even a level 1 safe house's defense, it's impossible for the monsters to break in within such a short time. What's going on? Looking up, Song Jian's eyes widened in surprise. The monsters surrounding the bar seemed to see the bar door as the only entrance and were charging towards it frantically. They did not show any desire to attack the walls around the bar. A level 1 bar's defense is 1,500 points, while the bar door, a mere wooden door, has a defense of only 200. It would take only minutes for several mutant zombies to break through it. As the door broke, the waitstaff's faces changed. They instantly pulled out steel pipes from their clothes and began attacking the intruding mutant zombies. Thump, thump, thump. Swinging their steel pipes, the waitstaff managed to knock the mutant zombies to the ground. They then started blocking the bar door, fiercely attacking the incoming wave of monsters. For a moment, the 3 waitstaff at the door were like floodgates of a reservoir, halting the flood of monsters outside, leaving Song Jian dumbfounded. Why aren't these monsters attacking the walls? Are they stupid? Wang Chi had been watching for a while and asked weakly, glancing at Song Jian with confusion in his eyes. Chapter 100. How would I know? I'm not one of those monsters. Song Jian looked at Wang Chi with annoyance. In reality, Song Jian had long realized that these monsters attacking the bar seemed to single-mindedly charge towards the bar door. Even if it was blocked, they wouldn't attack elsewhere. They just kept circling around the door in a state of anxiety and anger. The defense level of a first-level bar was not high. If these monsters attacked in unison, they would have been able to breach the bar in just a few minutes. But the strange scene in front of him left Song Jian both surprised and puzzled. The 3 waiters blocking the door continuously beat the incoming mutant zombies with steel pipes. After a few minutes, they had already killed more than a dozen mutant zombies. At this point, a golden light flashed on the 3 waiters and they unexpectedly leveled up together. Their vitality points, which had dropped to half, were also fully restored at this time. They were able to continue blocking the door and withstand the monster attacks. Brother Song, 1.1 feel like we don't need to lift a finger. Li Ke alone can hold down the bar. Wang Chi had an embarrassed smile on his face. After looking at Song Jian, he put away his weapon. 10 minutes later, the waiters at the door had already exterminated 50 to 60 zombies. The vitality points of a waiter at the very front dropped to 1/3. He slowly backed off with the 2 waiters by his side covering him, and the other 2 waiters stepped forward, taking turns to replace each other. Half an hour went by, and all 5 waiters had surprisingly leveled up to level 3. Even Li Ke had leveled up. At this point, the levels of the monsters at the door began to increase, and their strength gradually grew. The 5 waiters began to struggle. Fianna suddenly spoke up, "You lot, go swap places with the ones at the door. Do your best. The boss is watching. If you don't do well, be careful not to get your wages docked." "Yes, boss lady." 10 bar fighters responded in unison, drawing out their retractable batons and rushing towards the bar door. Bang! A bar fighter viciously kicked out, landing a heavy blow in the abdomen of the zombie at the very front. He kicked the monster back like a cannonball, crashing it into a slew of monsters behind. Smack! The retractable baton emitted a crisp noise. The hardy, full-faced bar fighter revealed a ruthless smile on his face. He waved the baton in his hand overhead and smashed it into the monsters. The pack of 10 bar fighters created a minor climax, swarming out of the bar door and charging into the monster horde. Seeing the 10 bar fighters tear through the monsters like tigers into a flock of sheep, Songjian suddenly felt a sense of unreality. If mastering the mainline task could be this easy, then... Mingling in Songjian's thoughts were doubts, which he quickly expelled. The other players were not like Liker. They wouldn't have such good luck. The 10 bar fighters dispatched hundreds of monsters before gradually retreating. Although covered in blood, none seemed ejected. On the contrary, they high-fived each other, full of excitement, hooting and laughing as they walked towards the bar counter. "Boss lady, a cup of beer." A bar fighter left 2 doomsday coins on the bar counter. "Beer?" Fianna frowned. "Do you think my collection would include such low-grade liquor?" As she spoke, Fianna waved her finger in thin air as if searching for something. After a moment, she grasped a bottle of rum from thin air and placed it on the counter. "This is the Royal Salute Count rum. Necessitous fools like you, in the past, were not even entitled to catch a whiff of it. But today is." She broke off suddenly, turned to Lee Care and asked, "Boss, what's our bar's name?" "The bar's name?" Lee Care looked puzzled for a long moment before uttering, "How's Sunflower Bar?" Snap! Fianna paused, then displayed an enticing smile, and said with a snap of her fingers, "Today is our Sunflower Bar's grand opening. For this occasion, I've decided to offer this Royal Salute Count rum for a limited price of 10 doomsday coins per serving. 1 serving per individual, limited supply, offer ends when stock does." "Ugh, I only grabbed 2 doomsday coins." The bar fighter pulled a face, collected the 2 doomsday coins on the counter, and mumbled, "Looks like I need to loot a lot more." Fixated on the Royal Salute Count rum, Songjian wanted to check its properties but could only see a string of question marks apart from the name of the rum. Purple color name. Songjian was startled to find that the rum's name was in purple. "Miss Fianna, can I purchase a serving of the Royal Salute Count rum for 10 doomsday coins?" Songjian asked politely. "Of course, you're a friend of our boss. Naturally, you can enjoy this privilege," Fianna said with a warm smile. Songjian and Wang Chi had given all their doomsday coins to Lee Care to recruit staff. They had none left on them. However, Songjian had a lot of grilled meat that he made himself. "Miss Fianna, I want to sell this piece of food. How much can I get for it?" Songjian placed a piece of grilled meat on the counter. Originally, this bar counter functioned as a system store. Songjian believed that the function of this system store should still remain. "A piece of ordinary quality food, let me see." Fianna glanced at the grilled meat, hesitating for a moment before saying, "I will give you 10 doomsday coins." "Great. Miss Fianna, can I use this to buy a serving of your Royal Salute Count rum then?" Songjian laughed. "Sure." Fianna nodded, waved her hand and the grilled meat on the counter vanished. She then handed over a cup filled with golden liquor. "Enjoy." It was a large beer mug with a capacity of 1 liter. When Songjian picked it up, the properties of this Royal Salute Count rum immediately appeared before his eyes. Royal Salute Count rum, rare, alcoholic beverage, effect, permanently increase 1 free attribute point, increase vitality by Lu points permanently. Description: this rum was used to celebrate the Count's honorary conferment in the 17th century. Very limited editions remain in existence. Anyone who can taste this wine is extremely lucky. Every person only has 1 chance to drink it in their lifetime. Songjian looked shocked, blinking hard in case he had seen it wrong. "This liquor, it's simply... oh my goodness." Songjian couldn't help but exclaim. "Brother Song, what's so special about this wine?" Wang Chi asked out of curiosity. "Buy a cup, quick." With that, Songjian eagerly started gulping it down. Chapter 101 Deception Skill. Glug glug. After finishing a large glass of Royal Salute Count rum, Songjian's eyes were seeing double, but the effects were quite obvious. 1 free attribute point and 100 vitality points limit increased. Earned, burp, earned it. Hee hee. Songjian, with drunk and misty eyes, sat by the bar with a flushed face, laughing foolishly. Drunk Songjian didn't even notice the system prompt. "System, you've consumed the treasured liquor Royal Salute Count rum and gained the title Junior Sommelier. Junior Sommelier, Increase critical strike rate by 3% during combat. Must have title equipped to take effect. System: you can only equip one title at a time. Initially, Songjian completed the novice task and received the title Lucky to be Alive. This title is considered a novice title, and anyone entering for the first time and successfully staying in the game for 12 hours can obtain it. Title: Lucky to be Alive. Effect: the rate of hunger and thirst drops significantly. No need to equip the title for the effect. With this title, players can free up most of their energy from searching for food and water. Otherwise, every time they enter the game, they would have no time to do anything else. Miss Fianna, I'd like to exchange this piece of grilled meat for a glass of rum, alright? Wang Chi glanced at Songjian, who was laughing foolishly, and suddenly felt a bit reluctant to drink rum. But since Songjian asked him to buy it, he was still willing to follow Songjian's advice. For this piece of food, I can only give you 5 doomsday coins. To purchase this discounted rum, you'll need to give me another piece of the same quality food. Fianna stretched out her right index finger and swayed it in front of Wang Chi's eyes. Alright, okay. Wang Chi quickly took out another piece of grilled meat. Here, this is your rum, enjoy. Fianna filled another large glass of rum. Each glass has a capacity of 1 liter, and the bottle of Royal Salute Count rum that Fianna took out seems to hold no more than 1 liter, but after pouring 2 glasses in a row, it still looks nearly full. Wang Chi held up the glass of golden liquid with bubbles and looked at its attributes with widened eyes and an open mouth, showing a surprised expression on his face. Glug! With a loud gulp, Wang Chi could hardly believe his eyes. He had never obtained such a good item since entering the game. It's really a great deal. Considering the price of just 10 doomsday coins for this glass of liquor, Wang Chi suddenly felt as satisfied as if he had picked up a treasure at Panjiayuan. Glug glug! Drinking the entire glass of rum in one breath, Wang Chi also showed a silly smile on his face, sitting limply to one side, spewing alcohol-laden breath with a foolish laugh. Hi, this is our boss. Li Ke sighed, took out her hand crossbow, stood about 5 or 6 meters away from the entrance of the bar, aiming at the monsters outside the door and started to attack. See that? The boss herself is in the field. You lazy bastards need to step up. Fianna slapped the bar counter with a bam sound and exclaimed. System: Fianna releases morale boost skill. All people in the bar area have their combat morale increased by 100%. For the glory of Sunflower Bar. A bar bouncer swinging his broken stick slammed it on a monster's head, making it explode like a watermelon. For the boss. A bar waiter wielding a steel pipe stabbed it into a monster's chest. For Sister Fianna. A bar bouncer kicked a monster in the stomach, sending it flying. For Count Rum. Someone shouted, and almost all the waiters and bouncers' eyes lit up as they shouted together, for Count Rum. Waiters and bouncers became even more frenzied. Every humanoid zombie received special attention from them. Both waiters and bouncers seemed to have robbery-like skills, being able to steal items from monsters during attacks, and even retrieve monster drops in advance. Soon, a muscular bar bouncer pushed aside 2 waiters behind him and rushed to the counter. Big sister, check out how much these things are worth. The bar bouncer piled more than a dozen items emitting white and green glows on the counter, laughing foolishly. They're all junk, nothing valuable. Fianna frowned, looking disgusted, picking through them with 2 fingers, as if touching the garbage even once was a desecration of her fingertips. I'll give you 10 doomsday coins, enough to buy a glass of rum. Long live, big sister. The bar bouncer excitedly raised both hands and cheered. Li Ke soon received a system notification. System: your employee, bar bouncer, sold equipment to Fianna, valued at 365 doomsday coins. Fianna used deception skill and gave the bar bouncer 10 doomsday coins. The bar bouncer was very grateful to Fianna, increasing their intimacy by 5 points. Amazing, Sister Fianna is so amazing, I want to learn this skill too. Li Ke's eyes sparkled with stars, looking at Fianna with an admiring face. Glug glug! After gulping down the entire glass of rum, the bouncer let out a satisfying belch and became invigorated. His body seemed even more robust, full of vitality, and swinging his broken stick with a whoosh sound. You bastards who dare to offend Sunflower Bar, all of you will die. The bouncer who drank the rum became even more violent, like a wild bull, rushing directly into the monster group. The wind was strong as he swung the broken stick, monsters' vitality points dropped like a flood breaking through a dam. If Songjian were sober at this moment, he would definitely see that the NPCs who drank Royal Salute Count rum seem to have even stronger effects than players do. Almost all attributes, including attack, defense, speed, and critical strike, have been drastically increased. Soon, almost all the staff members had grabbed a large amount of wealth and sold them to Fianna for 10 doomsday coins. As Li Ke looked at the series of system prompts, her eyes sparkled with gold stars. Fianna had become her role model, and she kept calling her sister. System, your employee, bar waiter, sold equipment to Fianna, valued at 295 doomsday coins. Fianna used deception skill and gave the bar bouncer 10 doomsday coins. The bar bouncer was very grateful to Fianna, increasing their intimacy by 5 points. System, your employee, bar bouncer, sold equipment to Fianna, valued at 574 doomsday coins. Fianna used deception skill and gave the bar bouncer 10 doomsday coins. The bar bouncer was very grateful to Fianna, increasing their intimacy by 5 points. While bar employees were enjoying a killing spree after drinking rum, a towering figure over 2 meters tall appeared before everyone. Chapter 102, Explosive Zombie. Lee Care nervously glanced towards the bar's entrance. The tall silhouette cast a shadow that blocked the entire entrance. Is it a boss? The entrance of the bar was surrounded by bartenders and monsters which blurred her vision. Fianna wiped a glass and nonchalantly looked at the entrance, saying, just a fellow who can use basic fire elemental rules, it's nothing. Level 5 Exploding Zombie Light, Vitality, 190 out of 380, Mental Strength, 200 out of 200, Traits, Flame Strengthening, Fast Casting, Skill, Burst Fireball. This zombie appeared robust, one could not tell from its stature that it was a spellcasting monster, who a fireball, the size of a human head, rapidly formed on the right hand of the exploding zombie. Numerous light red air currents gathered towards the fireball, and in no time, the fireball, once the size of a human head, expanded to the size of a basketball. Fools, are you just going to stand there and watch it form a fireball? Fianna scolded the bartenders and bouncers who were indifferent to the fireball the zombie was forming. The exploding zombie smirked, swung its right arm, and directly threw the fireball towards the bar entrance. It harshly hit the chest of a bouncer. Boom! In one explosion, the bouncer, who had just leveled up to 4 and had full vitality points, was sent flying backwards by the impact of the fireball. His vitality points dropped dramatically, leaving him with only a dozen vital points left. He fell heavily onto the floor of the bar. After hitting the bouncer's chest, the fireball exploded violently. Everyone within a 3-meter radius received fire damage. This area encompassed the whole bar entrance. Almost all the employees caught on fire, and their vitality points were rapidly decreasing. You guys are so stupid. You can't even stop such a trash. Fianna snorted coldly. Then she quickly mixed a light blue cocktail and threw it towards the bar's entrance. Bing! The glass hit the floor near the entrance and shattered, releasing a light blue mist which enveloped the area around her door. All the flames on the employees were extinguished, and their vitality points rapidly recovered. Sister Fianna, you're so brilliant. Admired Lee Care. It's just a little trick, not worth the boss's praise. Fianna modestly replied, but a hint of triumph could be seen on her face. Lee Care looked at Songjian and Wang Qi, who were sleeping soundly on the bar counter, and asked worriedly, when will they wake up? These two can't hold their liquor. I guess they need another hour or so. You don't need to worry about them. They've already taken advantage of our sunflower bar. The royal salute, Count's rum, is not for just anyone. Fianna glanced at the two men snoring on the bar counter with a look of disdain. Hey, don't talk about little cheap brother that way. Lee Care shook her head slightly and returned her focus to the bar's entrance. With the bouncers and bartenders having full vitality now and no longer fearing the fire damage, they all focused on the exploding zombie, the elite boss. Originally, with the power of the level 5 elite boss, the exploding zombie could hold its own against these bar employees for a while. But its attributes were halved during the day, so it was no match for them. A few minutes later, the exploding zombie was stripped down to its shorts. It was pathetically killed within a circle, and its body looked especially bleak. One of the bouncers even made a move at the shorts on its body. Lai pulled at the body and yanked the shorts twice, but failed to remove them. He then reluctantly tossed the body aside. 5 bartenders, 10 bouncers stood guard at the bar's entrance. It was like they had choked off the monster's attack. Backed by Fianna's occasional status-enhancing and vitality-restoring cocktails, hundreds of monsters roared and howled outside the bar, but they could do nothing to the safe house. It was fortunate that Lee Care had heeded Songjian's advice and only upgraded the safe house to level 1, instead of continuing to upgrade. If she had, the higher the safe house level, the number and strength of the attacking monsters would have greatly increased. Then it wouldn't be known whether these bar employees could withstand it. The defensive battle went on for over 3 hours. It was mainly because the battle was centered around the bar's entrance in an area less than 5 meters wide. The frontal attacking monsters were at most a dozen, which prolonged the battle. Hundreds of monsters ended up laying outside the bar's entrance. Once the guard duration was up, the bodies of these zombies turned into ash immediately. The materials and equipment that fell all over the ground excited the watching players, their eyes shining with greed. System, congratulations player Lee Care for completing the main mission. System, player Lee Care chose the hidden location Sunflower Bar as a safe house. After successfully defending it, she received the title of bar owner. As soon as the battle ended, the bartenders and bouncers rushed out of the entrance to gather the items scattered on the ground. In no time, all the dropped items were picked up by the bar employees and placed on the bar counter. The spectating players stood agape, but they didn't dare compete for the items with employees and could only watch as everything was taken away. Wow, we're rich. Lee Care's eyes sparkled with delight. Boss, what are you going to do with these things? Asked Fianna. Of course, we're going to share them equally. Lee Care answered, as a matter of course, I was able to complete the main mission thanks to everyone. These things were all dropped by the monsters that you defeated. You guys can divide them up. Long live the boss. In an instant, cheers rang throughout the whole bar, nearly lifting the roof off the place. That's not acceptable, boss. We were hired by you, so it's only natural we fight for you. These spoils of war should all belong to you. Fianna shook her head and continued, but boss, I suggest you sell all these items to me, then stock up on some ordinary liquor from the store. You need to know, running a bar is not an easy thing. Ah, is that so? But I don't really understand any of this. Lee Care's eyes showed a confused look. I'm here, you just need to do as I tell you. Fianna smiled, but they helped me complete the main mission. I must reward them somehow, right? Lee Care asked, looking at the pitiful service staff and bouncers. Well, since the boss said so, let's reward each of them 5 doomsday coins. Fianna suggested after a moment of thought. Long live the boss, long live the big sister. All the bartenders and bouncers cheered together, their faces full of joy and excitement. Chapter 103, Opening Business. After the battle ended, the battlefield was cleaned up in just a few minutes, and a pile of goods was all stacked on the bar counter. Fianna sold most of the useless items to the system store. In Lee Care's system information interface, a series of system prompts appeared like a waterfall. System, your employee Fianna sold the item zombie tendons to the system store for 1 doomsday coin. Fianna used the deception skill and the system store finally paid 10 doomsday coins. System, your employee Fianna sold the item zombie leather to the system store for 1 doomsday coin. Fianna used the deception skill and the system store finally paid 10 doomsday coins. Looking at the information interface, Lee Care admired Fianna and wished she could learn the deception skill right away. Unfortunately, neither her spirit attribute nor her charm attribute met the necessary requirements, so she couldn't learn the skill at this point. If Songjian knew that Fianna's deception skill could push the initial price of items from 1 doomsday coin to 10 times that value, he would probably exclaim divine skill and desire to learn it at any cost. Boss, all the spoils of war have been sold. We finally got 3,675 doomsday coins. Each of these guys gets a 5 doomsday coin reward, and we still have 3,600 coins left. Fianna showed a hint of weariness on her face. It seems that repeatedly using the deception skill was not an easy task for her. Thank you, sister. If it wasn't for you, we couldn't have sold all this for so much money. Lee Care said obediently. Although Care was young, she had a good sense of things. The game information interface could not be faked. If it weren't for Fianna, all these goods would be sold for at most a few hundred doomsday coins, but now it had increased tenfold. Sister Fianna, what do you think we should do with this money? Lee Care asked. Of course, we should renovate the bar and prepare to open for business to make money. First buy some facilities, then some drinks, and if there's surplus, we need to restart the casino on the 2nd floor, which is the most profitable business. Fianna said excitedly. I don't understand any of this, so I'll trust you, Sister Fianna. Lee Care's wide eyes sparkled, making her look innocent and adorable. Fianna stared at Lee Care's eyes for a while, and a smile appeared on her face. No problem, boss, leave the rest to me. Lee Care successfully created the shelter bar. Everything on the 1st floor except the counter was gone, leaving the whole floor empty. Fianna opened the system store and began to browse. The goods sold in the system store were of ordinary quality, but right now, Fianna just wanted to reopen the bar and didn't need many precious things, so the things in the system store were completely sufficient. Very soon, the bar was completely transformed. It looked high-end and classy. The liquor cabinet behind the counter was also slowly filled with various kinds of liquor. Most of these liquors were very cheap, with only a few bottles shimmering with blue and silver light. Obviously, Fianna had taken out a few bottles from her own private collection to attract customers, otherwise the ordinary liquor wouldn't match the renovated style of the bar. Once everything was ready, Fianna glanced at Songjian and Wang Qi, who were sleeping soundly on the counter, her eyes filled with disdain. Boss, should we wake these two up? Or should we just throw them out? If they stay like this, it'll affect our business. All, throw them out? No, just wake them up. Lee Care hastily said, waving her hands. Fianna scoffed, poured a glass of water, and splashed it forward. Splash! Songjian woke up abruptly. Wasn't I helping Lee guard the shelter? Waking up with that thought in his head, Songjian instinctively held the tusk fang stinger dagger in his hand, looking around vigilantly. Little cheap brother, you're awake. Lee smiled. I'm awake, yes. I'm awake. Songjian had a bewildered look. He felt like he was dreaming right now. How was this bar so different from what he remembered? Have you completed your main mission? Only then did Songjian remember that after drinking a drink, he had passed out. He had no memory of anything that had happened afterward. It's completed, thanks to Sister Fianna and these employees. Lee looked happy. Fianna, employees. Songjian was rendered speechless. Fianna was merely a level 1 elite boss, while the other 15 employees were at most comparable to fully equipped mutant zombies. How was it possible that just with these people, they'd completed the main mission? It was absurd. However, the facts were right in front of him. Fianna was now a level 5 elite boss, and the other bartenders and bouncers all advanced to levels 4 and 5, with the highest even reaching level 6. Lee's level had directly increased to 9, and it was estimated that she wasn't far from level 10 in terms of experience points. It seems completing the main mission was the quickest way to level up. Hee son brother Song, you're here too. Good liquor. Wang Chi wiped the water beads off his face, still sporting a silly smile on his face. Royal salute Count Rum. Songjian suddenly remembered the rum he had been drinking and hurriedly opened his attribute interface. Indeed, his vitality had increased to 350 points, and he had gained an additional free attribute point. Songjian didn't hesitate to add this attribute point to his strength attribute. Now, his strength had reached 12 points, which allowed him to equip that great weapon. What a pity, how could the mission be completed so quickly? If it wasn't, I could have brought out that weapon to show off. Songjian pursed his lips, feeling regretful. Little cheap brother, my sunflower bar officially opens for business today. Lee shouted in excitement, her face full of anticipation. Opening for business? Songjian was stunned. Only now did he start looking around. The bar had been fully renovated and equipped. The drinks at Fianna's back were against the main wall, identical to a real bar. Can this place open for business? Songjian suddenly realized that he might have overlooked something. If capturing a bar can make me a bar owner, then if I capture a theater, a KTV, or even a bank, a police station, or a library. Songjian suddenly felt a pang in his heart. Chapter 104. Leaving the game. Songjian glanced at Wang Chi beside him. Among the three of them, only Wang Chi hadn't completed the main quest yet. Wang Chi, have you decided where to build your safe house? Songjian suddenly asked. I had an idea, but I think I will look around some more. Wang Chi hesitated for a moment before responding. It seems that Wang Chi got inspired by Lee Ke's safe house and planned to choose a special place for his safe house. Songjian nodded. The materials he gave to Wang Chi were not just enough for building a safe house, but also sufficient for several defense structures. However, if Wang Chi found a unique building like a bar for his safe house, he might need a significant amount of doomsday coins or something else to construct defensive facilities. Originally, Songjian was supposed to assist Lee Ke in guarding her safe house. But not only did he enjoy a glass of premium rum and enhance his stats, he spent the entire defense process asleep and didn't help at all. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Songjian saw Lee Ke was busy preparing for the bar's opening. After saying goodbye to her and Wang Chi, he left the bar. After being upgraded to a safe house, the surroundings of the bar were completely transformed. The sign Sunflower Bar was already erected, with neon lights flashing around it. It looked dazzling even in daylight. What a great place! Wang Chi exclaimed. Yeah, I didn't think safe houses in the game could be this fun. Songjian commented, somewhat speechless. Brother Song, your safe house is also quite good. Wang Chi comforted him. Songjian's safe house was indeed top-notch. It was a level 1 mansion, and probably no one in the game had upgraded their safe house to a mansion so far. Unfortunately, the location Songjian chose was just an ordinary villa and had no special features. Compared with Lee Ke's bar, it was far from as appealing, which is why Wang Chi temporarily decided not to establish his safe house. Songjian returned to his level 1 mansion, glanced at the materials required for the next upgrade. Upgrading to level 2 mansion required 12,000 units of stone and 8,000 units of wood, plus 1,000 units of iron ore. Wood and stone weren't a problem, but the 1,000 units of iron ore stumped Songjian. After playing the game for quite some time, he still hadn't found a place where he could get iron ore. With only a few minutes left before he had to exit the game, he decided to look for iron ore the next time he logged in. After checking his mansion's defense structures once more and replenishing the ammo for the arrow tower and catapult, Songjian looked over Alex's properties. At this point, the blood soul poison tree Alex had sunk into sleep. Song Jian felt a bit smug about cultivating an ordinary tree spirit seedling into an elite boss-level entity like the Blood Soul Poison Tree. But after seeing Fianna, he had a stark feeling of goods compete with goods, until the poorer one is discarded. Not to mention combat power, just comparing brains, Fianna was leagues ahead of Alex. Comparing with Fianna, Song Jian felt Alex was just a lumbering oaf, only suitable for the role of a doorman. If only I had a steward like Fianna, Song Jian sighed as he looked at Alex. System, player Song Jian, please get ready. You will be leaving this game in 60 seconds. The system countdown began. 60, 59, 58. Soon, a bright light enveloped Song Jian, and when it dissipated, he was no longer there. After a brief sensation of weightlessness, when Song Jian opened his eyes again, he found himself standing amidst the stars. In front of him, scenes from his gameplay, hunting mutated snake beasts, killing zombie leaders, exterminating militiamen from a garbage collection site, killing tombstone zombies, collecting wood, protecting safe houses, played out until the image stopped at the killing of the roaming zombie Robert. System, completed main quest, creating safe house, quest completion 100%, base grade F system, completed side quest, Guardian Sorrow, quest completion 78%, grade upgraded, upgrade from F to E. System, killed mutated snake beast, level 5 elite boss, grade upgraded, upgrade from E to D. System, killed zombie leader, level 5 elite boss, grade upgraded, upgrade from D to C. System, killed roaming zombie Robert, level 10 elite boss, grade upgraded, upgrade from SSS to SSS, grade cannot be upgraded further. System, player's final grade, SSS. Player Song Jian, calculating game reward, player Song Jian's final prize, 3,000 Doomsday coins, for the next login, effect received, vitality point recovery increased by 500%. This effect will last until the next game exit, the next time I log in. Song Jian was startled, but immediately felt dizzy and as if he was sinking into an abyss and Song Jian suddenly sat up on his bed, drenched in sweat as if he had a nightmare. Looking at the time, it was already past 6 in the morning, and dawn was breaking outside. Sitting upright, the first thing Song Jian noticed was a gold brick and a small, black stone tablet on his bedside table. The gold brick was standard 1 kilogram size. For a gold brick, it was only about palm length and felt quite heavy to lift up. The other object was a rectangular black stone tablet, emitting a faint black light. It seemed to be made of black jade with a glossy surface. This tablet was only finger thickness thick. On the front were tiny, densely etched characters, with a faint layer of gray mist on the surface that made the characters almost illegible. Half a month in the game, but only one night in the real world. It's so amazing. Song Jian picked up the gold brick, weighed it in his hand, and smiled. Getting up, after washing up, Song Jian grabbed a backpack, put the gold brick in it. As for the stone tablet, he threw it directly into a drawer for further investigation later. What could a merely vitality point boosting item be? If it hadn't revealed something strange while feeding Alex and he casually placed it into the game's golden framed package, Song Jian probably wouldn't have brought it back to the real world. Hey, landlord. Morning. As Song Jian left, he saw the landlord carrying a bag of vegetables and greeted her. All morning, Zhao Jian. Are you heading to work? Landlord Xiaojia looked at Song Jian, her eyes flickering strangely. All work. Song Jian paused, then hastily answered. If not for the reminder from the landlord, he would have forgotten about his job. Having spent over half a month in the game, Song Jian had forgotten that he still had a probationary job in the real world. Watching Song Jian's departing figure, Xiaojia touched the gold bracelet on her wrist and her expression became strange. She seemed to want to shout something to call Song Jian back, but ended up not saying anything, just sighing softly. Chapter 105, Resignation. Xiaojia originally thought that the gold bracelet she had taken as collateral from Song Jian was just an ordinary bracelet, but after taking a closer look, she discovered that it was not the case. Nowadays, the patterns on gold bracelets sold in the market are mostly machine-carved, but Xiaojia found that this pair of bracelets in her hand were actually carved by hand, and judging from the details, the bracelets must have been carved by a master-level carver. There are 2 carp on this pair of gold bracelets. Each carp is so lifelike that even the scales have been meticulously carved, some slightly open and others closely shut, giving the entire carp a sense of vitality, looking as if they are swaying their tails in the water. Especially the eyes of the 2 carp, the carving is like the finishing touch. No matter the angle from which they are viewed, it feels like the carp is looking at you. Such carving techniques are far beyond the reach of ordinary carvers. If there was a word to describe the craftsmanship of this pair of bracelets, it would be divine workmanship. These gold bracelets, no, this pair of artworks, must be worth at least 300,000 yuan. Xiaojia made her most conservative estimate. For ordinary gold bracelets, people pay attention to the material, but for such a pair of gold bracelets, it's the craftsmanship that sells. Upon seeing Song Jian, Xiaojia's heart became somewhat flustered. It was obvious that Song Jian didn't know the true value of these gold bracelets. Xiaojia wanted to tell him, but she didn't know how to bring it up. If I say it hastily, will it give him a bad impression of me, thinking that I wanted to take advantage of him before? Xiaojia's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Forget it, let's wait until he has enough money and wants to redeem them, then I'll tell him the truth then. Song Jian was unaware of his landlord Xiaojia's dilemma, and even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care too much. This pair of gold bracelets, compared with the other 2 pieces of jewelry in his parcel, would not even be worth mentioning. Even if he were to give them directly to Xiaojia, Song Jian wouldn't feel heartache. In Song Jian's view, money has become the most useless thing to him now. After casually eating 2 fritters and a bowl of tofu pudding on the street, Song Jian hesitated for a moment, and ultimately hailed a taxi, heading towards his company. This job is now meaningless to me. I should be focusing on improving my own strength. Song Jian silently thought to himself, it has been proven that training in the real world can also enhance one's strength in the game. Song Jian urgently needed to master the use of various cold weapons and even firearms. As for the skills in using firearms, they were still somewhat difficult for Song Jian to access now, but for the skills in using cold weapons, Black Panther Gym could fully satisfy his needs. Upon arriving at the company, Song Jian saw Zhao Yu leaning against the front desk of the lobby, chatting with a receptionist, laughing at what seemed to be a joke. The receptionist couldn't help but giggle, her face slightly flushed, and she looked a little shy. Zhao Yu didn't see Song Jian, and Song Jian didn't bother to go up and say hello, so he went directly to the HR department on the 19th floor. Zhao, sis. Song Jian pushed open the door of the HR department, looked inside, and his eyes lit up instantly. Zhao Yazi was wearing a beige suit, her figure graceful, and her face always wearing a kind smile, looking like a caring older sister. Zhao Yazi was the examiner during Song Jian's interview. Song Jian still vividly remembers how nervous he was during his first interview, even almost spilling a cup of water. It was Zhao Yazi's gentle tone that comforted him not to be nervous. Zhao Jian, what's up? Zhao Yazi looked up, saw Song Jian, and immediately raised the corner of her mouth slightly. Every time she called Song Jian Zhao Jian, she couldn't help but want to laugh, feeling like she was calling him little jerk. Zhao, sis, I am here to go through the resignation process. Song Jian said somewhat shyly. Resign? Zhao Yazi frowned. She had a good impression of Song Jian, fresh out of school and untainted by the bad habits of society. He was diligent, hardworking, and willing to endure hardship. There aren't many young people like this nowadays. Zhao Jian, your probation period is almost over, and with your performance, I think you can definitely become a formal employee of the company. Why do you want to resign now? Zhao Yazi frowned and asked. Zhao, sis, my family's house was demolished, and we were compensated with 30 million yuan and 6 houses. Song Jian didn't continue, but just looked at Zhao Yazi with a you-know-what-one-mean look. Demolition, 30 million, 6 houses. These 3 words choked back all the persuasive words Zhao Yazi had prepared for Song Jian. Here's the resignation form, please fill it out. Zhao Yazi was silent for a moment, taking out a form from a file rack and passing it to Song Jian. Thank you, Sister Zhao. Song Jian laughed. Resigning during the probationary period was very simple. With just 10 minutes, Song Jian left the company feeling light and relaxed. As soon as he left the company, Song Jian immediately took a taxi to the Black Panther Gym. Early in the morning, there were very few people at the Black Panther Gym, just a handful. Upon seeing Song Jian, Sun Qian immediately greeted him. Nice to see you, Mr. Song. Coach Wang Dan is already waiting for you in the classroom, Sun Qian said with a smile. So early? Song Jian was somewhat surprised. His scheduled class was supposed to start at 8 o'clock, and there was still more than half an hour before that. He thought he was early, but it turned out the coach had arrived even earlier. Arriving at the classroom from yesterday, Song Jian saw that in the center of the room, a human-shaped dummy was set up. Coach Wang Dan held a dagger and continuously waved it at the target dummy. Clang clang clang, a series of stabbing sounds filled the air as Wang Dan's dagger swiftly appeared, directed at the vital areas of the dummy such as the throat, eyes, and forehead. Such fast footwork. Song Jian was somewhat surprised. Wang Dan circled around the dummy, moving from left to right, from the side to under the ribs, agile and without a hint of hesitation like a dance. Whiz Wang Dan suddenly crouched down and fiercely charged forward from the left rib side of the dummy. The dagger in his hand smoothly cut across the dummy's waist. As he rushed forward, Wang Dan abruptly stopped and turned his body. The dagger in his hand drew a beautiful arc, as if a meteor slammed into the back of the dummy's head. Swallow's return. Watching Coach Wang Dan's move, Song Jian inexplicably thought of this phrase. Seeing that Wang Dan stopped practicing, Song Jian entered the room. "Coach, I'm here." Wang Dan grabbed a towel hanging on the wall, wiped his sweat, and tossed the towel. He nodded at Song Jian, saying, "Not bad, you came pretty early." Being praised for being early by someone who came even earlier made Song Jian feel a bit awkward. "Alright, do you remember the moves I taught you yesterday? Let's do them." Wang Dan pointed at the dummy and said. Song Jian nodded, walked to the equipment rack on the wall, and picked up a practice dagger. He weighed it in his right hand and casually swung it a couple of times, feeling a familiar sensation rising in his heart. Holding the dagger, Song Jian stood a meter or two away from the dummy and glanced at Wang Dan. At this time, Wang Dan was drinking water from the cup. Seeing Song Jian look over, he nodded slightly, gesturing him to start. Song Jian took a fierce step forward, and with a stab from his hand, the dagger was like a beast's fangs aimed at the dummy's chest. Whoa! A sharp sound of breaking air accompanied Song Jian's full-force strike, echoing throughout the entire classroom. Chapter 106, Monster. Wang Dan's eyes widened suddenly, and when she looked up, she saw Song Jian had already inserted the blade of the dagger completely into the human-shaped mold, at the chest of the human model, with the place where the blade was inserted as the center. Some small cracks spread out in all directions. How is that possible? Wang Dan couldn't believe her eyes. Her drinking motion suddenly stopped. Plop! A mouthful of water squirted out. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Dan bent over and coughed violently. All the equipment in the Black Panther gym was top-notch, and this human-shaped mold was also made of special material. Even using a weapon, ordinary people could only leave a white mark on it at most, not to mention the unsharpened training weapons laid out in the classroom. Even Wang Dan, using her own dagger, could only leave a shallow trace on this human-shaped mold, but this young man in front of her actually stabbed the mold without the handle, which made Coach Wang Dan feel incredible. Brute force. This kid is using brute force. Damn it, how can anyone be so strong? Wang Dan wiped the tears that overflowed from the corners of her eyes, showing a disbelief expression, staring up and down at Song Jian. Wang Dan walked to the human-shaped mold, staring intently at the training dagger embedded in the mold's chest as if there was a flower on the dagger. How did you do that? Wang Dan swallowing, she couldn't believe that there could be someone so strong in this world. Song Jian was also secretly shocked. He knew that he had shown off a bit too much. It's important to know that even without all the equipment bonuses, his strength had reached 7 points, while the limit of adult strength in the real world would be 5 points. Ordinary people would usually range from 3 to 4 points, and Wang Dan's power attribute would not exceed 4 points. Song Jian's power attribute was enough to crush Wang Dan. I was just born stronger than others. Song Jian showed a simple and honest expression, laughing. Wang Dan grabbed the dagger and tried to pull it out twice but couldn't. She glanced at Song Jian, gesturing for him to pull out the dagger. The cost of this human-shaped mold is 28,000 yuan. Wang Dan touched the mark on the mold's chest and said indifferently, that expensive? Song Jian gasped. Just this one mold was equivalent to half a year of his salary. However, since you're a club member, we don't charge you for damage caused during training sessions to the training equipment. Wang Dan's mouth raised slightly but quickly turned serious again. Oh, that's good. After Song Jian finished speaking, he paused, still having a bit of a small-town mentality. Tens of thousands of dollars would no longer cause any burden for him now. The gold brick in his backpack could buy several of these human-shaped molds. Coach, what are we learning today? Song Jian asked somewhat excitedly. Still the basic movements. Your grasp of the front stabbing movement in dagger fighting technique is good. As for your strength, let's talk about something else first. I'll demonstrate another basic movement. You should know, all skills are combinations of these basic movements. Wang Dan said seriously. Okay, coach, I'll study hard. For the whole morning, Wang Dan taught all the basic movements of the dagger fighting technique to Song Jian. After correcting his few unsatisfactory moves, she let Song Jian practice on his own. Then she left the classroom. In a second-floor office of the gym, a woman with shoulder-length hair was playing computer games, while several others were leisurely chatting, occasionally glancing through the glass at the training situation of the members on the first floor. A man in his 40s, dressed in a white tang suit, was sitting at a desk drinking tea, with a 3-foot-long sword lying to his right. The sword was positioned with its hilt facing inward and its tip facing outward, allowing the man to draw the sword from its scabbard as quickly as possible with just a stretch of his hand. Bang! The office door was pushed open, and an excited Wang Dan rushed in. I found a monster today. Wang Dan shouted loudly in the office. Sister Wang, you scared me. Look, I died again. The short-haired woman slammed her mouse down and complained, you're a bronze V noob, no matter how you play, you'll always die. A ponytailed girl sitting next to her looked at her condescendingly and said, it's a shame that you're learning the ancient grappling hand from the teacher with such good martial arts skills. With your game reaction speed, it's a waste of such good martial arts. Grappling hand is about exercising finger flexibility. Gaming relies on fast brain reactions. How can you mix them up? The short-haired girl argued, her face flushed. Hey, I said I found a monster. Are you listening or not? Wang Dan stared fiercely at the short-haired girl and shouted loudly. All right, you go on. What great martial arts talent did you find this time? The ponytailed girl put particular emphasis on the 4 words great martial arts talent. It should be noted that Wang Dan had once found someone with excellent physical fitness before and told everyone he was a martial arts genius. However, he only attended class for 2 days and never came back again. The coaches in the office had teased Wang Dan about it for quite some time. This time it's true, he used a practice dagger and with one move stabbed the human-shaped mold without the handle going in. Wang Dan whispered. Without the handle going in? That's impossible. You must have used the old mold that was ready to be returned to the factory, a coach questioned. It's new, just arrived today, a specially made mold. Even with all my strength, I can only leave a shallow mark on it. Wang Dan stomped her foot, clang. A crisp collision sound rang through the office, and everyone turned their heads to see the man who had been drinking tea just now staring at Wang Dan in amazement. His teacup was resting on the saucer, but the saucer was now shattered. Wang Dan, are you telling the truth? Gubo stood up and frowned. Yes, sir, it's true. That human-shaped mold is still in the classroom. You can go and see it yourself, Wang Dan said respectfully. Gubo was the owner of this gym and also the highest skilled in martial arts here, and nearly all the coaches had received his guidance. Although he appeared to be in his 40s, in reality, he was over 60 years old. Is that person still here? Gubo asked. Yes, he's still practicing in the classroom, Wang Dan nodded. Let's go and have a look. Gubo couldn't wait any longer and walked toward the office door. Seeing Gubo and Wang Dan disappearing at the door, the other coaches exchanged glances, and after a moment of silence, they all followed suit. Chapter 107 Practice. Gubo stood outside the classroom door, looking in through the glass. He saw a man in the room holding a dagger, moving swiftly with the blade creating swaths of white light and mid-air and a gusty momentum seeping through the door. His strength is indeed great, but his technique. Gubo shook his head subtly. Sir, he's just an ordinary man, who only started training yesterday. Wang Dan whispered beside Gubo. An ordinary man? Who only started training yesterday? A look of surprise appeared on Gubo's face. The man's proficiency in the dagger fighting technique didn't seem like a novice's. Are you sure before yesterday, he knew nothing? Gubo questioned further. Yes, I just taught him a basic thrusting move yesterday, and today, that is just now, I taught him the rest of the movements. I swear, I only taught him basic moves. I haven't started teaching him the routines yet. Wang Dan said seriously. It seems to me that his dagger fighting technique is even better than yours, Dan. Remarked a female instructor on the side, hesitantly. Humphrey, who says? That's just superficial showmanship. How could he be better than me? Wang Dan rebutted discontentedly. He is a promising talent, Wang Dan, and you should mentor him well. A look of appreciation appeared on Gubo's face. After observing a while more, he nodded, and walked away. Let me see. A short-haired girl squeezed forward, staring at the mannequin in the middle of the room in astonishment. Wow, it's true, look at those puncture marks, so exaggerating. Maybe you should let him train with you in free combat, Dan. Maybe he could place in the City League matches a few months down the road. Song Jian swirled the dagger, continuously training a few assassination moves. Stabbing, striking, pricking, cutting, dragging. Each basic move was executed more and more proficiently by Song Jian. If he were able to see his skill chart now, he would see his cold weapon, dagger, basic, skill proficiency climbing rapidly. Mastering a weapon skill is about becoming familiar with it, making each of your movements into muscle memory, becoming natural reflexes. Wang Dan entered the classroom, standing at the door watching Song Jian practice. She calmly instructed, the dagger fighting technique focuses on the saying shorter the weapon, greater the danger. You need to be decisive, swift, and your movements concealed. Don't exhaust your strength, don't overuse your moves, always reserve a third of your energy. You need to speed up based on precision, this will increase your power. Good, just like that. When you make your move, pay attention to the coordination of your body movement and footwork, learn to utilize the power of your waist. Song Jian practiced while listening to Coach Wang Dan's instructions in his ear. His improvement was fast. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Actually, Song Jian had only booked a 2-hour course for today, but Wang Dan had been instructing him in the dagger fighting technique all morning. Alright, let's rest a bit at noon. Practicing too vigorously could harm your body. Wang Dan glanced at Song Jian, a look of surprise and admiration showing in her eyes. In the afternoon, Song Jian had originally booked a swordsmanship lesson, But the gym informed him that the coach who teaches swordsmanship was temporarily unavailable, so he had been training in dagger fighting technique for the whole day. What he didn't know was, while he was practicing in the classroom all day, Gubo was in the surveillance room observing him. As Songjian finished his training, Gubo made a decision and called Wang Dan to relay his instructions. "Thank you for teaching me all day, coach." Songjian wiped the sweat from his forehead and bowed at Wang Dan. He had originally only booked a 2-hour course, but Wang Dan had spent the entire day teaching him. "Not at all, Songjian. Are you interested in becoming my disciple?" Wang Dan suddenly asked. "Disciple?" Songjian's eyebrows furrowed, and he asked, "Aren't disciples and gym members the same thing? Can becoming a coach's disciple entail learning some secret transmission techniques from the coach?" "Secret transmission?" Wang Dan was taken aback and then laughed. "Correct, gym members learn basic skills and simple routines. If you want to progress further, being a gym member is not enough. I think your physical condition is not bad, and there is potential for further improvement." Songjian's physical condition is more than just not bad. It could be said that there were very few coaches in the Black Panther gym who could surpass Songjian in physical condition. "Further, coach, you are referring to?" Songjian seemed a bit puzzled. "Real combat," Wang Dan said seriously. "In other words, battlefield hand-to-hand combat." "By combat, did you mean killing?" Songjian asked tentatively. "If you want to understand it that way, you could." Wang Dan nodded in agreement. "Coach, can I go back and think about it and give you an answer by tomorrow?" Songjian contemplated for a moment. "Sure." Wang Dan nodded, adding hesitantly after a moment, "Not everyone is qualified to become a disciple of a coach at the Black Panther gym. You should consider it an opportunity." Songjian nodded, turned around, and left the classroom. In the evening, Songjian arrived at Coastal Jewelry Street. This street was almost entirely filled with shops selling gold, silver, and jewelry. Every big-name brand you could think of worldwide could be found here. The common major shops would not buy the gold brick in Songjian's bag because buying untraceable gold accessories could inflict severe damage to a brand once exposed. But in the alleys of the street, there were many small shops, which usually made and repaired small pieces of gold and silver jewelry for a living. Such small stores could often buy old gold and silver jewelry and then melt it to make new pieces. Such small shops had a fair purchasing power and could afford to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars. Songjian managed to sell the gold brick at a very cheap price, obtaining a total of 280,000 yuan. He went out with a gold brick in his bag but returned with half a bag of RMB. Going back to his Rendell room, Songjian tossed his bag onto the bed, picked up the watermelon knife he had purchased the previous day, and began practicing the dagger fighting technique. But after a while, it felt awkward. The watermelon knife was too light, and it felt fluffy when he made moves with it. Songjian shook his head, dropped his watermelon knife, and checked the delivery status of the dagger he had bought online. It had already arrived in Coastal City, and it seemed like it would be delivered to his home the next day. After practicing for a whole day, I wonder how much my cold weapon, dagger, basic, skill proficiency has increased. With this thought in mind, Songjian placed his phone in front of his bedside and got into bed with his eyes closed, waiting to enter the game again. Chapter 108, Blood Raven Night fell, and Songjian lay quietly in bed. The familiar sensation welled up in his heart, as if a huge hand were grabbing him by the collar, pulling him forward. "Can't we change the way we enter the game? This feeling is simply awful." Songjian complained to himself. Being forced into the game like this always felt imposed. As Songjian entered the game, the black stone tablet that had been casually placed in his drawer also turned into a beam of black light and drilled into the game. Getting up off the floor of the third floor of the manor castle, Songjian twisted his neck, feeling uncomfortable. "I'll need to make some furniture in my spare time, at least a bed. Sleeping on the floor every time won't do." Songjian looked around the empty room and thought to himself. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew in from the window, and a sheepskin parchment the size of an A4 sheet of paper was blown in. The parchment floated in midair, slowly burning up, and a cold mechanical voice sounded in Songjian's ear. "Game player Songjian, welcome to Doomsday City. Being level 10, you walk ahead of your peers. Survival is no longer so difficult for you. You will embark on the path to seek greater power. First, you need to choose a combat profession. In this abandoned Doomsday City, many combat profession mentors are hidden. Find them and learn the secrets of the professions from them. Mission objective: in Doomsday City, find 10 combat profession mentors, explore the secrets of the various professions, and choose one as your main combat profession. 0 out of 10 inches mission hint: not every combat profession mentor is willing to explain the secrets of their profession to you. First, find them and gain their approval. Hint: hundreds of combat profession mentors are hidden in this Doomsday City. They may be hidden in high-rise buildings, in alleys, or among powerful monsters. Hint: Combat profession mentors may be your enemy and attack you proactively before you gain their approval. Hint: combat profession mentors are not always human. Maybe professions of other races are more suitable for you. Warning: after killing a combat profession mentor, the profession the mentor teaches will disappear forever. Warning: if you die in the game, your real-world identity will also be erased. This mission can be viewed at any time in the mission bar. The parchment burned up, and its ashes were whisked away by the wind out of the window, as if it had never appeared. Song Jian opened the mission interface and carefully read through the mainline mission several times. There must be quite a few players in the game now who haven't even built a safe house. Moreover, from the mission introduction, it can be seen that level 10 is a threshold for encountering professions. If some players do not reach level 10 after creating a safe house, what kind of mainline mission will they get when they enter the game again? Song Jian wondered to himself. In fact, once the mainline mission of creating a safe house is completed, the player's level will generally rise by 3 to 4 levels. The flood of monsters, whether killed by the defenses of the safe house or by the players themselves, will ultimately grant all acquired experience to the player, unless there are beings like the bloody yin spirit poison tree Alex, which intercept half of the experience points for their own level upgrades. A harsh bird cry rang out, and Song Jian looked towards the window to see a dark red crow, standing in front of the window, grooming its feathers. Song Jian narrowed his eyes, and the dark red crow in front of him looked very much like the zombie crows that mutated after eating zombie flesh in the movie Resident Evil. Monster? How did it get into the manor? Song Jian furrowed his brow slightly. The powerful defenses of a level 1 manor caused monsters within a kilometer radius to keep their distance. Some flying creatures that entered the manor's range would be attacked by Alex without hesitation, but now this blood-red crow stood unscathed on the castle's third-floor windowsill, with one of Alex's branches less than a meter away, yet showing no signs of wanting to attack. Song Jian stared at the crow for a moment, and soon a line of small text appeared above the crow's head. Blood crow, summon, vitality points, 10 out of 10, traits, undead, a summon. Song Jian frowned. Whose summon is this? Is it Li Ke's or Wang Qi's? Only 2 people could enter Song Jian's safe house, Li Ke and Wang Qi, to whom Song Jian had set the guest permissions. Seeing that Song Jian was looking at it, the blood crow flew directly towards him, grabbed his shoulder, and stabilized itself. Hiss, this little thing is really arrogant. Song Jian grabbed the blood crow and held it in front of him, staring into its eyes. The blood crow's eyes were also red, only much brighter than the feathers on its body. Being held by Song Jian, the blood crow seemed very uncomfortable and struggled, but couldn't break free from Song Jian's right hand. Spurt. The blood crow being held by Song Jian suddenly collapsed and turned into a pool of blood that flowed onto the floor. The blood slowly seeped into the floor and disappeared. More crow caws came from outside the window. Song Jian was startled and hurriedly walked to the window to look out. In the courtyard, the bloody yin spirit poison tree was full of blood crows. There were at least 20 dense crows at a glance. Why are there so many blood crows in my manor? Song Jian frowned. Song Jian's figure flashed, and he appeared beneath the bloody yin spirit poison tree. When Alex wasn't doing anything, it would fall into a deep sleep, only sending out a faint sense of perception to inspect the surroundings. Song Jian placed his hand on the trunk of the poison tree and began communicating with Alex. Soon, Song Jian let go of his hand, and a look of comprehension appeared in his eyes. So, these are the summons nurtured by the blood pool. Song Jian muttered to himself. Opening the building list, Song Jian checked the attributes of the blood pool. Sure enough, at the end of the blood pool information, the word summon, blood crow, summon quantity, 29 out of 30 inches appeared. A level 1 blood pool can only produce creatures like blood crows, but upgrading to level 2 will allow me to create even more powerful blood beasts. Song Jian mused. It seems that upgrading the blood pool should be on the agenda. I hope the required materials aren't too expensive. Chapter 109 Swordfinger Blood Soul Stone? What the heck is that? I can't find it in the store. Where should I look for it, or is it dropped by some monster? I have no clue. Song Jian looked at the material required to upgrade the blood pool to level 2, the 100 units of Blood Soul Stone, and he immediately furrowed his brows. After thinking about it for a while, but without making any progress, Song Jian temporarily set aside the Blood Soul Stone issue. He returned to the 3rd floor of the castle and switched on the radio that he hadn't used for a while. This was something that Song Jian had obtained long ago. Because he hadn't built a safe house yet, he hadn't been able to use it. Now it was a good time to find out what this radio could do. Turning on the radio, there was a burst of static. Crackle. Crackle. After a while, the static gradually faded and a deep voice came from the radio. This is Kalba Town. This is Kalba Town. The patrol soldier on the town today told me that a level 5 elite boss has appeared outside town. This is a disaster for us. After discussing, we are willing to hire adventurers to kill this boss for a reward of 30 doomsday coins. The items dropped by the boss will belong to the adventurer who kills it. Kawa Town? Song Jian was taken aback. On the map, there were many towns in the suburban areas of Doomsday City, but Kawa Town was not among them. It seemed this town was beyond the range of Doomsday City. 30 doomsday coins? That's too little. The power of a level 5 elite boss is tremendous. Even during the day, it's not something that ordinary people can handle. A horseman's voice suddenly appeared on the channel. Well, not all level 5 elite bosses are the same. Some have huge gaps in power. If it's just a regular elite boss without special skills, it might be easier to kill. But correspondingly, the dropped items will be less attractive. Another man's voice added. Kawa Town? Uncle Cayman, isn't it? Uncle Cayman, could you provide some details about the boss? If possible, we, the Falcon Squad adventurers, are willing to accept this hiring mission. A girl's voice rang out on the radio. Thank you very much, Judy. And thanks to the rest of your Falcon Squad. The 31 survivors of Kawa Town will be eternally grateful. Cayman's grateful voice came over the radio. Soon after Cayman had described the features of the level 5 elite boss in detail, Judy accepted the hiring mission on behalf of the Falcon Squad. After Judy agreed, the channel on the radio fell silent again, except for some faint static. A moment later, a teenager's voice came over the radio. Ahem, this is Norman Base, this is Norman Base. I am Zawaka. Today, I was hunting monsters and one of them dropped a skill book called Blood Boiling. It's an active skill that uses 30% of vitality points to boost attack power by 60%. I want to sell this skill book, does anyone want it? The boy's voice sounded a bit nervous, as if his throat was drying up. After a short pause, the channel started buzzing again. Norman Base, I'm at Norman Base. Young man, I'm really interested in that skill book. How much are you planning to sell it for? If it's possible, I hope you can come to Black Rose Cafe and we can talk in detail. 30% of vitality points, it's a bit costly, Zawaka. Do you support mailing? If you could offer free delivery, I'm willing to buy this skill book for 100 doomsday coins. 120 doomsday coins, my address is, I can pay for the postage myself. Please mail it to me. 150 doomsday coins, I'm also at Norman Base. I can pick it up myself and trade face to face. The channel was buzzing like an auction house, with people cutting in as soon as one person finished speaking. Soon, the price for the blood boiling skill book was bid up to 280 doomsday coins. Mailing? Can this game actually support a mailing system? Speaking of it, now that I have my own safe house, it's a fixed location. I wonder how to activate this mailing system. Song Jian just sat quietly and listened without interrupting. He found that he could learn a lot of information that he wasn't aware of before from this radio. After the skill book was sold, the channel fell silent again. Song Jian waited a long time without anyone speaking up. Just as he was about to turn off the radio, an old voice suddenly sounded from the radio. This is City of Sin. City of Sin. I am Count Kiondehai. The old man's voice was very hoarse, speaking slowly, accompanied by heavy breaths. I have a house in the New Garden residential area of Doomsday City. It's located in New Garden residential area, Building 9, Floor 16, East Room. The safe in the bedroom. The password is. Inside it, I have some jewelry and other things. If a brave warrior is willing to bring a blue jade necklace back from the safe, I'm willing to offer a hiring fee of 1,000 doomsday coins. Of course, you may take all the other things in the safe. The jade necklace is an heirloom of my dearly loved lady, Roland. I'm dying, so I want to see it one more time. It was a while after Count Kiondehai's voice disappeared on the radio that another voice came. Grand Count, Zombie City has been fallen for many years. Only major forces could possibly enter. For example, the people from Gathering Area 101. But even they would pay a huge price to enter the city. Frankly speaking, risking our lives is not worth 1,000 doomsday coins. Yeah, I heard that Zombie City is filled with elite bosses. Level 5 elite bosses can be found everywhere, while those over level 10 stroll around in groups. It's said that there's even a level 30 boss level elite. Guys, it's not as dreadful as you guys described. I checked the map. The New Garden residential area the Grand Count mentioned is just a small district at the edge of Doomsday City. There, the highest level monster will not exceed a level 5. Even if it's a level 5 elite boss, if there are too many of them, ordinary adventurers won't be able to withstand them. The discussion ended soon, with no one wanting to risk their lives entering Zombie City. After a moment of silence, Count Kiondehai's voice rang out again from the radio. As long as you bring back the blue jade necklace, Apart from the 1000 Doomsday coins, I will also gift a skill book called Sword Finger. The moment Count Keondehai's voice fell, the channel exploded. Grand Count, we, Owl Squad, are willing to accept this hiring. Grand Count, we are the Dragon Legion from Gathering Area 101. We are willing to undertake this hiring, however, we hope to sign a hiring contract. Sword Finger. My god, is it one of the legendary inheritance skills of the swordsman immortal profession? Grand Count, are you really willing to offer the Sword Finger skill book as a reward? When the channel had quieted down a little, Count Keondehai continued to speak, I only need that blue jade necklace. Whoever sends it back to me or mails it to me will get the promised reward in full. That's it. Hearing the cacophonous voices in the radio channel, Song Jian touched his chin and thought to himself, isn't New Garden Residential Area the place where I first entered the game? The Count Keondehai mentioned that area, right? I remembered, I was in building number 6, quite near the number 9 building the Count talked about. Thinking of this, Song Jian felt his blood boil. 1000 Doomsday coins were just a modest sum, but the skill book Sword Finger had priceless value regarding the swordsman immortal profession. The radio channel remained busy for quite a long while before it finally quietened down. Song Jian could hear that many players were gearing up to venture to Zombie City, seeking the blue jade necklace Count Keondehai mentioned. Seeing so many people risking their lives, the swordsman immortal profession must be really powerful. Song Jian commented, stroking his chin, my current main mission is to acquire combat profession. If I could only get the swordsman immortal profession. Having thought this, Song Jian quickly decided to head towards the New Garden Residential Area to find the blue jade necklace Count Dehai had described. Master, welcome back. I have some news about the tree shepherd combat profession that I'd like to. Felix began to awake slowly as he sensed Song Jian's return. Before Alex could finish speaking, Song Jian's figure vanished from the mansion. Watching Song Jian's departing figure, Alex felt kind of speechless. After a moment, he sighed and slowly closed his eyes. The New Garden Residential Area was only separated from Song Jian's mansion by Camel Square. Now, during broad daylight, there wasn't a single beast on the square. Song Jian strolled across the square without effort, arriving at the New Garden Residential Area. Entering the dilapidated grand gate of the New Garden Residential Area, Song Jian muttered under his breath as he was looking for building N0.9, building number 916th floor, East Room. The password is? Count Keondehai revealed all the information on the radio. Whoever managed to hand the blue jade necklace over to him would be rewarded. There were indeed quite a few players gathered in the New Garden Residential Area. In a rundown pavilion at the center of the area, Song Jian even saw 5 or 6 players setting up their stalls. All of them had a black cloth laid out in front of them, showing all sorts of items. Spotting Song Jian's approach, excitement sprang to their faces. Bro, come and have a look. I've got some good stuff here. Someone called. The others also looked hopeful. Song Jian cast a cursory glance. They were all pretty low-grade zombie materials. How much for the zombie's nucleus? Song Jian casually pointed at one of the zombie's nuclei and asked. This? Its drop rate is quite low. 10 doomsday coins for one, a young man answered, rubbing his nose. That's too expensive. I'll give you 2 doomsday coins for each one, but I'll take them all, Song Jian stated. Just 2 coins? That's too little. I had to kill 50 or 60 zombies to get these. The young boy hesitated. If you sell it to the vendors, they won't give you more than 1 doomsday coin. I'm already offering double. If you're not selling, I'll go. Song Jian pretended to leave. Hey, sir, I will sell you mine at 2 doomsday coins each. A man in his 30s nearby hurriedly stopped Song Jian. Song Jian glanced at the man's stall. He only had 3 zombie nuclei. He pulled out 6 doomsday coins and handed them over. Deal. Take them. The man happily took the coins and gave a zombie nuclei to Song Jian. Hey, Uncle Wang, what are you doing? I was just negotiating with him. The young man protested. Look at the level of this brother. Can't you see? Uncle Wang sneered at the young man. This thing is virtually worthless. The lowest level zombies drop it. What's it worth? Look around, who doesn't have a few zombie nuclei in their stalls? When you have too many, the price drops. We should be grateful that this man's offering double, Uncle Wang explained. Yeah, but this thing is rare. The young man grumbled quietly. No matter how rare, there are so many low-level zombies here. Uncle Wang advised. Zombie nucleus. 2 doomsday coins for each one. I'll take as many as you've got. If you're selling, trade with me, Song Jian said indifferently. Players were not yet aware that they could gamble using zombie nuclei at Liker's casino, where a single nucleus went for 100 doomsday coins. Alright, big brother, I'll sell it to you for 2 coins. The youth named Dog seemed a bit shy, but he handed over the 8 or 9 zombie nuclei from his stall to Song Jian. Good, Junior. In the future, You can keep all your zombie nuclei for me. I'll come here often to buy them. Song Jian laughed. Soon, everyone there sold all their zombie nuclei to Song Jian. My friend, could you tell us what use a zombie's nucleus could be? A young man in his 20s, with twinkling eyes, asked Song Jian. Sorry, that's a trade secret, Song Jian lightly replied. After that, Song Jian also purchased some low-level cooking and alchemy materials, each going for 2 doomsday coins. After a round, Song Jian continued towards the 9th building. Hey, guys, what do you think this guy wants with all these zombie nuclei? Peering at Song Jian's back, the young man asked in a low voice, what could he possibly do with them? You can't eat them, and they're not worth much when sold. Even the lowest level monsters drop them. What could they possibly be used for? Uncle Wang disdainfully answered, you better focus more on leveling up. Don't try to be too crafty or you might lose your life if anything went wrong. Uncle Wang, don't worry. I know what I'm doing, the young man waved dismissively. Seeing Song Jian turn a corner and disappear, the young man quickly packed up his stole and chased after him. This lad is seeking his own death again. Uncle Wang spat on the ground, looking disdainfully. Uncle Wang, don't bother about him. He's always up to some tricks. One day he'll hit a roadblock. Someone nearby advised, MMPH, if it weren't for all of us being newcomers, who'd care about him? After a moment of silence, Uncle Wang packed up his stall. One can't just leave him be. I have to watch over him. If he provokes that expert, he will surely be in deep trouble. Saying that, Uncle Wang also chased after Song Jian. Song Jian slowly walked towards Building 9 of the New Garden residential area, which had almost become a novice village. All the monsters in the area had been cleared out, and new players wielding weapons could be seen everywhere, going in and out of the high-rise buildings. Seeing so many new players, Song Jian felt a sense of unease in his heart. New players rarely dare to directly hunt monsters on the streets when they first came out. Most of them would start by searching for supplies. The New Garden residential area had more than a dozen high-rise buildings with over 100 rooms. However, with so many new players searching, some rooms had even been searched several times. I hope the room the Count of Qiyondehai hid his safe in hasn't been searched yet. Song Jian prayed silently, though the probability of that happening was incredibly low. Now, he could only hope that other people didn't know where the safe was and haven't discovered it yet. Entering Building 9, Song Jian followed the stairs and climbed towards the 16th floor. The floral-shirted ghost hid at the entrance of the first floor, peeking inside. Floral-shirt ghost, what are you doing? A hand slapped the floral-shirted ghost's shoulder from behind, scaring him. Turning his head, the floral-shirted ghost sighed in relief. Uncle Wang, scaring people could frighten them to death. You shouldn't jump out like that. Floral-shirt ghost, can't you put your energy to better use? You're becoming more and more daring now, even following a level 10 expert. Do you want to die? Uncle Wang complained. Uncle Wang, haven't you heard? One doesn't get rich without taking risks, the floral-shirted ghost said nonchalantly. I just want to follow a high-level player. Can't I drink some soup while they eat meat? Drink soup? Humphrey, I think you don't care about your life anymore. Uncle Wang said with a disappointed look. Alright, Uncle Wang, stop pretending. The floral-shirted ghost said disdainfully, no one knows you better than me, and I understand your thoughts better than anyone else. Let us follow him together. If there's any advantage, we can have a share. I don't believe a level 10 expert would come to the novice village for no reason. Uncle Wang's expression changed, and a tinge of resentment appeared in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he said, in the future, zombie cores will probably be unsellable. Humphrey, if even a high-level expert wants to buy it, could it not be something valuable? I still have a dozen or so of them in my inventory. The floral-shirted ghost said with a smug smile, as long as I can find out what the zombie cores are used for, won't we be rich then? Alright, hurry up and follow him closely. Don't lose sight of him. See which floor he went to. Uncle Wang pushed the floral-shirted ghost, and the two of them sneakily approached the stairs. Song Jian quickly arrived at the 16th floor and saw the broken-down door with a frown on his face. The room had already been searched, if they found Count's safe was yet to be seen. Stepping into the room, he saw a mess, with items scattered all over the floor. Song Jian quickly walked into a bedroom and saw an intact large bed that took up almost half the room, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, no one has discovered the safe. Song Jian smiled. The bed was custom-made. It looked like a solid hardwood bed, but in fact, there were two removable side panels on the right side. Behind the two panels was what appeared to be solid wood but was actually a special composite metal. By triggering a mechanism next to the bed, a password keypad would be revealed. The password would open the safe. On the radio, Count Qiyondehai had explained in great detail how to open the safe to everyone, As long as the safe was opened, the contents could be obtained. Following the steps, Song Jian quickly opened the safe. Reaching inside, he pulled out stacks of cash. Each bill had a face value of 2, and there were dozens of stacks, totaling to about several 100,000. However, after the apocalypse, even the government no longer existed, and these paper bills, based on government credit, had become worthless piles of paper. Behind the large stacks of cash, Song Jian found 3 wooden boxes. They were dark red with a thick layer of patina. In the real world, these 3 boxes alone would be valuable. Opening the first wooden box, a blue jade necklace caught his eye. Song Jian's face lit up with joy, but after checking the properties of the necklace, he discovered it was just an ordinary piece of jewelry that couldn't be taken out of the game. His interest waned, and he put it into his inventory. With this item, all I need to do is figure out how to mail it, and I can get the sword finger skill book. Song Jian was pleased. Opening the second wooden box, he found a ring. The ring appeared dull and had a wood-like texture, looking like a wooden ring. Checking the properties, Song Jian gasped. The ring was actually the legendary storage ring. Storage ring, blue, ring, equipped effect, obtain 8 storage spaces. Usage effect, expand player's inventory. The number of expanded slots is random, ranging from at least 1 slot to a maximum of 6 slots. If used as equipment, the ring would occupy 1 ring jewelry slot, and each player's equipment slots could only wear 2 rings. Song Jian was already wearing a ring of strength, while the other ring slot was empty, perfect for equipping this one. Once Song Jian had a better ring, this storage ring could be used to expand his inventory slots, preventing any waste. I've always felt that 16 inventory slots were too small. It's like a dream come true. Song Jian immediately equipped the ring, instantly gaining 8 additional inventory slots. Opening the third wooden box, he found a book inside. The cover was made of cowhide and featured a monster's portrait on it. Horns growing on its head, red skin, sunken cheeks, and the eyes that revealed a vicious and malicious expression. It looks like the demon from Hell in Legends. Song Jian picked up the book and stroked the cover thoughtfully. As Song Jian's fingers slid over the demon portrait, he could feel the slightly raised image, as if it was originally part of the cowhide cover. Surrender your soul, and I shall grant you immense power. A whisper sounded in his ear, and Song Jian looked bewildered for a moment before quickly coming to his senses. System, you were tempted by a demon, but your passive talent Thick Face activates, making you immune to the demon's temptation. As I thought, this is not something ordinary people can touch. Seeing her system prompt, Song Jian was so frightened that he nearly threw the book out of his hand. Life forced himself to suppress the urge, put the book back in his inventory, and decided to study the book's content when he returned to his manor. Just then, Song Jian suddenly heard a rustling sound outside the door, as if someone was sneaking into the room. Chapter 112, Application. Song Jian walked to the bedroom door and saw 2 people sneaking and peering into the room. These 2 guys were just at the stall. Song Jian narrowed his eyes, realizing he had been followed. Alertness is too weak, even let others get this far. A murderous intent arose in Song Jian's heart. He knew whoever dared to follow him must have bad intentions. What are you doing? Song Jian slowly walked out of the bedroom with an icy expression. Damn, we've been found. The flower-shirted man's heart sank. He glanced at Uncle Wang and saw the old man's face full of fear, constantly retreating. Idiot, with your actions, you're basically telling others you're stalking them with bad intentions. The flower-shirted man cursed in his mind. Master, I have some zombie cores here, I don't know if you're still buying? I just brought these from the safe house. The flower-shirted man smiled and took out more than a dozen zombie cores from his bag and handed them over. You followed me for half a day, just to give me zombie cores? Song Jian had a mocking smile on his face. These 2 guys were only at level 3, probably still in the novice trial period, with weak strength. However, they had the audacity to stalk him. They must want to gather some leftovers, but too bad, I've already taken the good stuff. Song Jian secretly thought, watching the 2 men bowing and scraping with a humble appearance. The killing intent in his heart disappeared without a trace. As long as it's a zombie core, I want it. Song Jian accepted the cores and threw a handful of doomsday coins to the flower-shirted man. The flower-shirted man looked at the zombie cores with heartache. He had saved them for a long time. Although zombie cores could be dropped by level 1 mutated zombies, the drop rate was too low, and it was not guaranteed to get one even after killing dozens of them. Boss, can you tell us what these zombie cores are for? The flower-shirted man cautiously asked. Hey, Song Jian glanced at him disdainfully. If he told them the purpose of the zombie cores, how could he collect them later? At the very least, the price would definitely rise a lot when he went to buy them, but then again, Leakir's Sunflower Bar had already opened, and the casino on the 2nd floor would probably be open soon. By the time everyone would know the purpose of the zombie cores. They couldn't keep it secret for long. Do you know Sunflower Bar? Song Jian asked. Sunflower Bar? The flower-shirted man was stunned, his eyes widened, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. Boss, are you talking about the bar with the beautiful bartender? Yeah, I've been there as a customer, but the drinks there are so expensive. The second floor of Sunflower Bar is a casino, which will be open soon. There will be slot machines there, requiring zombie cores to play, and you can gamble for quite a few good things. Song Jian casually said, "Oh, I see. Thank you, boss, thank you, boss." The flower-shirted man was stunned. He didn't expect Song Jian to reveal the purpose of the zombie cores so easily, and he was overjoyed. In the next few days, I can collect more zombie cores, and when the casino opens, the prices of zombie cores will definitely rise. The flower-shirted man thought excitedly, no, by the time, I can also gamble. If I win something good, wouldn't it be more profitable than selling zombie cores? Alright, now that you know what zombie cores are for, stop following me, and don't be so reckless in the future. Be careful, or you might be killed without knowing what happened. Song Jian said with a faint smile, although there was not a single threatening word. Uncle Wang's face suddenly turned pale, and his eyes were filled with fearful expressions when he looked at Song Jian. Thank you, boss, thank you, boss. On the other hand, the flower-shirted man didn't seem to care, his face full of smiles as he flattered Song Jian. Song Jian glanced at them and walked out of the house. The flower-shirted man disdainfully looked at Uncle Wang. He originally thought the two could help each other, but this guy got so scared when he saw Song Jian, he even didn't dare to let out a fart. It was a good thing he was clever and dodged a bullet. Uncle Wang, you're really useless. With such small courage, how can you survive out here? The flower-shirted man spoke with a tone of a seasoned veteran. Phew, let me catch my breath first. Uncle Wang leaned against the wall, sitting slowly on the ground. Uncle Wang, don't tell me you have a heart attack? The flower-shirted man furrowed his brow. Kid, the two of us just took a trip to the ghost world. Uncle Wang took a deep breath, and his face gradually relaxed. Ghost world? Uncle Wang, aren't you exaggerating a bit? The flower-shirted man said disdainfully. Uncle Wang slowly stood up, peeked outside the door, and found that Song Jian's figure had disappeared. He then said slowly, the young man just now, he has killed people. Killed people? The flower-shirted man's face changed, and he asked urgently, are you saying he's a wanted criminal? Don't know, but he's killed people, a lot of them. He carries a murderous aura, and just now, he was about to kill us. Uncle Wang seemed to remember something terrifying, his lips trembled slightly. Kill us? The flower-shirted man looked incredulous, saying, how could it be? We didn't do anything. Kid, stalking him is already considered hostile. What else do you want to do? Uncle Wang helplessly looked at the flower-shirted man, pointed to Song Jian's bedroom and said, tell me, what would a level 10 expert like him come here for? There must be a secret. You mean, he came here to find something? The flower-shirted man's eyes lit up, most likely, but he must have found it already. Otherwise, we'd be in danger. Just now, he was really ready to kill, I could feel it. Uncle Wang said. The flower-shirted man snorted, didn't take Uncle Wang's words seriously, and quickly rushed into the bedroom Song Jian had just entered. Oh my, he really was looking for something, but it seems like he has already taken it away. The flower-shirted man's shouting soon came from the bedroom. Uncle Wang walked in the bedroom quickly and, by the wooden bed, saw a large pile of paper bills. The wooden board covering the safe was open, and so was the safe door. There was actually a safe here, damn it. I searched this room before and found nothing. The flower-shirted man had a regretful expression. This room has been searched at least 7 or 8 times. If you don't know the location of this safe, you'll never find it. Uncle Wang just glanced at the scene, shaking his head. Hey, a master is indeed a master. The flower-shirted man sighed. After a while, the flower-shirted man seemed to have thought of something. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he whispered to Uncle Wang, Uncle Wang, do you think if we tell him the location of that boss, he would give us a share of the loot? Uncle Wang hesitated for a moment, then frowned and thought for a long time, nodded slowly and said, one think, he might. I'm just afraid he may not be interested in a level 5 elite boss. Chapter 113, The Zombie Mailman. Song Jian stepped out of his residence, glancing at the blue jade necklace wrapped in the bundle. A satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Sword finger, one of the inheritance skills of the swordsman immortal profession. I wonder how powerful it is. Song Jian murmured softly to himself. Lai already knew Count Qian Dehai's address, but the current Song Jian had no idea how to mail the item to him. From the radio, he could discern that mailing was not a difficult task for others, or for other NPCs. Perhaps he could ask others how to mail items on the radio? Would asking such common knowledge questions on the radio expose anything? That was the only concern Songjian had. Just then, a rushed sound of footsteps rang from behind him. Seeing that Songjian hadn't left yet, both Hawaiian Shirt Ghost and Uncle Wang breathed a sigh of relief. "Master, boss, please wait a moment." The Hawaiian Shirt Ghost, a bit flustered, spoke in spurts. "What's wrong? Is there something you need?" Songjian turned around and asked. "Search, Noon 0L, on Google Master, we know the location of a level 5 elite boss, would you be interested?" Hawaiian Shirt Ghost glanced at Uncle Wang before lowering his voice to ask. "A level 5 elite boss?" Songjian hesitated for a moment, then slowly shook his head. As a level 10 player, hunting level 5 monsters didn't turn him any more experience. Besides, the goods dropped by a level 5 elite boss were of a too low grade for him. Since the game hadn't opened any trading systems or auction houses, was he supposed to waste time setting up a stall like they did? Moreover, even if Songjian was willing to set up a stall, most players were only level 3 or 4 and didn't possess many Doomsday coins. It wouldn't be profitable. If it were a level 10 elite boss, I would be interested. But a level 5? I'll pass. You guys can gather more people to hunt it while it's daytime, and its attributes are halved. Songjian spoke indifferently. "Boss, although it's just a level 5 elite boss, it carries a mailbag. If we kill it, it will certainly drop many great items." Hawaiian Shirt Ghost suddenly said. "Yeah, Master, we saw it, its mailbag was bulging. I think it's like those treasure chest monsters in other games that explode with loot when killed." Uncle Wang's eyes lit up as he eagerly added. "A mailbag?" Songjian perked up and asked, "Can you describe in detail what the monster looks like?" "That boss is called Postman Zombie. It wears a worn-out uniform and carries a bulging mailbag. It moves very fast." Hawaiian Shirt Ghost quickly reported. "Its attack is unique. It pulls out letters from its mailbag and throws them like throwing knives, which deal quite high damage. I took a hit once and lost more than 30 vitality points. It hurt a lot." Hawaiian Shirt Ghost, currently at level 3, had a vitality limit of 85. Losing more than 30 points meant he lost a third of his vitality. He was definitely not the boss's match. "Alright, let's go take a look. But let's make it clear first, if the boss drops something I need, I have the first choice," Songjian declared. In fact, upon hearing the boss's name, Songjian made a connection with mailing. Perhaps killing that boss would drop a mailbox. In this game, what was impossible? Now, this boss was probably the most likely one associated with the mailbox. Of course, we just want to follow you and pick up the leftovers." Uncle Wang quickly agreed. Uncle Wang and Hawaiian Shirt Ghost had already done their calculations. A level 5 elite boss could very likely drop level 5 equipment. For Songjian, who was level 10, level 5 equipment was already somewhat beneath him. So, in the end, wouldn't they be the beneficiaries? As they talked, the duo walked with Songjian out of the community. "Huh, look at those two. How did they get in with the master?" A player setting up a stall in the central gazebo of the community saw the trio and exclaimed in surprise. "Hey, isn't Uncle Wang trying to ride on Master's coattails?" Someone sneered. "I wish I could get a piece of that. I bet the Master is going to help them level up. I'm so jealous." Someone else said, their eyes gleaming with envy. "Do you think they're going to fight a boss? I heard a few days ago that Hawaiian Shirt Ghost was chased around by a boss and almost died." Another person speculated. "A boss? Is there really a boss? Should we go take a look?" The group looked at each other, hesitated for a moment, and then started shouting, "Let's go take a look." It's a rare opportunity to see a master fight a boss. At this stage, few people had encountered a boss, and fewer dared to challenge one. Hearing that there was a boss fight, they stopped setting up their stalls and started pursuing Songjian and the others. "Master, if we circle around this street, there's a post office ahead. The boss is holed up in there." Hawaiian Shirt Ghost pointed at the street ahead. "You don't have to call me Master. My name is Songjian, just call me Brother Song." Songjian chuckled and asked, "Have you cleared most of this area?" "We didn't explore most of the area. The monsters here are mostly level 3. It's too risky. One slip, and we could die here." Hawaiian Shirt Ghost shook his head. Songjian nodded, not saying anything else. The three quickly arrived at an old post office. Along the way, they encountered many level 3 mutant zombies. But neither the Hawaiian Shirt Ghost nor Uncle Wang made a move. Songjian quickly killed them with his dagger. The pair were amazed by his skill. "Brother Song, the boss is in there. Should we lure it out, or?" Hawaiian Shirt Ghost looked at the open gateway of the post office and said fearfully. He had innocently thought that areas with stronger monsters might contain better loot. That led him into this post office on his previous adventure, and he almost didn't see the light of day again. Hawaiian Shirt Ghost was worried that the narrow space in the post office would prevent Songjian from fully utilizing his abilities. He bravely offered to lure the boss outside. "There's no need, you see, hasn't it just come out?" Songjian pointed to the post office entrance. Hee. A zombie hunched over, clad in a tattered green uniform, appeared at the entrance of the post office. The zombie was thin and emaciated, with deeply sunken eyes. Its skin clung tightly to its bones, almost devoid of muscle, making it look like a skeleton. The funniest part was that it was even wearing a military green hat on its head, making it look no different from an ordinary postman. Hawaiian Shirt Ghost and Uncle Wang weren't lying. The boss did have a bag hanging from its body, also military green. The words post office were written on it. It looked like it was loaded with a lot of things, bulging tightly. "Brother Song, that's it. Be careful, it's very fast." Seeing this boss, Hawaiian Shirt Ghost's face changed dramatically. If he hadn't luckily stumbled upon a small group of players searching nearby last time, he wouldn't have been able to escape. This boss's movement was too fast. As expected, the postman zombie roared and charged towards the trio once it spotted them. Even though its attributes were halved during the day, it was still considerably faster than regular zombies. Chapter 114, Backpack. The zombie boss with its mailman appearance was incredibly fast. The Flower Shirt Ghost and Uncle Wang were so startled they kept retreating. If Songjian hadn't been standing still, they probably would have already turned tail and run. Songjian's face twitched with a smirk as he observed the incoming mailman zombie. To him, the level 5 elite boss was no longer an intimidating monster. Even if he only wielded the Tusk Fang Stinger, Songjian could easily take it down. However, with a slight increase in strength, Songjian could now use the rocket launcher Cobra 2X, in his inventory, an authentic weapon of mass destruction. Fetching the rocket launcher from his inventory, he positioned it on his shoulder. The cold metal against his cheek, the gaping maw of the gun barrel aimed at the charging boss. Despite the rocket launcher's slow fire rate, its power was immense, making it one of the most damaging solo weapons. Its range was somewhat short compared to a sniper rifle, but it had an area attack, possessing a splash damage effect. Before deploying the Mind Eye skill on the mailman zombie, Songjian has targeted him mentally. The Cobra 2X was slow, but this compensated for it. It was no longer easy to evade the rocket's fire. As Songjian slung the rocket launcher over his shoulder, Flower Shirt Ghost and Uncle Wang could hardly believe their eyes. How is this possible? Flower Shirt Ghost felt as if he was dreaming. Search, Noon0L, on Google. I don't even have a handgun, and look at him, already playing with a rocket launcher? How can there be such a disparity between people? Uncle Wang shared a dumbfounded expression. Boom! A rocket, with a long trailing blaze, shot toward the mailman zombie. You could even see with the naked eye the trajectory of the rocket in midair. The mailman zombie issued a roar, unflinchingly charging right into the rocket without so much as a hint of evasion. It seemed as if this boss hadn't even regained its senses yet, let alone having the sense to perceive danger. Other than higher attack, stronger defense, and more vitality, such a boss was practically no different from a regular mutant zombie. Boom! A crushing explosion as the rocket hit the zombie in the chest, causing a deafening roar. The mailman zombie's body was indeed resilient. Hit directly with a rocket, it wasn't one shot killed. Following the explosion, it was hurled 5 or 6 meters back by the force, and brutally slammed into the wall of the post office behind it. This monster's body is indeed formidable. Songjian commented. If this was in the real world, a flesh and blood body bearing the brunt of the rocket would be a splatter of fragments. But in the game, the boss had survived a direct hit from the rocket, still writhing on the ground attempting to stand back up. Worthy of being a boss, such a tough body. Even with the attributes halved, it can still take a hit from a rocket. Songjian expressed his appreciation. The mailman zombie boss howled madly, its eyes radiated with bloody lust, glaring viciously at Songjian. Its legs had been blown off and only half of its waist was remaining, rendering standing up impossible. But it had not yet given up on attacking, even if it took using its hands to crawl, it was determined. As Songjian waited for the cooldown to be over, he slightly adjusted the direction of the rocket launcher. Boom! The second rocket roared its way towards the mailman boss. This time the battered boss couldn't withstand the rocket's damage any longer. The body burst into fragments and with an explosive roar, the boss's body broke into tens of pieces, scattering in all directions. The fragmented body turned into black ash in the midair, and scattered into the wind. In front of the post office, apart from a huge pit, one could no longer see any signs of the boss, as if it had never been there. Around the huge pit created by the rocket attack, a few items radiating green and white light had scattered around. Equipment has dropped? Songjian's eyes lit up as he caught sight of the dropped gear. At his current level, a level 5 boss dropping equipment was already extremely lucky. The greatest possibility was that a few average items would drop. Mailman's bag, green, backpack, effect, can store 12 items upon equipping. Note, the bag will occupy one accessory slot once equipped. This is mine, you guys don't mind, do you? Song Jian casually picked up the mailman's bag and asked them. No, no objections. Both of them looked at each other, their faces wearing polite yet awkward smiles. The backpack was a great item. Players only had an initial 16 inventory slots, far from enough considering the vast variety of items in this game. Song Jian gleefully opened his equipment interface and equipped the mailman's bag. Every player had 2 accessory slots and both of Song Jian's were empty. Huh, how can this be? Beads of cold sweat formed on Song Jian's forehead as he stared at the accessory interface containing a black stone tablet, his face turning pale. After all, this was the stone tablet that he had possessed within the real world, always kept in his drawer and had left it there before entering the game. So how come it had suddenly appeared in the game and was displayed in his equipment interface? The effect of this stone tablet was only to increase vitality by 1 point, but its surface seemed to be enveloped by a layer of transparent energy, as though it had been sealed. Song Jian had intended to bring it back to the real world for research, thinking that he wouldn't miss that little vitality increase that much in the game. But why did it appear in the game and in his equipment interface again? Staring at the stone tablet for a while, Song Jian felt that there was something mysterious about it. However, he couldn't figure it out right now, so he left it aside temporarily. Seems like all the items obtained recently have something to do with storage space. Song Jian murmured to himself. The remaining items were all common varieties. Song Jian glanced at them but was too lazy to pick them up. Zombie tusk, zombie eyeball, zombie leather. These items could already be dropped by a level 1 mutant zombie. It was a particularly shameful act for a level 5 elite boss to drop these kinds of items. You guys can have all these materials, Song Jian said nonchalantly. Thanks, brother Song. The duo feebly thanked him. The loot dropped by level 5 elite bosses should have been unattractive to level 10 masters, but a storage package happened to drop this time. It was hard to tell whether this was an instance of good or bad luck. Hey, brother Song, look at this thing, it's quite strange. Flower Shirt Ghost picked up an item from the ground and after staring at it for a while, he called out to Song Jian. Chapter 115, Mailbox. Song Jian, who had initially turned to leave, changed directions after hearing the shout from Floral Shirt Ghost. What's the matter? These are just common quality materials, is there anything strange about them? Song Jian asked with a laugh. Song, brother Song, look at this. It seems like this isn't a material, but an equipment piece. No, I can't even call it equipment. I don't know what to call it. Floral Shirt Ghost was scratching his head as he lifted a shimmering white item in his hand. Song Jian moved closer and started examining its attributes. A stamp? What is this? Something for mailing. Song Jian's eyebrows rose in surprise, he seemed intrigued. Stamp, white, special item, effect, after usage, it can send an item to any specified address. Note, this item is unique. Once it's used, it will automatically disappear. This thing is useful for me, give it to me, Song Jian said. Sure, brother Song. Floral Shirt Ghost, far from being reluctant, happily handed the white item to Song Jian. Floral Shirt Ghost had previously checked the properties of this item. For current players, the only use is to exchange it for 1 Doomsday Coin at the system store. However, for advanced players, it may have other uses, which is why Floral Shirt Ghost had called out to Song Jian. Here are 10 Doomsday Coins, consider it as me buying it. Song Jian placed the stamp into his backpack and handed the Doomsday Coins to Floral Shirt Ghost. We can't possibly accept this, brother Song. Floral Shirt Ghost said, his face glowing with a bright smile. He insisted they couldn't take the money, but he quickly pocketed the Doomsday Coins. Alright, when there's a boss next time, find me in the villa beside Camel Square. Song Jian waved his hand, turning to stride towards his estate. Watching Song Jian's departing figure, Floral Shirt Ghost's mouth slowly dropped open, his face full of disbelief and awe. Oh my, turns out it's this big shot, the first one to establish a safe house. Floral Shirt Ghost exclaimed in shock. My god, you're something, kid. You managed to build a relationship with him over a piece of junk with white quality. Impressive, Floral Shirt. No, brother Ghost. How come I've never realized you got such a keen eye? Uncle Wang gave Floral Shirt Ghost a heavy pat on the shoulder, his face full of envy. Hey, I didn't expect to run into this big shot either. If I have him backing me while setting up a safe house, wouldn't that be almost like a sure deal? Floral Shirt Ghost smirked, grinning from ear to ear. Upon arriving back at his estate and spotting the flock of blood crow in his yard, Song Jian frowned slightly. The sight of the withered old tree in his yard, combined with the dozens of blood-red crows, gave his entire estate a grim feeling like a haunted mansion from medieval Europe. The place would look marginally better during the daylight, but it would definitely pass for a haunted house come nightfall. With the castle empty, Song Jian felt too lazy to sit on the floor. He went to sit under the blood and dark spirit poison tree and took out the stamp. Getting this stamp can be considered a surprise. Song Jian set out to find clues about mailboxes, but instead of finding any clues, he got a stamp that could mail items. This left Song Jian to muse about the fickle nature of destiny. However, while this stamp could be used to mail things, it didn't have a payment feature. If Song Jian had a mailbox, he could set a payment amount and item, but this stamp didn't have this feature and could only send items. Should he mail the item to Count Qian Dehai first? Song Jian wasn't about to do something so naive. Even if Count Qian Dehai was a highly reputable gentleman, Song Jian didn't even have a mailbox yet. So even if the Count wanted to send him the payment, he wouldn't have a place to mail it to. It seems I will have to use the radio to find some clues about the email address, Song Jian thought to himself. With a thought in mind, Song Jian's figure appeared on the third floor of the castle. In the empty room, there was just a radio set up on the floor. As Song Jian turned on the radio, a harsh electrical static noise burst out, which lasted for a long time before it slowly faded away. This is the Falcon Squad, we have a level 5 equipment we want to sell. It's a blue quality long knife, its attribute is. Hey, Judy, the attributes of this long knife isn't bad, but the level is a bit too low. Did you guys beat the elite boss outside Kawa Town? A frivolous voice said through the radio. The base price for this long knife is 100 doomsday coins, is there anyone interested in buying it? Judy seemed uninterested in engaging with him and shouted out her price on the radio channel. This is Count Francis from the city of Sin. I'll take the long knife for 100 doomsday coins. It can serve as a birthday gift for my young son next month. A low, deep voice echoed through the radio. 110 doomsday coins. This knife, combined with my triple slash, can amplify its power by 130%. This is Sulijun from the City of Sky, my email address is 150 doomsday coins, that's my final offer. If anyone goes higher than me, then it's yours. Count Francis' voice echoed again in the radio channel. It was as if a thunderbolt had exploded in Song Jian's mind. Many good items, like the mutated pine nut, could only sell for a few dozen doomsday coins at the most. It wasn't that the items were bad, but that the player's purchasing power was too low. If I had known earlier. Song Jian wanted to cry but had no tears. A blue quality sword that was dropped by a level 5 elite boss was auctioned for over 100 doomsday coins. How much could he have sold the mutated pine nut, which can increase vitality points, for if he had shouted it on the radio? Eventually, the blue quality long knife was bought by Sulijun from the City of Sky for 180 doomsday coins. There seemed to be a lot of people on the radio channel, some trading items, some looking for people, some publishing hiring tasks, but most of them were chatting. Song Jian didn't understand why there were so many people who had nothing to do during the apocalypse. Ahem, I would like to ask, how to get an email address. Finally, Song Jian pressed the transmission key to ask for clues about email in the radio. Quickly, a young voice echoed through the radio, email. Isn't that something you can easily get from the city hall? Young man, you know too little. Many places don't have a city hall, like in Kawa Town. Ask Papa Cayman, does his gathering area of about 30 people have a city hall? It's difficult for gathering areas in the wilderness to apply for emails unless you apply to the system god for setting up a safe house and withstand the monster's siege, then you'll be qualified to apply. Setting up a safe house in a wilderness gathering area is too difficult. The tide of monsters isn't something anyone can handle unless you can hire Legion to have a slim chance. Hire Legion? Are you crazy? If I have the money to hire Legion, why not apply for citizenship in a big city, like the City of Sin, or the City of Light? Why not come to our City of Sky? The security in our city is excellent, and the nightlife is also very rich. The citizens of the City of Sin smiled without a word. What city's nightlife could be more extravagant than the City of Sin? Song Jian was a bit speechless. The conversation began discussing about the emails but quickly changed topic. A group of idle people were discussing which city's bar dancer dances the most seductively on the radio channel. Chapter 116, Employment. Watching a once serious discussion gradually derail, Song Jian felt somewhat vexed. As everyone discussed whether the golden gun pills were effective or vitality-boosting potion was better, Song Jian reluctantly switched off the radio. Through the radio, Song Jian learned that even in the apocalypse, many people were still living well. The concept of nations had faded away, replaced by city-centered dictatorships. Even for ordinary people living in these cities, basic rights were protected. If they dared to hunt monsters and became professionals, their lives would be even better, hardly any worse than before the apocalypse. However, many people couldn't pass the city citizenship application process and had to voluntarily form their own gathering areas in the wilderness. The security of these gathering areas was not guaranteed. Some gathering areas disappeared overnight, and this was no longer news, nor was it a common topic of conversation. Such incidents were far too commonplace. As for the clues about the mailbox, Song Jian had gleaned this information from the hodgepodge of radio chatter. As long as he built a safe house, he could apply to the system. However, applying for a mailbox required a large sum of money, which many people couldn't afford. He opened the Manor's creation list and scrolled all the way down to a More Features option. Upon selecting it, several sub-options appeared: Add Friend, Form Alliance, Join an Organization, Hire, and Apply for a Mailbox. Song Jian began investigating each option in turn. The Add Friend feature allowed adding like-minded friends who also had built safe houses, but the friend request needed to be accepted. After adding a friend, he could check their online status and set up a private chat channel. Forming an alliance was akin to creating a guild. If 10 players owning safe houses responded, an organization could be formed. This organization was initially capped at 100 players, and completing certain tasks was necessary to increase that cap. But in the current game, the number of players who successfully built safe houses was small. Forming an alliance would take considerable time. Join an organization was for joining an already established organization, which could be player-created or NPC-created, like the 101 gathering area Song Jian previously encountered. But his relationship with them was hostile, so he couldn't join their organization. Hire was for employing a character akin to a butler, who would manage the safe house when he was offline or not there. A level 1 to level 3 safe house could only hire one person. After upgrading to a manor, 3 could be employed. The hiring cost was considerable. In the hiring list, the aptitude, attributes and skills of each hiree differed. Hirees with higher aptitude, attributes, and more skills costed more to hire, and a monthly salary was needed after successful hire. Song Jian was interested in the hire function. Fiona, the bartender from Lee Care's Sunflower Bar, had left a deep impression on Song Jian. He hoped to hire someone similar, but among the dozens of potential hires, their professions were all different. Robin, white, profession, gardener, aptitude, low, attributes, weak, skills, watering, weeding, bug catching, plant care, hiring cost, 50 doomsday coins, monthly salary, 5 doomsday coins. Suma, white, profession, chef, aptitude, below average, attributes, slightly weak, skills, basic cooking, hiring cost, 80 doomsday coins, monthly salary, 10 doomsday coins. A gardener, chef, farmer, cleaner, maid. What is all this? Song Jian exclaimed, shaking his head at the low-quality hires. He was not satisfied. It was not until he scrolled to the end of the list that he found an employee of green quality. George, blue, profession, butler, aptitude, average, attributes, normal, skills, basic elocution, intermediate management, basic defense spells. Hiring cost, 150 doomsday coins, monthly salary, 20 doomsday coins. A basic defense spell? How does a butler have such skills? Song Jian raised his eyebrows and curiously opened the description of the skill. It can increase the safe house's defense by 30%. Awesome. My manor's current defense is 8,000, so 30% of that is an addition of 2,400. Song Jian lit up with joy. Hire George. Song Jian clicked on George and selected to hire him. 150 doomsday coins soon disappeared, and George was removed from the hiring list. He waited a while, and George didn't appear. Just as Song Jian was feeling puzzled, he noticed a shabbily dressed man walking towards his manor from the street outside. The man, pallid from hardship, had green text floating above his head. Level 1 George, vitality points, 80 out of 80, employer, Song Jian. Is this the butler I hired? He looks so weak. Song Jian frowned, then teleported to the manor's main entrance. Sir, I thank you for your employment. If not for you, I fear I might starve in the slums. The moment George saw Song Jian, his eyes welled up with tears of excitement. He bowed deeply towards Song Jian and said, George, from now on, I am entrusting my manor to you. I hope you will not betray my trust, Song Jian muttered to himself in his heart. Compared to Fiona, George was far from impressive, causing some disappointment in Song Jian. But as he was already hired, he'd have to wait and see if George could manage the manor well. At the least, George had a basic defensive spell that could boost the manor's overall defense by 30%. For this basic defense spell, it's worth spending 20 doomsday coins a month. Song Jian tried to console himself. Sir, I will manage this manor to the best of my abilities. George said gratefully. All right, come in then. Song Jian disappeared, reappearing on the 3rd floor of the castle. Watching George enter, he first inspected the several vacant spirit fields around the castle and then entered the castle itself, wandering around. Seeing George enter the castle, Songjian turned his attention back to examining the next feature and said, "Apply for mailbox. This is what I need. I already own a manor, so my application should be easily accepted." Songjian muttered to himself as he selected the option Apply for mailbox. Chapter 117, Second Floor. What the rat fuck? Has the system gone insane? Songjian was shocked at the 3,000 doomsday coins needed to set up a mailbox. Just to give you an idea, any player with over 300 doomsday coins in their pocket could already be considered a tycoon. If Songjian hadn't gotten a SSS grade on his previous main mission, he wouldn't have more than 150 doomsday coins. There were too many places to spend money in this game and too few ways to earn it. The vast majority of players were barely managing, living like mule skinner, doing the same mind-numbing and dull routines of chopping trees and collecting stone for a few doomsday coins, which was even more tiring than a real-life job. Staring at his bag showing 3,112 doomsday coins, Songjian gritted his teeth resentfully. Having to hand over the coins to the system just as they were warming his pocket was really annoying. Well, you win some, you lose some. It takes giving to receive. Songjian consoled himself, gritted his teeth, and clicked on the create option. The doomsday coins in his bag quickly diminished, yet nothing unusual seemed to happen. In reality, a red mailbox more than half a human height had already appeared outside the manor's gate, but Songjian couldn't see it as his view was blocked by a wall. After a while, unable to wait any longer, Songjian opened a manor management list, and was surprised to discover that mailbox had appeared on the list, under Catapult 3. After opening the mailbox, the first thing was to set an address. If he was in a large city like the city of Sin or Sky City, and had a fixed address, he could apply for a mailbox from the city hall. This mailbox address would be set by the municipal office and he could not change it. Only those who set up safe houses in the wild were allowed to fill out their own mailbox address, but the address couldn't be the same as someone else's. What address should I use? Songjian furrowed his brows, deep in thought. Through the radio, Songjian learned that people who set up safe houses in the wild usually use names like Leighton Mansion or Jamont Cottage. In large cities, addresses followed the specific format of city, street, road, neighborhood number. After thinking for a while, Songjian blinked and typed 1, Blessing Neighborhood, Bright Street, City of Hope. After setting up his own mailbox address, he could now send out parcels. Songjian opened the send item option, put the blue jade necklace in there, and in the payment option for the recipient, wrote 1,000 doomsday coins and skill book, sword finger. After filling out the postage address, if Count Kiyondahai wants to accept this blue jade necklace, he would have to pay 1,000 doomsday coins and skill book, sword finger. Phew, not bad luck. I just don't know how powerful the swordsman immortal profession actually is. Songjian mumbled to himself, checked everything again, and chose to send the parcel. System, you've chosen recipient pays postage for item blue jade necklace to address, Inner City 188, City of Sin, recipient Kiyondahai. This postage will cost 1 stamp. Continue with postage? Requires a stamp? Songjian was taken aback, his brow furrowing, but quickly he chose to send out the parcel. A light flashed on the stamp in his bag and flew toward the door of the manor. Looking at the mailbox, the blue jade necklace was gone. A parcel has been sent out. Having a mailbox is not enough. I need a stamp to send items. Way too bothersome. Songjian thought to himself. After waiting for a while with no new mail notifications, it looks like Count Kiyondahai still had not seen his message. Songjian shook his head, flashed to the manor's gate, and walked out. Master, I have some information about the combat profession tree shepherd. I wonder if you... The blood-shade poison tree slowly woke up from its sleep, noticed Songjian's presence, and started speaking slowly, but before it could finish, Songjian's figure had already disappeared from the manor's gate. The blood-shade poison tree Alex was stunned, sighed heavily, and fell back to sleep. Songjian stood at Sunflower Bar, watching with some surprise at the constant stream of people coming in and out. It's only been a few days, and Sunflower Bar has already gained such popularity? Songjian murmured to himself, and slowly walked in. Upon walking into the main hall, he was stunned to find that it was already packed. Every single one of the dozen tables was full, even the high stools in front of the bar were taken. Soft music was playing in the bar, with almost every patron holding a cup of drink. Most were seated at the tables, glancing around, seemingly in search of something. Captain, this is the place, this is the place. A mug of beer will increase your attack by 30% for 3 hours. We all take a glass first, then we'll go farm mobs. I don't need attack, Fox. Is there anything that increases defense or vitality? Yes, rum. Oat rum can provide 300 vitality points for 2.5 hours, while dark beer can increase your defense by 15, also for 2.5 hours. However, you can only drink one of these two. If you drink the second one, it will override the first one's effects. Song Jian watched a 5-person squad squeeze to the front of the bar. Each bought a drink, gulped it down, then quickly moved out of the bar. "Hey, Fianna, is the boss lady in?" Song Jian greeted as he approached. "The boss lady is out on some business." "Why are you looking for her?" Fianna lazily slid a highball glass down the bar to a player, turned her head to glance at Song Jian and responded, "Oh, nothing. I was just wondering, has the upstairs casino opened yet?" Song Jian asked. Having acquired several dozen zombie cores, Song Jian intended to test his luck at the casino, and see if he could gamble to win a few good items before going on the main mission. "The upstairs casino is not open to the public yet," Fianna said, "but the boss lady has authorized you with free access. Just go up by yourself." "Thanks." Song Jian gave a small smile and made his way upstairs. Seeing Song Jian heading upstairs, several people who noticed him looked surprised. "Miss Fianna, may I ask if the gentleman just now is the owner of this bar?" A player seated at the bar looked charmingly at Fianna, softly asking, "No, he's just a friend of the boss." Fianna looked back at him and declared, "Oh, then may I ask, what's the deal with the upstairs casino? When will it open?" "Haha, those are not questions you should be concerned with. You should wait patiently for the wanderer's arrival." Fianna gave an indifferent smile and dismissive comment. Seeing that no one was ordering drinks, Fianna took out a crystal glass, with a blue velvet handkerchief, and leisurely polished the inner wall of the glass. She was blatantly ignoring the questions of the player at the high stool of the bar. Chapter 118, Invisible Sword. Song Jian stepped up the stairs to the second floor, feeling as if he had passed through a thin membrane. Clearly, this was Li Ke setting permissions within the safe house. Only her permitted individuals could access the second floor. At present, the second floor casino wasn't open to the public. However, it had been thoroughly cleaned, and all the old damaged gambling tables were moved away, making the casino appear somewhat empty. The slot machine was still as it had been, its circle of neon lights were gently flickering. Their 4 rolling tracks currently displayed the message "Welcome." Song Jian had acquired over 30 zombie cores. According to probability, he should be able to get 3 to 4 items, but he couldn't be certain about their quality. He inserted a zombie core and forcefully pulled the lever. Cling-clang, the 4 rolling tracks started rotating and, before long, slowed to a halt from left to right. "Thank you for your participation." Song Jian's expression remained unchanged as he inserted another zombie core. "Thank you for your participation. Thank you for your participation." 1 or 2 "thank you for your participation," and Song Jian could calmly accept it. 5 or 6 and Song Jian merely frowned slightly. But after over 20 consecutive "thank you for your participation," Song Jian was about ready to smash the damn machine. What the hell? Isn't it said that by using approximately 10 zombie cores, an item can be obtained? "You've already taken 27 of my zombie cores without even emitting a single fart," Song Jian said, slightly peeved. Phew, the machine gave off a strange noise similar to a leaky pipe that sounded like a fart. "Song Jian. You goddamn." Song Jian raised his fist, ready to smash the screen of the slot machine, but the screen suddenly flashed, typing out a line of light blue font. "This machine belongs to the system god. Any damage caused must be compensated for. Can't mess with it, can't mess with it." Song Jian retracted his hand honestly, respectfully placing a zombie core into the coin slot with both hands before gently pulling the lever. Cling-clang, "Thank you for your participation." "It doesn't matter, it's not like it's a lot of money." Song Jian comforted himself. Insert zombie core. Pull lever. Insert zombie core. Pull lever. Song Jian seemingly numb, until the last zombie core is inserted, and cheerful music akin to winning a prize played from the slot machine. "I won?" Song Jian gaped, moments later revealing a bitter smile. 36 zombie cores were used, and only 1 item was won. This odds were simply. "Perhaps, I'm simply unlucky." Song Jian shook his head, saying this self-mockingly. Opening the slot of the machine, a golden glow appeared before Song Jian's eyes. Song Jian took out what was a scroll emitting a golden glow. Skill scroll, Invisible Sword Chi, Skill Book, Effects. The skill Invisible Sword Chi can be learned after use. Invisible Sword Chi increases the Sword Chi energy bar. When any weapon is used, Invisible Sword Chi can be added to it, enhancing the power of the weapon. Note, this is one of the skills inherited by the swordsman immortal. Attention, Sword Chi might cause damage to added weapons. Unlucky? Ha, damn unlucky my ass. I'm the Luck King. Ha. Song Jian burst out laughing in surprise, the laughter lowered clearly even from the first floor. A golden quality skill scroll, also one of the swordsman immortal's inherited skills. This made Song Jian feel as though a gold ingot had fallen from the sky, hitting him on the head. Without saying a second word, he directly used the scroll. A golden light flashed, and in Songjian's personal attribute interface, beneath vitality points and spirit points, another energy bar illuminating a silver glow was added. Sword chi value, 100 out of 100 inches. What a shame. I currently don't know any sword skills. Even though I've learned invisible sword chi, its power can't be shown. Songjian expressed some regret. His desire for the skill book sword finger had become more urgent. Actually, the importance of the invisible sword chi skill book greatly surpasses that of sword finger. This is the core base skill of a swordsman immortal profession. All skills of this profession require invisible sword chi to execute. Without invisible sword chi, even if Songjian acquired the sword finger skill, it merely becomes a collectible, a dust collector. He wouldn't be able to both learn and use it. Count Keon Dehai was willing to use the sword finger as part of the reward precisely because of this reason. Without invisible sword chi as a base, sword finger couldn't be learned. Songjian, now pleased as punch, descended to the first floor. All the players on the first floor gazed at him as if looking at a big fool. His sudden outburst of laughter earlier had attracted everyone's attention. Songjian didn't mind the other stares. He confidently walked to the bar, pulled out a couple of doomsday coins and slapped them onto the counter, loudly ordering, "Give me a glass of rum. A big one. Seems like your harvest wasn't small." Fianna filled a glass with rum and slid it towards Songjian, the golden liquor brimmed with bubbles, looking just like champagne. Songjian raised his glass and gulped down the drink. Rum is made from sugarcane, so it has a rich, sweet and slightly bitter taste with quite a kick to it. Once you have tasted it, you are bound to crave it. Songjian finished the entire glass of rum in one breath, belched contentedly, and a satisfied smile emerged on his face. At this moment, the door of the bar was pushed open, making a bang sound. Almost everyone turned their heads to look at the door. A dwarf dressed in cowboy attire, with 2 revolvers hanging from his waist, wearing a cowboy hat, stepped through the door. "I heard that the best oat beer in Zombie City can be found here. I wonder if it's true. Bartender, give old man Zack a glass of oat beer, no water, no ice." The dwarf Zack stroked his thick beard and shouted at Fianna, "Honored guest, may I have the honor of offering you a glass? Let's drink the most concentrated oat beer at the Sunflower Bar." A player sitting at the bar immediately stood up and shouted at the cowboy-clad dwarf, "Old man Zack, come sit in my booth for a bit. Not only do we have the most concentrated oat beer here, but also sweet rum, rye beer. I invite you to have a taste." Another player in the booth also stood up and began calling out to dwarf Zack, "Come here, Hi, honored dwarf sir, over here?" Suddenly, the entire bar was bustling like a marketplace. Almost everyone stood up, inviting the dwarf who had just entered the bar to have a drink. Songjian was a bit stunned for a moment. He turned to look at Fianna, gesturing in the direction of the other players, and whispered, "What's going on?" "No big deal, you'll get used to it if you come often. They are recruiting followers." Fianna shrugged her shoulders, saying lazily, "Follower." Songjian blinked. "Can NPCs be recruited as followers here?" "Exactly." Fianna gestured towards the dwarven cowboy Zack at the door. Since the bar officially opened, many wandering NPCs pass by, pays a short visit, have a drink and rest a bit. Whether you can recruit them, though, depends on your skills. Only a few players have been successful during these days. No wonder there are so many people in this bar. I thought the players were idling around. Songjian shook his head and murmured, "Brother, you don't understand. Sharpening the axe will not delay the job of chopping the wood. Once you successfully recruit a follower, whether you are hunting monsters or collecting resources, it's rapid." A player next to him explained with a smile. "Don't followers demand wages?" Songjian suddenly asked. The player was stunned, then scratched his head uncertainly. "They shouldn't. One think I haven't recruited any yet, so I'm not sure. I'm just here to try my luck. Every 6 hours, a wandering NPC will appear, but their qualifications, attributes, and professions are random." Fianna continued to explain, "This Zack is obviously from the dwarf clan, and he should be a musketeer or cowboy. His quality is pretty decent, barely considered of excellent quality." Songjian looked over at Zack. Indeed, the name displayed on top of this wandering NPC was blue. However, apart from the name, all of the dwarf Zack's attributes were hidden. Right after his attributes were the words recruitable. "Oh, bless the forging god, the people in this bar are too enthusiastic. So enthusiastic it's a bit overwhelming, haha." Zack stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Fianna's eyes lit up and she whispered, "Forging god, judging by appearances, this dwarf Zack must be a forging master. If anyone can recruit him, it would be a huge gain." "Huh, you can be sure he is a forging master just by his use of the phrase forging god in the heavens?" Songjian was baffled and asked immediately. "Of course." Fianna looked at Songjian and said, "Each race worships not just one god but has many. Among the dwarf clan, there are no fewer than 10 gods. Generally, worshipping different gods will grant different bonuses, but one person can only worship one god. Changing faiths would completely wipe out the value of the previous faith, which is unfavorable. I believe that unless one is a forging master, they wouldn't worship the forging god. This is because the bonus granted by worshipping the forging god is a 10% increase in forging success rate, Fianna explained with a casual expression on her face. I see, said Songjian, nodding. Many of the in-game information was unknown to the players, but Songjian found that regular conversations with NPCs could yield a lot of useful information. Isn't your main mission to converse with 10 combat class individuals to understand their occupations? Fianna suddenly said to Songjian, whether this dwarf Zack is a musketeer or cowboy, he is your target. Huh, is that so? Songjian was surprised. He didn't understand how Fianna knew about his main mission. If she hadn't reminded him, he might have forgotten as he had been thinking about the sword immortal profession. Alright, I'll go talk to him. Songjian put down his glass and walked over to the dwarf, Zack. As soon as Songjian approached Zack, before he could even speak, Zack turned around with a serious face and said, God's chosen one, you have embarked on the path of pursuing a profession. Would you like to learn about the musketeer, a great profession? Honorable battle profession advisor, I'm standing at a crossroads of confusion and I don't know which road to take. Please guide me on forward. I would like to hear about the musketeer, a noble profession. Songjian followed the system's prompts and said. Ha ha ha, of course, no problem. Zack laughed loudly, stroking his beard and staring at Songjian, but before I explain the musketeer, a great profession, to you, I need to confirm if you have the capability to take up this profession. You must pass my test. A test? Songjian was shocked, but soon nodded. No problem, Advisor Zack, I am willing to accept your test. Let me think. Zack mused for a moment, a gleam flashed in his eyes, he laughed heartily. My challenge to you is to purchase a cup of golden rum for me. System, Battle Profession Mentor, Dwarf Zack, has issued you a challenge task, Golden Rum, task requirement, hand over a cup of golden rum to Battle Profession Mentor, Dwarf Zack, Golden Rum, 0 out of 1, task deadline, 6 hours, task reward, earn Zack's trust, receive information on the musketeer profession, task penalty, decrease relationship with Battle Profession Mentor Zack to indifferent. Alright, Advisor Zack, please wait a moment. After giving a boat to Zack, Songjian turned around and walked to the bar counter. Fianna, give me a cup of golden rum. Songjian shouted. Golden rum, 1,000 doomsday coins a cup, are you sure you want to buy one? Fianna asked with a charming smile. Songjian was startled, almost losing his balance. What? Why is it so expensive? Is this golden rum really more precious than the Royal Salute Count rum? Songjian questioned loudly, his face flushing. Of course not. Fianna shook her head and said, the quality of the golden rum is far lower than that of the Royal Salute Count rum, but... Fianna held up a finger and wiggled it at Songjian. You purchased the Royal Salute Count rum because you were helping the boss build a safe house, which was considered a personal gift. But now, you must pay the original price for any fine wine you need. So, if I want to buy a Royal Salute Count rum now, how many doomsday coins will it cost? Songjian asked tentatively. First, your intimacy level with me must reach adoration, then, you'll need to pay 1 million doomsday coins. Fianna alluringly said, gazing at Songjian. Adoration? 1 million doomsday coins? Songjian stood with his mouth agape, feeling a wave of belated bliss. Young man, you only have 6 hours. Please make good use of every minute and second. If you can't even complete a simple challenge like this, then I think, even if I share information about the musketeer profession, you're unfit for this profession. Zack shouted at Songjian. Don't worry, Advisor Zack, I guarantee to complete this challenge task within the given time limit. Songjian nodded to Zack and then turned to head towards the bar's exit. 6 hours to earn 1,000 doomsday coins, it would be a difficult task for an ordinary player, but for Songjian, it was just a bit troublesome, not to mention the blue jade necklace that he had already mailed to Count Keon-Dehai. He could earn 1,000 doomsday coins from its reward alone. Even if Songjian were to go and gather wood and stone materials to sell now, he would probably earn enough doomsday coins in 6 hours. He didn't know when the reward from Count Keon-Dehai would be mailed, so Songjian could only choose to gather wood and stone materials to earn 1,000 doomsday coins. When he arrived at the small forest in the novice area, Songjian was shocked by the sight in front of him. There were 3 or 4 people standing next to each large tree, surrounding it tightly. The number of players in the forest far exceeded the number of trees, and even by the rocks, there were several people gathering wood and stone materials with stone axes and pickaxes. Fortunately, these players seemed to be newcomers who just entered the game, and they didn't have many stone axes and pickaxes. After they were used and scrapped, they left, but their positions were quickly filled by other players. There are too many wolves and not enough meat. Even if these players have low chopping and mining skills, all the trees and rocks here will be gathered in 1 or 2 hours. Songjian shook his head and summoned a motorcycle, driving toward the highway. As a level 10 player, if he were to compete with others here, he would definitely be despised. Moreover, if he competed like this, he wouldn't be able to gather enough materials to sell within 6 hours. These novice players were low level and weak, so they could only gather in this small forest. If they moved further away, they wouldn't be able to. But the further away they went, the better the resources they would gather. However, the further away they went, the higher the level and strength of the monsters would be, and careless players could lose their lives, which was too dangerous for these newcomers. Songjian's target was the forest where he had encountered the tree spirits before. Not only was the area of the forest much larger than the one in the novice area, but the amount of wood produced from each large tree there was also several times that of the novice area's forest. Although it was somewhat dangerous, Songjian wanted to hunt more tree spirit seedlings to sell to other NPCs outside of the zombie city using the radio. Upon arriving at the forest, Songjian found that there were already people gathering wood materials in it, and it looked like a team. Brother, there are powerful monsters in this forest. You must be very careful when entering. If you're weak, don't come in. A middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s shouted out upon seeing Songjian. If Songjian had come here for the first time, he would have thought that this player was afraid of others competing with them for wood materials and was trying to deceive him. But since he had been here before and knew the situation, Songjian knew that the man was just trying to be helpful. The tree spirits here were not something ordinary people could handle. Songjian looked up and saw that the levels of the people currently gathering wood in the forest had already reached level 5. Big strong, why bother with him? Let him gather if he wants. If he gets killed by the tree spirits, we can just retrieve his body and benefit doubly. A teenager beside him who appeared to be 17 or 18 years old complained, "Don't talk nonsense, Wang Bo. Don't you know that dying in the game will also lead to death in the real world?" A girl in a white robe wearing a serious expression scolded Wang Bo. Wang Bo pouted with a don't care expression and looked up at Songjian. "Holy shit, level 10, he's a pro." Wang Bo suddenly shouted. When the others heard Wang Bo's shout, they were shocked, and at the same time looked up at Songjian. By now, he had walked to the edge of the forest and greeted them with a smile. "Hello, everyone. I came here to hunt a few tree spirits. You guys can gather as you please. Don't worry about me." Songjian waved and said. Although the gathering efficiency here was much higher compared to the novice gathering area, it was still not as good as hunting the tree spirits. The amount of wood Songjian would get from hunting a single tree spirit would be equal to the amount they would get from gathering 5 or 6 trees, and his speed would be much faster. "Brother, please be careful. The tree spirits here are very difficult to deal with. Those mutated tree roots are so annoying." Big Strong still couldn't help but warn, "It's okay, it's okay. You guys just keep gathering," Songjian said as he stepped into the depths of the forest. When not attacking, the tree spirits looked no different than the other trees. It was only when a player entered their alert range and provoked them into attacking that their names and attributes would be displayed above their heads. Seeing Songjian entering the depths of the forest, the group of players gathering would lost their focus and followed him after exchanging glances. "Big Strong, how do you think that guy got to level 10? It took me 3 or 4 days just to get from level 4 to level 5, and grinding monsters almost made me puke." Wang Bo whispered behind Daz Wang. "How would I know? There are so many talented people in this game. Isn't Sunflower Bar run by a player? I heard it's a girl in her teens. Why don't you ask how she opened that bar?" Daz Wang replied grumpily. "Although the tree spirits are only level 5, they are very difficult to deal with. Even with several of us working together, we can barely kill one. We can't handle more than that." The girl in the white robe frowned and said, "But the wood materials that the tree spirits drop are abundant, much better than gathering." Wang Bo looked enviously at Songjian's retreating figure and said, "That requires risking your life. Gathering at the edge might be slower, but it's safer. At least it's much better than the small forest near the novice area." As Wang knocked on Wang Bo's head and said, "Hey, look, a tree spirit is coming out. Wow, it's so big. It's much bigger than the ones we killed before. I wonder if he can handle it." Wang Bo's eyes brightened as he pointed to a struggling tree spirit emerging from the ground. "It seems dangerous with so many mutated tree roots." As Wang frowned, his muscles tense and ready to run forward at any moment. Why bother with him? It would be better if he dies. I saw him come here on a motorcycle earlier. Wang Bo snorted softly. "Holy shit, look at his weapon. It's unbelievable." The girl in the white robe burst out a rude word, her face full of surprise. "A rocket launcher? That's too exaggerated. How is that possible?" Wang Bo's eyes were about to pop out, Boom! There was a loud explosion in the depths of the forest. A tree spirit was blown in half, and 5 or 6 items emitting white light scattered around. Chapter 121 New email. Song Jian stepped forward and picked it up casually. Initially, he thought that killing a level 5 monster would not result in any loot, but to his surprise, the first tree spirit gave a huge drop, 650 units of wood, a white quality alchemical material heart of the tree. When making healing potions, adding the heart of the tree can increase the healing effect by 30%, pretty decent. Broken branch, white quality, can be added when forging weapons to enhance their properties. If it is a soft weapon like a long whip, it can increase the flexibility by 30%, and if it is a hard metal weapon, it can increase the toughness by 25%. Unequipment, did one actually drop? Song Jian picked up the last white item and a smile spread across his face after taking a look. This equipment was a pair of leggings, and coincidentally, the leg slot in Song Jian's equipment bar was empty. Tree spirit leggings, white, leather armor bottoms, equipment effect, physical defense +3, vitality recovery speed increased by 30%, equip requirement, level 5, can it be taken out of the game? No. The heart and branch can be broadcasted on the radio, but I don't have any postage stamps right now. I won't be able to ship them even if I wanted to. Song Jian frowned slightly, contemplating the clues about postage stamps while heading deeper into the grove. Several people standing at the edge of the grove watched Song Jian's retreating figure dumbfounded, expressions of admiration on their faces. This is too exaggerated. Is a level 10 player this powerful? Even a rocket launcher appeared. This game is crazy. Jtaz Wang exclaimed, shaking his head. I would do anything for a weapon like that. It's so damn cool. Wang Bo's mouth was practically watering, his eyes fixed on the rocket launcher on Song Jian's shoulder. If he had such a weapon, he could effortlessly draw a lot of attention by firing at any random monster while walking down the street. Forget about it. Even if that weapon was given to you, you probably wouldn't be able to equip it. It's likely a level 10 item. Only he can equip it. The girl in a white robe solemnly said, yeah, a weapon of such tremendous power couldn't be of a low level. Jtaz Wang also realized, nodding in agreement, their guesses weren't far off, just slightly off. Song Jian's two-handed weapon didn't require a level 10 character, but a strength of 12 points. For the average player, unless they had a chance encounter, even if they reached level 10, they couldn't amass 12 strength points to wield this weapon. Song Jian strolled leisurely through the grove, with the rocket launcher on his shoulder, as if he was just taking a walk. Whenever he trespassed into the alert range of a tree spirit, a mutated tree root would ambush him. Considering the root is only level 1, its attack would hardly break Song Jian's defense and could only forcibly reduce 1 vitality point. Song Jian's automatic vitality recovery would replenish this small loss immediately. Keep in mind, his status bar currently lists the reward from completing the previous main quest with an SSS rank and an increase of 500% in his vitality recovery rate. Coupled with his current equipment, Song Jian's vitality recovery rate was an astounding 38 points per second. Even if he stood still and let the tree spirit attack him for half an hour, it wouldn't drain a single drop of blood. Upon encountering another tree spirit monster, Song Jian fired his rocket launcher, another instant kill. However, this time, only 500 units of wood were dropped, nothing else was obtained. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 hours had passed. Song Jian's inventory was stuffed with a pile of materials. If all were sold in the store, he could at least get 500 to 600 doomsday coins. However, these doomsday coins provided no help in completing the task. Song Jian started to get a bit anxious as only an hour was left. This was the first combat profession teacher he had met, and the task wasn't even of high difficulty. If he couldn't even complete this one, he didn't know when he would be able to complete the remaining 9. This is an abandoned city. The number of combat profession teachers definitely isn't high. If it wasn't for Liker's bar, I might not even find one even if I searched for several days. Song Jian's eyebrows knit together, thinking to himself, in the city of Sin, an old man with a face full of wrinkles sat in a wheelchair in a tall castle in the inner city, constantly staring at a blue jade necklace on the mailbox interface. The blue jade necklace radiated a deep blue glow, as if it was the deepest part of the sea. On the surface of the necklace, rings of light gently rippled, radiating an enchanting charm. Roland, my beloved, this is the gift I am giving you for your 18th birthday. It has always been your favorite. Tears flickered in the old man's eyes as he seems to be lost in memory. Having sat under the sunlight for several hours, Count Keon the High finally extended his shaky right hand, pulled out a golden glowing skill scroll from his bosom, aiming to place it in the mailbox interface. Count, you can't do this. This is the foundation of our family heritage, our foothold. Without a strong professional in the Keon family, your position as a count is likely to be lost by young Master Keon Xiahou, who might only become a viscount. The butler who had always been guarding him suddenly voiced his protest. A hint of anger flashed in the eyes of Count Kion. He held the skill book named Sword Finger in his right hand, which suddenly froze. The butler, who has served him for over 30 years, unexpectedly had been bribed by his own son, Kion Xiahou. Even a dog raised for over 30 years would have feelings for its owner, but you, Humphrey. Murderous intent surfaced on Count Kion face. He turned and looked at his trembling butler, who did not dare to meet his gaze, roaring in his heart, Maka, how many years have you followed me? Count Kion said indifferently, Count, my lord, I have been serving in this castle since I was 16, and have been the butler of this castle for over 30 years. Sir, I really am. Maka knelt in front of Count Kion wheelchair, sobbing uncontrollably, my son owed a large amount of debt due to gambling, which I am unable to pay. Young Master Xiahou, he. So, you have been spying on me for that unfilial son of mine? Count Kion face was frosty as he asked loudly. I wouldn't dare, sir. But I had no choice. If I didn't speak up and stop you, the young master would undoubtedly flay me alive if he returned and found out. Maka collapsed on the floor and wept, tears wetting the wrinkles on his face. I will flay you alive right now. Count Kion roared, pressing a switch on the armrest of his wheelchair. Soon, a group of guards hurried over, drag this disloyal old dog out. Also, bring my rebellious son back and lock him up in the dungeon, immediately, right now. Count Kion loudly ordered the captain of the guards. Yes, Count. The captain of the guards saluted reverently, signaling the two guards behind him to seize the butler's arms and drag him outside. As the cries for mercy gradually died away, the anger on Count Kion face slowly subsided. He let out a heavy sigh. After some time, Count Kion sat in his wheelchair, tenderly stroking the blue jade necklace with his right hand. A gentle expression surfaced on his face. After a long while, Count Kion, bathed in the sunset, fell asleep with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. 5 hours and 30 minutes had passed. Just when Song Jian was getting anxious, he suddenly heard a clear notification sound in his ear. System, you have a new mail. Please check it. Chapter 122, Sword Finger. Upon hearing this system prompt, the anxious Song Jian finally breathed a sigh of relief. He initially thought earning 1,000 doomsday coins would be a cinch over a span of 4 to 5 hours, given his current level and strength. However, much to his surprise, despite spending 5.5 hours gaming, all his earnings, if sold to the system store, would have only amounted to 500 to 600 doomsday coins. To a regular player, this sum would be a decent income. However, this was a far cry from Song Jian's expectations. Phew, finally received it. If Count Kion hadn't come back, I might have had to sell my equipment. Song Jian let out a deep breath. Selling his equipment to the system store was his last resort. If he resorted to that, he could receive several hundred doomsday coins. However, this would be a mere quick fix. Stripped of his equipment, Song Jian's power would take a severe hit. Moreover, selling equipment to the system store was akin to selling a jewel at the price of a brick. Just thinking about it caused Song Jian heartache. He quickly conjured his motorcycle and sped toward his manor castle. The distance of several kilometers was bridged in under 5 minutes. At the mailbox outside his manor, Song Jian finally saw 1,000 doomsday coins and a skill scroll radiating a golden gleam. Phew, seems like Count Kion is a man of his words, Song Jian murmured in admiration. If you knew what it was, a plain quality, featureless blue jade necklace that couldn't be taken out of the game and wouldn't be repurchased by the system store, you might think it was worthless, not even worth a single doomsday coin. Yet, Count Kion traded it for 1,000 doomsday coins and a hefty sword immortal profession inheritance skill, a representative model of the wealthy and capricious. Without hesitation, Song Jian used the golden skill scroll, and the icon of the skill sword finger appeared on his skill bar. Sword finger, active, level 1, skill effect, designated one of the 10 fingers of the hands to activate the skill, and an invisible sword chi is emitted to a range of 3 meters ahead, inflicting 55 to 80 points of physical damage to all targets within the covered range and additional 50 points of metal damage. Cool down, 5 seconds, skill cost, 10 points of invisible sword chi. To use this skill, he first had to choose one of the 10 fingers. Song Jian pondered and decided to use his left forefinger. His right hand was for wielding the Tusk Fang Stinger, while his left hand was not primarily required. Although the Guardian sword was equipped in his left weapon slot, Song Jian had not learned any swordsmanship, let alone a combination of dagger and longsword. The Guardian sword was only for an added 3.4 attribute value. He clicked the sword finger icon, and a holographic image of 10 fingers appeared before him. Upon setting his left forefinger as the trigger for sword finger, the hologram disappeared and a jolting sensation surged through his forefinger po, as if a wave of vitality had rushed into it. After a while, the prickling sensation receded. Song Jian extended his finger, prompting a radiant silver sword chi from it. The sword chi lasted for about a second before slowly dissolving. Checking the energy slot of the invisible sword chi, it indeed had consumed 10 points. However, the consumed sword chi swiftly replenished. It took just 2 to 3 seconds to fully recharge the 10 points of sword chi. Looks cool, but I don't know about the power yet. Song Jian slightly shook his head. Reminiscing about the silver sword chi, he still felt a twinge of excitement. I thought it would be like a machine gun, constantly shooting sword chi from afar. Didn't expect the range to just be 3 meters. Isn't a real sword immortal supposed to be capable to take a person's head from miles away? Song Jian mumbled. Checking the clock, he had less than 15 minutes left for the dwarf Zack's trial. Song Jian quickly got on his motorcycle and headed for the Sunflower Bar. Even during daytime, his motorcycle generated quite a commotion, attracting many concealed mutant zombies. Seeing shaky zombies making their way toward the road, Song Jian lifted his left hand, prompting a silver sword chi. Whiz with a lift of his hand, guided by the momentum of the motorcycle, it felt as if he was wielding a lightsaber. With a gentle sweep, the zombie was instantaneously cleaved in half, and Song Jian did not feel the slightest bit of resistance at all. A few players hunting down mutant zombies on the streets heard the sound of a motorcycle in the distance and their faces instantly changed. An exasperated pudgy adolescent burst out in anger. Who is this causing such a racket? Is there a shortage of monsters around? Is he going to stop after attracting all the monsters? He is harming everyone. Mutant zombies were relatively calm during the day, and wouldn't besiege players unless there was a loud commotion. But Song Jian's noise was on such a scale that mutants on both sides of the road within a 100-meter radius would all be alerted. The other players in the team didn't verbally criticize him like the chubby teenager, but they wore equally disgruntled expressions, shooting glances of disapproval in the direction of the motorcycle. Whiz, a flicker of silver light cleaved a nearby mutant zombie in half. Before it even turned into ash, the motorcycle rushed ahead, disappearing nearly 10 meters away. Fuck, did you guys see what just happened? Was that a skill, or? The chubby boy stared wide-eyed, mimicking Song Jian's earlier motion, his face filled with utter bewilderment as he looked at the others. I didn't get a good look. It seemed like a silver light. One guy hesitated. Was that a skill, or a magic? That's so cool. I think we should pay attention to our surroundings. If we stay here much longer, we're going to get surrounded by mutant zombies. Song Jian arrived at the Sunflower Bar, checked his time, breathed a sigh of relief. With 10 minutes to spare, he hopped off his motorcycle, recalling it, and began walking towards the bar. Upon seeing Song Jian, Dwarf Zack's eyes lit up. At that moment, Zack had been invited to a booth inside the bar, where a simple pint of beer sat in front of him. Considering the current stage of the game, players couldn't afford much in terms of doomsday coins. Fiona, get Mr. Zack his rum. Song Jian yelled and put 1,000 doomsday coins on the counter. Hearing Song Jian's yell, a gleeful expression lit up Zack's face. Giggling, he pushed away the pint of beer in front of him, stepping out of the booth towards Song Jian. Lad, not bad. Just as you promised, haha, I knew I was right about you. Despite not being able to reach Song Jian's shoulder due to his height, Zack contentedly patted his back. Mr. Zack, I hope this goblet of gold-rimmed rum lives up to your expectations. Wearing a small smile, Song Jian handed the large cup of rum to Zack. Hey, you, we've talked with Mr. Zack for a while now. Isn't it impolite for you to butt in line like this? An unhappy voice echoed from inside the booth. Turning around, Song Jian saw 4 or 5 men coming out of the booth with unpleasant looks on their faces. Chapter 123, VIP. Song Jian gazed at Mr. Zack, waiting until he drained his golden chalice of rum before the system's notification ring sounded in his ear. System, you have completed the test mission issued by the Dwarf Clan's combat profession instructor, Zack. Golden rum chalice, your relationship with the combat profession instructor of the Dwarf Clan, Zack, has been elevated to friendly. Upon seeing the system's notification, Song Jian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, how can you be so rude? I am talking to you. A man in chainmail, leading a group of people, came up from behind Song Jian and dissatisfactorily slapped Song Jian's shoulder. Yeah, big deal, you're a high-level player, our boss is speaking to you, show some respect. A warrior next to him held a long saber, stared at Song Jian fiercely. In this game, a high level does not necessarily mean strong power. All 5 of them were level 5, and nearly fully equipped. Even facing a level 5 elite boss, this small team could manage to kill it. The boost in power had changed their mindset, making them more confident. Even though Song Jian was level 10, they were not scared at all. Wow, a level 10 expert, right? I wonder if this level 10 expert has ever killed an elite boss. Humphrey probably shits his pants when he sees a level 5 elite boss. How useful is a high level without strength? A player sized up Song Jian, spotted the ordinary clothing on him. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes as he sneered. Song Jian's eyes flickered coldly. This involved a mainline task. Zack had initially been preparing to explain the musketeer profession to him, but on seeing this group approaching, Mr. Zack immediately shut up, stood aside stroking his large beard with a silent smile on his face. Song Jian's face darkened, a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Sensing a gust of wind coming from behind, he instantly sidestepped, dodging the arm aiming for his shoulder. He flipped his right hand, gripping the tusk-fang stinger and stabbed it towards the throats of the people behind him. This strike was as honed as through countless refining, and seemed to be an instinctive reaction from Song Jian's body. A streak of blue light flashed past and the dagger was pointed at the man's throat. Scram! Song Jian shouted sternly. The man behind him felt a chill at his throat and his face immediately changed. Blue quality dagger? Gulp. A man wearing leather armor behind him stared at the dagger in Song Jian's hand. A look of greed flashed in his eyes. He couldn't help but swallow saliva upon laying eyes on it. Kid, release our boss, or we won't let you leave the bar. The few men behind him drew their weapons and yelled at Song Jian. The bar's players saw there was a good show going on. They got excited instantly, started pointing at Song Jian and whispering into each other's ear. Some even stood on the booth tables peering in Song Jian's direction. Hey, a fight is on. He's a level 10 expert. Who do you think will win? What's the big deal about level 10? Leveling up in this game doesn't award attribute points and all the skills learned are basic skills. What's the use of high levels? People should have more numbers to win. Yeah, looks like the expert has mastered the basic skill of dagger. Even if he levels this basic skill up to level 10, how much damage would it increase? He can't kill the opponent in one shot, at most cause serious injury. But with so many of them surrounding him, he's definitely at a disadvantage. Buddy, if you have guts, release our boss, we will go outside the bar and fight around. Let's see if you, a level 10 expert, can survive against our whole team of level 5. The man wearing leather armor cogitated evilly as he spoke to Song Jian. Song Jian glanced at them all, an icy smirk on his face. His right hand suddenly thrust forward. Spurt blood splattered. This strike had pierced straight through the man's neck, the tip of the dagger showing on the other side of his neck. Pulling it back out, a stream of blood gushed out. The man's body collapsed softly as his no vitality points were instantly depleted. Instant kill. At this, not only the man's other companions were dumbfounded, but even the surrounding players revealed surprised expressions. Impossible, how come his attack is so high? He actually killed a level 5 player who was at full health instantly. So scary. Could it be because of his dagger? That's a blue quality dagger. A blue quality weapon doesn't have that high a damage. He didn't use any skills, it was just an ordinary attack. Even if it was a vital point attack, it couldn't result in such high damage. Song Jian withdrew his dagger. Under the blue glow of its surface, a trace of silvery light flashed briefly. System, you used a dagger tusk-fang stinger to deal 33 points of ordinary physical damage to the player Bailingfen. You added 30 points of invisible sword chi to the dagger, enhancing the physical damage by 60 points, and inflicted 15 points of piercing damage. The critical hit rate increased by 50%. You attacked the target's vital point, which led to a vital point attack, accelerating the crit rate by 100%. The target's defensive immunity negated 40 points damage. In total, you dealt 166 points of damage to the target, resulting in his death, and thus you gained a kill point, only added 30 points of invisible sword chi and it caused such high damage? Song Jian glanced at the combat message. A brow raised. 30 points of invisible sword chi had added 60 points of physical damage, coupled with an extra 15 points of piercing damage and a 50% critical hit rate. If he were to exhaust all 100 points of the invisible sword chi, he wondered what chilling effect it might cause. You killed the boss. A man in leather armor at the back, with a face full of grief and indignation, raised his weapon and angrily accused Song Jian. Let's gang up and kill him for revenge. Song Jian's damage struck terror into a few of them, but there was only one Song Jian against the 4 of them. If they ganged up, they still had a shot at winning. The men brandished their weapons and charged at Song Jian. Song Jian swept a glance over the 4 men, noted their white-quality weapons, and a smirk curled up the corner of his mouth. With his current vitality recovery speed of more than 30 points per second, even if he stood still and let the 4 of them hack at him, they probably still couldn't kill him. For Song Jian to kill all 4 would take him only about 10 seconds. Just as Song Jian was about to launch his attack, several bouncers from the bar suddenly charged in, swinging their black truncheons, and belabored the men opposite Song Jian. -1 -1 -1 -1. A series of 1-point damage appeared above the heads of the men, accompanied by system prompts. System, you were in a fight at the Sunflower Bar. violating the rules of the Sunflower Bar, your reputation at the Sunflower Bar decreased by 1 point. System, you were in a fight at the Sunflower Bar, violating the rules of the Sunflower Bar, your reputation at the Sunflower Bar decreased by 1 point. System, you were in a fight at the Sunflower Bar, violating the rules of the Sunflower Bar, your reputation at the Sunflower Bar decreased by 1 point. System, your reputation at the Sunflower Bar has dropped to indifferent, henceforth all consumption within the Sunflower Bar will surge by 150%. Although the bouncers inflicted minor damage, the 4 men didn't dare retaliate, unless they no longer planned to ever visit this bar again. With gloomy countenances, the 4 were booted out of the bar. Still standing inside the bar, Songjian attracted their resentful gazes. The man in the leather armor pointed at him and shouted angrily, "He struck first, and even killed someone, why didn't you drive him away?" "Sorry, he's our distinguished guest at the Sunflower Bar." One of the bouncers replied, casually swinging his bat and striking the man's face as he explained. Pooh! He spewed out a mouthful of fresh blood, his fluctuating emotions causing him to be unable to restrain a blood spill. Chapter 124, completing 1/10 at the Sunflower Bar. The authority level Likho set up for Songjian was the highest, second only to the bar owner. Songjian could freely access even the unopened second floor areas, not to mention fighting or killing someone in the bar, watching the player's corpse being picked up and thrown out by the bar's bouncer. The violent emotions in Songjian's heart gradually subsided. In his accessory bar, the black stone tablet accessory flashed with a black light, and the layer of energy covering the stone tablet's surface seemed to fade a bit. How did I become like this? Looking at the puddle of fresh blood still waiting to be cleaned up at his feet, Songjian frowned. When had he become so indifferent to killing? No, it wasn't indifference, it was a faint desire. The moment his dagger pierced the opponent's throat, Songjian felt a refreshing sensation, as if every cell in his body was cheering and jumping. Good, very good. As a musketeer, you should have the courage to smash all provocations into pieces, said the dwarf clan's Zack, with a satisfied smile on his face, nodding at Songjian. Human boy, you are suited for the musketeer profession. Instructor Zack, you haven't explained the characteristics of the musketeer profession to me yet. Songjian gave a wry smile and turned his attention to Zack. Haha, alright, I'll explain it to you now. With a wave of his large hand, Zack enveloped both of them in a wave of unique energy. Songjian's surroundings changed dramatically in an instant. This is the explanation space. Here, I will show you how powerful a musketeer can be. Zack's face also took on a serious expression. Look ahead, this is an elite musketeer of our dwarf clan. Zack pointed forward, and suddenly a huge screen appeared in the empty space. In the center of the screen was a sturdy dwarf holding an old-fashioned dissembled musket. The musket's design was quite unusual, with a bell-shaped barrel that was wide at the front and narrow at the back. In the screen, a giant snow bear over 3 meters tall charged at the musketeer. The dwarf musketeer raised his weapon and pulled the trigger. With a bang, a puff of white smoke came out of the barrel, and a cluster of bullets ripped through the snow bear's chest, tearing a large patch of white fur apart as blood spurted out, staining half of its body red in an instant. The snow bear roared in pain and sped up towards the musketeer, but the dwarf remained calm, stepping back and reloading his weapon. Just as the snow bear approached the dwarf musketeer and raised its thick front claws to attack, the musketeer leaped backward, flying 5 or 6 meters away. In midair, the dwarf aimed his musket at the snow bear's head, the barrel's red light flickering and forming a red glow around it. The moment the dwarf musketeer landed, he fired, sending a soccer ball-sized fireball shooting out of the barrel, blowing the snow bear's head to pieces. The scene on the screen then shifted to show hundreds, if not thousands, of dwarf musketeers standing on a tall city wall. Below the wall was an endless swarm of monsters, 10 times larger than the musketeers on the wall. However, these musketeers showed no fear. Their guns roared continuously, bullets enveloping an area of 500 to 600 meters in front of them. Any monster that entered this area had no chance of leaving a complete corpse, as countless bullets tore their bodies to shreds. Various abilities were displayed by these dwarf musketeers, with colorful energy beams shooting out from the barrels and bullets, of various sizes, exploding with astonishing power. Songjian watched, dumbfounded. The musketeer's professional talent is a 30% increase in critical hit rate. Even if the target's vital points are not hit, there's still a high probability of causing critical damage. Zack's voice sounded in Songjian's ear as he began to explain the characteristics of the musketeer profession in detail. After a full 10 minutes or so of explanations, Songjian finally had a basic understanding of the musketeer profession. If I become a musketeer, then the power of my main weapon, the Cobra 2X rocket launcher, would increase by at least 50%. Songjian was momentarily tempted. Indeed, the musketeer profession was perfect for Songjian, with strong long-range attack power, several displacement skills, and the ability to kite and kill monsters without letting them touch a single hair on his head. What do you think, young human? What I have demonstrated to you now are only the skills of an ordinary musketeer. If you want, I can give you an advanced musketeer task. If you can complete it, you can directly become an elite musketeer, an outstanding profession that not everyone has access to. Zack said to Song Jian with a smile on his face. Song Jian's mind was heating up, and he was just about to nod in agreement when a sudden flash crossed his mind. Mentor Zack, is there no drawback or deficiency in the musketeer profession? Song Jian's question made Zack's face change. After pondering for a moment, Zack shook his head slightly. Every profession has its advantages and disadvantages. To become a true musketeer, you must have a good weapon, one that grows with you and becomes your lifelong companion. Secondly, as a musketeer, you need to be proficient in using various types of ammunition. Each type of ammunition has its unique effects, and you need to make the right choice based on different situations. Moreover, although musketeers have many displacement skills, they are somewhat lacking in close combat. Once the enemy gets close, your attack power will decrease by 30%. Of course, this shortcoming is not insurmountable. If you master the legendary gunfighting technique, you can compensate for this deficiency. However, I cannot teach that skill here, and you must find it on your own. With each musketeer's drawback that Zack mentioned, Song Jian's face darkened. After hearing 7 or 8 musketeer shortcomings from Zack, Song Jian was thoroughly disappointed with the profession. Thank you, Mr. Zack, for your explanation, which has given me a deep understanding of the musketeer profession. Song Jian bowed to Zack and said, but when it comes to choosing a profession, I think I should be more cautious. At least until I compare it with other professions, I won't make a decision. Thank you once again, Mr. Zack. Click. A crisp shattering sound was heard next to Song Jian's ear, and the surrounding environment shattered like glass, bringing the two back to the sunflower bar. Of course, I will respect your choice. Zack's face became serious and nodded at Song Jian, but if you miss this opportunity, the difficulty of the elite musketeer's profession test task will rise to another level if you want to choose it again. Alright, I understand. Song Jian nodded with a smile. Since he had no intention of taking this profession, what did it matter if the difficulty of the test task increased? In that case, I will take my leave. Thank you for the generous wine hospitality, and I hope we have a chance to meet again. Zack seemed to have seen through Song Jian's choice, shook his head, raised his cowboy hat to Song Jian, then turned and walked towards the bar's entrance. Seeing Zack about to leave, the surrounding players sighed, knowing that each wandering NPC would only stay in the bar for 6 hours and that there would be, at most, 2 wandering NPCs appearing in the bar each day. Zack's departure meant that everyone now had one fewer opportunity to recruit a follower. Watching Zack disappear through the bar entrance, a system notification sounded in Song Jian's ear. System, you have found a combat profession mentor and learned about the musketeer profession. Main quest completion, 1 out of 10, Chapter 125 Street Thug, an extra update for Tired Morning featuring 10,000 rewards. Song Jian had completed 1/10 of his primary mission, but it was quite tough to choose one of these 10 battle professions as his primary profession. Song Jian already had 2 inheritances in the sword immortal profession. If he could obtain the inheritance for this profession, it would be excellent. However, obtaining the swordsman immortal profession was really difficult. Just by the name, it was 10 times, even 100 times, more potent than a musketeer. After the dwarf Zack left the sunflower bar, most of the players in the bar also scattered. They had lost an opportunity to recruit a follower and wasted 6 hours. Their faces were not looking good, but they dared not make remarks, fearing that if they offended Song Jian, they may risk their lives. Song Jian walked up to the bar, ordered a cheap beer, and started to rest. The combat footage of the musketeer profession was still replaying in his mind. The musketeer's pros and cons were very clear. Even if Song Jian didn't plan to take up this profession, he had to understand more about its characteristics, as he might possibly encounter players of the musketeer profession in the future. As Song Jian was sipping his beer, a thug from the bar slowly walked up to Song Jian, ambiguously asked in a low voice, "Hey kid, are you looking for guidance from a battle profession instructor?" Song Jian glanced at him. This bar thug was burly with a waist circumference of at least 4 feet. He looked like a barrel. The club tucked in his waist was almost as thick as his finger when it was drawn up. "Yes, do you know where an instructor of a battle profession can be found? If so, I will buy you a drink." Song Jian raised his beer toward the thug. "I do happen to know where an instructor of a battle profession is. If you buy me a drink, I'll tell you." The thug from the bar said smugly. "Oh, really? That's fine then. Fiona, get a beer for this gentleman, please." Song Jian took out 2 doomsday coins and placed them on the bar. Fiona gave Song Jian a strange look, poured a large beer, and pushed it in front of the thug. She disdainfully glanced at him. "Zhuoya, you are becoming worse." No, I'm just mooching for a drink. The thug squinted his small eyes and answered with a face full of smiles. Glug, glug. After finishing his large beer, Zyuoya, the thug, gave a satisfied burp and carefully returned the empty glass. Okay, now that you've finished your beer, you should tell me the information. Songjian stared at Zyuoya and asked. No problem, I'll tell you about the battle profession street thug right now. Zyuoya said with a serious face. Wait a minute, hey, what did you say? Which profession? I didn't hear you clearly just now. Songjian quickly interrupted Zyuoya from continuing, cupping his ear. He could hardly believe what he had just heard. A battle profession, a street thug. What, you look down on this profession? Anger flickered across Zyuoya's face. I'm saying. Is a street thug really considered a combat profession? Songjian asked in disbelief. Of course. A street thug is an ancient profession. One must be extremely brave to take up this profession. It's not just anyone's cup of tea. Zyuoya earnestly said. Nonsense. It indeed takes immense courage to choose street thug as one's primary battle profession. People with slightly thin skin can't bear it, they would die of laughter. Songjian curled his lips and muttered. Alright, tell me, where can I find an instructor for this battle profession? Songjian relaxed his shoulders, took a sip of his wine and asked. Right in front of you. I am the instructor for the battle profession street thug. Zyuoya answered with a smug expression. System, you have discovered the instructor of street thug battle profession. Would you like to learn more about the street thug profession? Songjian was speechless, stunned for a moment before finally choosing yes. After all, knowing all about the 10 combat professions, and considering each one as they come, doesn't necessarily mean he'd commit to any of them. Alright, Zyuoya, tell me about the street fighter profession. Songjian nodded as he spoke. Alright, Zyuoya's small eyes sparkled, speaking seriously to Songjian. If you want to understand this profession, you must pass my test and earn my approval, then I'll tell you about this combat profession. Are you willing to accept my test? Hold on, I hope you're not asking me to buy you an expensive drink. If that's the case, I'll pass. Actually, I'm not that interested in the street fighter profession, Songjian shrugged, showing an indifferent expression. Actually, this profession is pretty strong, just look at me now, Zyuoya said, puffing out his chest and standing tall, displaying his formidable stature. Hee, Songjian chuckled sarcastically. Zyuoya's face darkened. Anyone would feel upset if their chosen profession was scorned. In that case, your test will be to fight me. As long as you can defeat me, I will tell you all about the street fighter profession. How's that? Zyuoya's face took on a fierce expression, his muscles rippled menacingly, making him appear very ferocious. Thud. Songjian put his empty glass on the bar and stood up. Alright, let's do it. I could use the workout after that drink. Fianna snapped her fingers and shouted, guys, give these two warriors some space. Let's enjoy this exciting show. Haha, this should be interesting. Zyuoya, don't embarrass yourself. If you lose, you'll have to run around the bar, naked, for 3 rounds. The other bar staff and bouncers joined in the excitement, clearing the center of the bar. The remaining gamers looked curiously at Songjian. Is this another hidden mission, or maybe a side mission? A player asked, perplexed. It's unbelievable. Just after the dwarf left, he gets another mission from a random NPC. It feels like he's playing a different game. Yeah, I still haven't even completed the main task of building a safe house, and he keeps getting hidden missions. It's enough to make you envious. Almost all the remaining players were envious of Songjian. Just wait and see how powerful the street fighter profession is. Zyuoya stood in the middle of a cleared area in the bar, waving his fists at Songjian with a ferocious smile. In the street fighter profession, anything can be a weapon. Zyuoya revealed a glint in his eyes as he pulled out a black expandable baton from his waistband. He flicked it out with a snap, and it instantly extended a foot in length. Compared to other items, this baton brings out my full power. Zyuoya grinned wickedly, tensing his abdomen in preparation to charge at Songjian. He took a couple of steps before suddenly stopping, staring at Songjian in terror. What? What are you doing? He yelled. Chapter 126, Zyuoya. As the battle between Zyuoya and Songjian was about to commence, the black club in Zyuoya's plump hand looked as insignificant as a twig. But on this weapon, a shimmer of blue glow flickered, making it hard to underestimate. After Zyuoya drew his club, his bulky body, akin to a heavy-duty armored vehicle, charged towards Songjian. Songjian hoisted his rocket launcher and took aim at Zyuoya. Seeing this, shock spread across Zyuoya's chubby face. He stopped instantly, raised his hands, and yelled in terror, "What the hell are you doing? How do you have such a weapon? Whoa. Cool." A bar brawler whistled with an excited grin. He's definitely pay to win. Big bro, Tell me how much this weapon costs. 100,000? 1 million? 5 million? I will pay anything. Of course, I'm talking about RMB, shouted a player standing on a table, waving at Song Jian. Hey, big guy, are you surrendering? Chortled Song Jian, aiming at Zhuoya. Zhuoya's face paled, then blushed, shaking his head and pleading, I apologize, I think we'd better not use weapons. After all, you are a VIP of the Sunflower Bar. It's not good to injure anyone. Let's fight barehanded. Haha, Zhuoya chickened out. A barman laughed out loud, clutching his belly. Come on Zhuoya, it's just a rocket launcher. You're a level 7 elite boss. Don't be scared. That's right, Zhuoya, with all your fat, a single rocket can't kill you. Maybe you can even bounce it back. Exactly, Zhuoya, it's time to show your real skills. Bouncing a rocket with your body, that would be fun. The staff members and brawlers were heckling Zhuoya relentlessly. Even Fianna failed to suppress a charming smile. Unfazed by the mockery, Zhuoya turned to Song Jian, you'll have to beat me barehanded to earn the information on the street thug occupation. So, shall we have a proper duel instead of relying on weapons to win? Okay, you got it. Song Jian tucked the rocket launcher away, stretched out both his hands, palm directional towards Zhuoya, mimicking a bare fist posture. Zhuoya breathed a sigh of relief, sheathed his club and swung his fists into the air a couple of times, warning Song Jian, watch out, I am known as Iron Fist, the undisputed champion of Sunflower. Realizing something, Zhuoya glanced nervously back at the bar counter and spotted Fianna's amused expression. He felt a flush of embarrassment rise in his face, then continued, undisputed champion of Sunflower Bar staff and brawlers. Ha ha ha. All the staff members and bar brawlers exploded with laughter. Some were even lying on their chairs, hammering the table. Enough talk, let the fight begin. Indignant, Zhuoya, with a flush of embarrassment on his face, charged towards Song Jian. Swoosh, a streak of silvery sword chi emanated from Song Jian's index finger. One sweep forward and Zhuoya found himself enveloped in a silvery screen, facing a massive incoming threat. Gulu Gulu. Zhuoya stumbled backward, and then started rolling backward for a few rounds before he stopped some distance away. Some players even rubbed their eyes in disbelief at the sight of Song Jian while the bar fell silent in astonishment. What just happened? What was that silver light? It seemed to be emanating from his left hand. Was it a skill? Magic? Or something else? So cool. The crowd began to whisper amongst themselves. Fianna's eyes lit up as she scrutinized Song Jian with a look of surprise on her face. The other bar staff and brawlers also looked horrified. Too shocked, they started murmuring in hushed tones. Was that the thing? Seems like it, looks identical, but how could this be possible? That's a legendary occupation that supposedly only appears in legends. He hasn't even got a combat occupation yet, has he? I'm not sure. You said it, it only appears in legends. We haven't seen it ourselves. Though they seemed to know something, they didn't dare to discuss it openly and started whispering amongst themselves. Zhuoya, still in shock, got up from the ground, feeling a painful throb from his chest. He looked down to see his tunic slashed open as if cut by a sharp blade. A foot-long bloody mark was visible on his chest. The wound was not deep, but it seemed like it had been made by a sharp blade. Feeling the throbbing pain from the wound, Zhuoya looked at Song Jian and mumbled, "Sword chi? Do you want to continue fighting?" Song Jian asked, smiling at Zhuoya. Zhuoya hung his head in disappointment and shook his head. "I lost, I'm no match for you." To Zhuoya's submission, the other bar employees didn't tease him, instead, they gave him sympathetic looks. "Zhuoya, it's okay, you rolled pretty impressively just now." A staffer yelled. Ha ha ha! Everybody burst into laughter, restoring the vibrant atmosphere in the bar. The staff and brawlers started rearranging the seating layout. Players also gathered around Song Jian. "Master, what was that skill you used before?" Someone asked curiously. "Tell us about it, it looked so powerful." "Yeah, it was like a blade of pure silver." "Is that the legendary sword chi?" Song Jian brushed them off with a few words and sent the players away. He then turned to Zhuoya and asked, "I've passed the test, right?" "Yes, you have," Zhuoya replied, conceding reluctantly, "but, considering you have better options, you may not be suitable for the street thug occupation." "It's okay. I just want to know about this occupation. I may not necessarily choose it." "Alright then, I'll share everything about the street thug occupation with you now." Zhuoya started to explain the details of the occupation. "System, you have successfully completed the challenge posed by the bar brawlers Zhuoya. Your rapport with bar brawlers Zhuoya has increased to a friendly level, and he begins to share information about the street thug occupation." Coming to the explanation space again, after spending more than 10 minutes, Zhuoya relayed all details about the street thug occupation to Song Jian. After understanding everything about the street thug occupation, Song Jian realized he had underestimated the occupation. It was similar to the thief occupation in other games with similar skills like stunning, making opponents bleed, stealing, etc. There were also this occupation's unique skills like extortion, intimidation, etc. The most important part was that the occupation talent of a street thug was total weapon mastery, which allowed the utilization of any weapon to its full potential. Once one takes up an occupation, one can only use the weapons belonging to that occupation, and using other weapons reduces their power by 50%. However, the street thug occupation did not have this drawback. After receiving all the intel about the street thug occupation, there was a system prompt again ringing in Song Jian's ear. System, you have found a combat occupation mentor and learned about the street thug occupation. Mainline task 2 out of 10 complete. Chapter 127, Demon Summoning Technique. Unexpectedly, hiring an ordinary pub bouncer allowed Song Jian to learn about a battle profession, increasing his confidence in completing the main quest. Since a pub bouncer can be a battle profession instructor, could the pub servers and bartender Fianna also be a battle profession? Song Jian suddenly had this thought. Fianna, are you a battle profession instructor? Song Jian sat at the bar, staring at Fianna as he asked. Battle profession? Fianna's eyes showed a hint of confusion as if she was lost in memories. After a while, Fianna sighed, glanced at Song Jian and said, sorry, the battle profession I know would not suit you. As I thought, Fianna is also a battle profession instructor. Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, that's alright, just tell me about your battle profession. I just want to learn more about it. Sorry, the battle profession I know would not suit you. Fianna smiled and repeated her previous words, seemingly not wanting to discuss it any further with Song Jian. Well, never mind then. Song Jian was disappointed. When an NPC keeps repeating the same line, it means the conversation can't go any further. No matter how intelligent an NPC appears, some game rules still have to be followed. Song Jian asked the pub servers one by one, but none of them were battle profession instructors. It seems that encountering Zuoya was already extremely lucky. Song Jian shrugged his shoulders, glanced at the players in the pub, shook his head, and headed for the pub's entrance. He didn't have much time to waste. Boss, I actually think that guy suits your profession quite well. He has a hint of the night about him. A pub bouncer whispered, he has already come into contact with the clue to that profession. I hope he continues to explore it. Among the 10 unique professions: immortal, demon, holy, emperor, god, Taoist, Buddha, king, scholar, sovereign. I really hope to see these professions reappear in the world. Compared to my night assassin profession, these are much more powerful. He is not suitable to be my successor. Fianna shook her head and whispered. What a pity. The bouncer looked at Song Jian's back, muttered, and pursed his lips. Song Jian left the pub and returned to his manor castle. The bloodthirsty shade poison tree's branches and leaves were lush, but the entire tree was devoid of any green color. The branches and leaves were withered yellow and dark red, looking sickly. The veins of the branches and leaves had dark red lines, just like blood vessels. A faint, rotten smell filled the air around the tree. Most of the 30 blood crows perched on the poison tree, while a few flew to the castle's roof and surrounding walls. Pairs of blood-red eyes indifferently monitored the movements around the manor. The withered tree spirit, shrouded in poisonous mist, was paired with the bloodthirsty crows, creating an atmosphere one would not believe was not a haunted house style. Glancing at the sleeping bloodthirsty shade poison tree, Song Jian shrugged and thought to himself, haunted house style it is then. After a while, it actually has a sickly beauty to it. Arriving at the castle, Song Jian saw that the butler George had changed into a new suit and stood respectfully at the entrance, bowing to Song Jian. Welcome home, sir. Behind George, there were 2 NPCs with somewhat rigid expressions, who also bowed and said, welcome home, sir. George, who are these 2? Song Jian raised an eyebrow and asked, sir, these are 2 castle servants I have hired. This one is named John, a gardener, and also a part-time farmer. George pointed to an older man behind him and said, sir, there are 6 unused spirit fields in the manor now, which is a huge waste. From now on, these 6 fields will be handled by John. Song Jian nodded his head. The 6 spirit fields could grow many plants, but Song Jian had no time to tend them. Planting is a tedious task that requires constant attention to water, weed, get rid of insects, and fertilize for a good harvest, requiring immense effort. Song Jian was quite satisfied with the gardener the butler had recruited and gave him a nod and smile. And who is this? Song Jian's gaze fell on another person. This NPC looked very young, probably in his 20s, wearing a plain linen suit. Seeing Song Jian looking at him, he immediately felt a sense of nervousness. Master, my name is Tammy, I am a carpenter. The young NPC nervously said to Song Jian, carpenter? Song Jian raised his eyebrow and looked at the butler George. It seems that butler George had selected employees based on the situation of his manor castle. Master, Tammy is an intermediate carpenter who excels in making furniture. He can make our castle look less empty. George, seemingly sensing Song Jian's satisfaction, continued with a smile. Moreover, he can maintain all the defensive settings of the manor, including the arrow towers at the four corners of the wall, the 3 catapults, and the traps outside the wall. The 2 of them can also go out and gather materials on their own when they have nothing to do, saving Master a lot of energy and time. Able to gather materials by themselves? Song Jian was taken aback, a surprised expression appearing on his face. This is just like a follower. Master, these 2 are ordinary people, not combat professions, and cannot fight and hunt monsters with a master. Butler George reminded, being able to gather materials is already good enough. However, don't go out recently, there are too many monsters outside. If you need any materials, just ask me. Song Jian nodded and said, Master, should I hire these 2 then? George asked, You can, George. I am very satisfied with your work. I will leave the matters of the manor to you in the future. Song Jian said with a smile, It is my duty, Master. George bowed to Song Jian, his tone somewhat excited. System, you hired gardener John at a cost of 10 doomsday coins. Deducted. System, you hired carpenter Tammy at a cost of 10 doomsday coins. Deducted. The hiring fees for the 2 were automatically deducted, and their salaries will be settled at the end of the month. George began to command the 2 to get busy, and Song Jian flashed to the 3rd floor of the castle, taking out a book with a dark aura from his package. This was a book that Song Jian had found in Count Qiandai's old house. The cover of the book was engraved with the image of a horned demon, and it read Demon Summoning. As Song Jian took out the book, the seductive, elusive voice rang in his ears again. Since Song Jian was prepared this time, he was not disturbed by the voice and directly opened the book. As soon as the book was opened, a golden light burst out from it. System, you opened the Book of Demons and began to study. System, every 10 seconds of study, your comprehension of demon summoning increases by 5%. System, while studying the Book of Demons, you will be subjected to a mental temptation test every 10 seconds. If you pass the test, you can continue studying. If you fail, you cannot continue studying. Chapter 128, Blood Pool Summoning Skill. Upon opening the Book of Demons, Song Jian's vision was suddenly engulfed by a flaming hell, with horned demons, their bodies ablaze with searing fire, continuously roaring. These demons were in constant battle, and every time a horned demon was slaughtered, scores of other demons would pounce on its corpse, greedily devouring every bit of its flesh. Observing these fiery horned demons, Song Jian felt as if he could establish some connection with them. At that moment, one of the horned demons seemed to sense something. It lifted its head, looking around with sharp fangs dripping with blood continuously trickling down its lips. As Song Jian's attention was drawn to this particular horned demon, a sudden intense pain echoed in his mind, as if he had been brutally hit over the head with a sledgehammer. Song Jian felt like his soul was about to be torn apart. An ambiguous female voice resonated near his ear, her voice interspersed with bouts of moaning, which sparked a fire in his chest. Surrender to me, become my slave, I will bring you infinite pleasure. This voice revolved continuously in his mind, causing Song Jian's consciousness to gradually become confused. Just then, Song Jian felt as if a bucket of cold water was poured over him, and his consciousness instantly regained clarity. The seductive voice then started to gradually fade away until it completely disappeared. System, you passed a spiritual temptation test. The probability of comprehending the skill demon summoning skill increased by 5%. Thus, every 10 seconds, an enchanting voice would appear in Song Jian's mind, each time more captivating than the last, and each time the voice was different. Sometimes it was a mature woman, sometimes a young girl, and sometimes even a childlike voice. Sweat started to seep from Song Jian's forehead. Even though his innate skill thick-skinned had already reached level 7, Song Jian could feel his mental defenses crumbling piece by piece. System, you passed 15 spiritual temptation tests. The probability of comprehending the skill demon summoning skill increased by 75%. System, you have understood the skill demon summoning skill. System, this skill is the core skill of the combat profession demon summoner. Would you like to take up the combat profession demon summoner? If you choose to take up this profession, the main mission will be immediately completed and you will receive a profession mission. System, your attributes and talents conflict with the skill demon summoning skill. The demon summoning skill cannot be used. The system is beginning automated adjustments. A waterfall of system messages flooded in front of Song Jian. After passing 15 tests, the probability climbed up to 75%, he finally comprehended the demon summoning skill. Moreover, this skill was the core profession of the demon summoner. By mastering this skill, one can directly take up the demon summoner occupation. However, the system seemed to have a bug. Song Jian's physical attributes severely conflicted with the demon summoning skill, causing the game to lag for a while. In reality, according to the capabilities and talents of Song Jian, he would not be able to comprehend this skill. He would fail by the first or second spiritual temptation test. But due to his innate skill thick-skinned being leveled up to 7, he managed to withstand the initial onslaught of spiritual temptations and unexpectedly comprehend the skill. However, Song Jian's physical condition, especially his spiritual and physical attributes, were not suitable for the demon summoning skill. Thus, the skill could not be showcased on his skill tree. A formerly incompatible physical condition has now resulted in an unsuitable skill and caused a conflict in the game system. For a time, the system could only seek a balance between the two. Song Jian felt his body unable to move, restrained by a strange energy. In his skill panel, the recent appearance of the words demon summoning technique started to fade, as if someone was continuously wiping them away, attempting to erase them from the skill panel. However, another force was resisting this erasure, causing dazzling bursts of light to explode from the skill panel. Song Jian could only watch helplessly, immobilized. System, repairing skill. System, repairing skill. System, repairing skill. On Song Jian's system interface, repeated repair notices started appearing, giving the impression of a system crash. After a long while, Song Jian finally felt the power that had restricted him begin to dissipate, and he regained control of his body. Song Jian, without a second thought, quickly opened his skill panel. He wanted to know, was the demon summoning technique skill he had just comprehended still there? Remember, during the recent trial, Song Jian had not only seen the demons inside the flame hell. He also saw other realms such as ice hell, abyssal hell, shadow hell, and more. More than a dozen hells, each with a plethora of terrifyingly powerful demons. If Song Jian could summon those hellish demons, his power would skyrocket, and he would be able to explore the deeper parts of the city. Blood pool summoning skill? What is this? Seeing the original demon summoning technique in his skills panel transformed into the blood pool summoning skill, Song Jian had an uneasy feeling. Blood pool summoning skill, active, level 1, skill effect, use summoning technique to summon the blood beasts generated in the castle's blood pool, to control and assist in battles. When the summoned blood beast dies, it returns to regenerate in the blood pool. You can currently summon blood beast, blood raven, 30. Skill cost, 30 spirit points. What is this? Demon summoning technique for civilians? In an instant, Song Jian felt a chill in his heart. The once exalted skill had now turned into this. He was reminded of internet celebrities dying under the spotlight. You do know this is fraud, right? The sanctity of private online possessions is inviolable. The once magnificent demon summoning technique is now junk. Does your conscience not hurt? What Song Jian didn't know was that the game had their reasons to alter the skill. It was for his protection. His current physique wouldn't withstand the demon summoning technique. The instant he tried to use it, he'd be drained dry. Moreover, the demons he summoned would definitely backlash. Forget it, at least now I can summon the blood beasts from the blood pool to assist in combat. Song Jian shook his head and consoled himself. Previously, the blood beasts from the blood pool could only be used to defend his estate and couldn't be brought out to battle monsters. Now, he could summon his blood ravens to aid in combat, which mattered as well. It seems to increase the power of this skill, the level of the blood pool must be upgraded. Only when the blood pool can produce more powerful blood beasts will the power of this skill become fiercer. Seeing that to upgrade the blood pool to level 2 he needed 100 bloodstone shards, Song Jian frowned. Until now, he hadn't found any clues about the bloodstone shards. Where could he get these stones? Perhaps I can use the radio to find some clues about the bloodstone shards. Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he turned towards the radio. Chapter 129, Planting the originally powerful demonic summoning skill was reduced through a system bug to the blood pool summoning skill, much to the chagrin of Song Jian. In reality, what Song Jian didn't know was that given his current physical condition, even if he had acquired the demonic summoning skill, he couldn't summon demons from the depths of hell. To summon demons from hell, a contract with a demon has to be made first. Given the powerful strength of demons, Song Jian couldn't possibly coerce them into forming a contract by force. Therefore, even if he had the demonic summoning skill, it would remain unused for a long time. However, the weakened blood pool summoning skill didn't have this problem. Song Jian was already an owner of the blood pool. Regardless of how formidable the monsters bred in the blood pool were, they wouldn't be able to counterattack Song Jian under the constraints of the game system. Moreover, when the level of the blood pool is low, the extent and rank of the blood servants bred are also low, making them easier for Song Jian to control. Even if he could only summon the weakest blood crows, 30 of these launching an attack together could easily obliterate an average player. Even when facing a formidable monster, 30 blood crows could exceedingly serve as a diversion and support, making them perfectly suitable for Song Jian's current conditions. After turning on the radio, Song Jian found a large group of people chatting inside. A hidden world has been found in the town of Constant. Anyone interested in teaming up for an exploration? Constant town? Not far from me. What level is the hidden world? How many people can enter? I'm a level 11 berserker, both a tank and a dealer, looking for a team. A second level hidden world. Level requirement is above 10, the number of people allowed in is limited to 5, there are still 2 chances left to enter. A level 2 hidden world? Great. Buying coordinates, willing to offer 100 doomsday coins for a chance. Sorry, we already have 3 people. We plan on conquering the hidden world ourselves. If there are any remote mages, please message me privately. Oh, you guys are so lucky. It's quite rare to encounter a level 2 hidden world in the wild. You could get good level 10 equipment there. If you manage to get hold of something and don't need it, I'll buy it. In the midst of the sounds of envy, a voice suddenly interrupted. Excuse me, does anyone know where to obtain a blood essence stone? The radio channel suddenly went silent. Soon after, a man asked with a peculiar voice, isn't a blood essence stone the lowest grade of crystal stone? You can buy it in any grocery store. Blood essence stones aren't worth much. Did you find a blood essence stone field in the wild? If it's not far from a safe zone, we, the Oro Commerce Guild, are interested in buying it for 1,000 doomsday coins. Young man, don't let the Oro Commerce Guild trick you, blood essence stones have a lot of uses. If you can mine some yourself, especially high-quality ones, we, the Blue Collar Commerce, are willing to buy at a high price. This is Blue Sword Squad, we have mined 30 units of blood essence stones from an abandoned mine. Blue Collar Commerce, how do you plan on buying it? If it's 50 per doomsday coin or under, then let's not discuss further. Blue Sword Squad, private message. The radio was filled with noise. Today, for some reason, there were a great number of people. As soon as one person finished speaking, another would cut in. There was barely any time to get a word in, and Song Jian only barely managed to say his piece. Grocery store? There's no grocery store in Zombie City. Song Jian's brows furrowed. He had checked within the bar system shop, there was no blood essence stone for sale. After thinking for a moment, Song Jian took out the map of Zombie City and spread it out to search for a likely spot. Indeed, at the northeast corner of Zombie City, in a spot far from the city, there was a representation of a large mountain. Here, a cave was marked. However, this place was too far from Song Jian. To get there, he would have to cross the entire city. Even if taking the ring highway, it would still require at least half a day's time. Furthermore, the route was fraught with dangers, it was too risky. Mines, damn it, why is there no mining spot near me? Song Jian scratched his head, his face showing his frustration. Doomsday coins, I still need money. If I had loads of doomsday coins, I could just buy them through the radio. Judging from the looks of it, blood essence stones aren't particularly valuable. Song Jian took a glance at the doomsday coins in his parcel, his sullen mood growing stronger. Just then, a system prompt appeared before Song Jian. System, your employer Tammy is prepared to craft furniture, requires 670 units of timber. Will you approve the payment? My employee has started working? Song Jian lit up and immediately selected the option to pay, which led to a decrease of 670 units of timber in his inventory. Before long, Song Jian heard the sound of wood being cut coming from the courtyard. Looking down from the window, he saw Tammy cutting the timber into planks on a saw bench she had set up in the courtyard. At another side, Gardener John was busy turning the soil in the spirit field with a hoe. Butler George stood nearby the spirit field. With a thought, Song Jian appeared next to George. Master, these 6 spirit fields need to be hoed, and then we can fertilize and sow the seeds. George said, bowing. George, what are we planning to plant in the spirit field? Song Jian asked curiously. Do we have any plant seeds? Master, John brought with him some wheat and soybean seeds. For now, we can temporarily plant these 2 types of crops. Once Master acquires better plant seeds, we will switch to planting those. George replied respectfully. Song Jian nodded slightly. Wheat and soybeans were the most common plants and probably wouldn't fetch much even if grown and sold. They could only increase the food reserves of the manor castle. Alright, George, I will be going out for a bit. I leave the manor in your care. If anyone tries to barge in without your permission, deal with them severely. Song Jian said. Ever since the creation of Song Jian's safe house, there were quite a few players lurking around, attempting to strike up a conversation with Song Jian. Some had even tried to dismantle the traps outside the wall in Song Jian's absence, which had displeased him greatly. Don't worry, Master. Should any intruders try to enter the manor, I will definitely make them regret it. George said solemnly. Song Jian nodded. walked over to the bloody ghost poison tree Alex, and lightly tapped on Alex's thick trunk a few times, this being the strongest combat power in the manor. However, it spent most of its time in deep slumber. After tapping on Alex a couple of times, Songjian started walking towards the manor's exit. Alex slowly opened his eyes and watched Songjian's retreating figure, saying softly, "Master, I have some information on the combat occupation of the tree shepherds. I wonder if..." Watching Songjian's figure disappear through the gate, a hopeless expression appeared on Alex's wrinkled face. Chapter 130, Duplicate combat professional mentors are hidden in every nook and cranny of Undead City. It takes a lot of effort and time to find one. Songjian is lucky to have met two at Sunflower Bar, but he didn't know that there was also a combat professional mentor in his manor. However, every time he returned, he just missed them. Songjian left the manor and came to the street, where there were many players, and from time to time, he could hear the sound of rapid gunfire. The monster's attributes are halved during the day, so most players take this opportunity to hunt monsters and level up. Zhao Zhuang, there's a boxing gym up ahead, seems like a dungeon. You need 3 people to enter, are you interested? At this moment, a man ran hurriedly to the door of an abandoned shop on the street and shouted inside, "Dungeons, are there dungeons in this game?" A young man with a long sword came out of the abandoned shop, asking in surprise, "Seems like it. I initially wanted to explore it, but as soon as I entered the door, I was told that it needs 3 people to enter. I guess it's a dungeon." The first man who arrived said with a sure expression, "All right, let's go take a look." Zhao Zhuang wiped the blood off his long sword and hurriedly followed the man. Upon hearing their conversation, several nearby players stopped battling monsters and followed them. A dungeon? A limit of 3 people? Songjian was intrigued. This so-called dungeon seemed similar to the secret realms he had heard about over the radio, except that a level 2 secret realm requires 5 people and has limited entries. This must be a level 1 dungeon, otherwise the limit wouldn't be lower than that of a level 2 dungeon. Let's go take a look. Songjian thought to himself as he also ran after them. After turning 2 streets, Songjian soon saw a crowd of about 10 people gathered outside a shop near the road, discussing something in hushed tones. This has to be the first dungeon in the game. It's limited to 3 players, and only players level 3 and above can enter. It's gotta be a dungeon, should we try it? There might be good loot for the first clearance. Let's wait and see. Safety first, we don't know what's in there. Let's wait for someone else to clear it first. After all, you only have 1 life. You're right, let's wait. Since it's a dungeon, there's gotta be a boss. 1 wrong move and we're dead. Let's see if that squad wants to check it out first, then we can just follow them up. This game is just too hard. Songjian walked to the back of the crowd and listened to their discussions. He noticed there were a lot of people gathered, but not a single one dared to enter the boxing gym. Looking into the gym, Songjian saw the door wide open, and a black light constantly swirling within, like a time-space portal. Who dares to go in with me? I'm level 7 right now, and there should be rewards for the first clearance since it's a dungeon. A hulky middle-aged man standing in the crowd loudly called out. This man was wearing leather armor and just a cloth hat, wearing tight trousers and knee-high heavy boots. He looked somewhat ridiculous, but none of the players ridiculed him for it. After all, to have so much equipment at this stage was already a great deal. Now, many players only had the weapon they received as beginners and nothing else. The middle-aged man held an axe longer than a meter in his hand. From the looks of it, his strength attribute must be at least 5 points, otherwise he wouldn't carry it with such ease. Zhao Nian was quite confident in his own strength. If it weren't for the dungeon's limit of 3 people, he would have gone it alone. Being high level doesn't necessarily mean you're strong. Without skills, you're as good as dead when you run into a boss with only ordinary attacks, a player whispered jealously as he watched Zhao Nian. Are you blind? Didn't you see all that gear he has? Another player nearby retorted disdainfully. Having such equipment at this stage meant being among the top players already. Hey man, if you don't mind my lower level, count me in. A figure suddenly appeared on the open ground by the roadside and waved hello to Zhao Nian. SSS, is this guy a human or a ghost? How did he suddenly appear? Someone exclaimed, stupid, that's a skill. It's probably some kind of stealth skill similar to the rogue profession, someone guessed. Zhao Nian looked at the man, frowning a bit because the man was only level 5. Although that was higher than most people, Zhao Nian didn't think highly of him, but then the man revealed his equipment, and Zhao Nian's eyes widened. The young man's equipment was pretty good, on par with his own. And he had a stealth skill, which made him quite strong among the players. Do you have any other attacking skills? A single stealth skill might not cut it, Zhao Nian asked the young man, staring at him. Hey, this is stealth and I have 2 other attack skills. I can even go one-on-one with a level 5 elite boss. Lin Sheng took out a green quality dagger and twirled it between his fingers, an arrogant expression on his face. Fine, you're in. Zhao Dian nodded, seeing the young man carried an air of a master, and figured he wouldn't lag behind. Leave the last spot for me. Song Jian stepped forward and pushed through the crowd. Hey, who are you? Stop pushing. Hey, stop pushing me, so what if you're strong? Song Jian casually pushed away the surrounding players. Zhao Dian squinted and thought, this man's strength attribute seems to have some points. I just don't know whose strength is greater. However, Zhao Dian quickly noticed Song Jian's level and gasped. Anyone able to reach level 10 at this stage must have successfully established a safe house, because only when establishing a safe house would there be a large number of monsters for quick leveling. Even Zhao Dian himself didn't have the confidence to establish a safe house at this stage. Alright, you're in. My name is Zhao Dian. Zhao Dian immediately nodded in agreement, saying nothing more. Song Jian turned to look at the player who could use the stealth skill. The player was very polite and also nodded at Song Jian, saying, my name is Lin Sheng. I am Song Jian. Song Jian greeted the two of them. Let's go. I'll apply to enter, you guys just have to agree, Zhao Dian said, then turned and walked towards the black light door of the boxing gym. In a short while, Song Jian received a system prompt. System, Zhao Dian invites you to enter level 1 secret realm terrifying underground boxing arena. Do you accept? Accept. After Song Jian selected accept, his vision blurred and he disappeared from the boxing gym entrance. Chapter 131. Boxing Club Disciple. The three figures blinked out of sight from the entrance of the boxing club and stepped into the secret realm. The environment here is not bad, unlike outside. After more than half a month, I felt like I was going to get depressed. Lin Sheng glanced around inside the boxing club and spoke with mild surprise. This was a spacious hall, with light yellow wooden floors that seemed constantly polished. The surface glistened that it could even mirror a person, producing a creaky friction sound under their feet. Several humanoid models were placed around the hall, most of them made of wood, with a few metal ones. In the center of the hall, a dozen people dressed in white workout clothes were seriously practicing their horse stances, shouting and punching rhythmically. A burly man, taller than 2 meters, stood before the crowd with his hands behind his back, his eyes sharp, studying every move of the practitioners. Song Jian and his companions were standing at the entrance of the boxing club, with a faint translucent blue light screen barring their entry. However, they could see everything in the hall through the light screen. Damn, I suppose these are the minor monsters in the dungeon. They're level 5 elites. So many of them. Lin Sheng, gazing at the people practicing boxing a dozen or so meters away, gulped in fear. Level 5 Boxing Club Apprentice, Elite, Vitality, 320 out of 320, Skill, Basic Boxing. Level 7 Boxing Club Instructor, Elite, Vitality, 720 out of 720, Skill, Advanced Boxing, Tiger Strike Triple Combo. This is troublesome. They are standing too close to each other. I doubt we can pull them one by one. If these monsters swarm us, I definitely won't be able to hold them off, Zhao Dian said, gripping his axe and frowning. I could lure away that boss, but not for long. If you guys can take out those elite box club apprentices in 30 seconds, Lin Sheng said in a low voice. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Zhao Dian. Are you kidding? 30 seconds? More like enough time for them to take us out. Let me count. 1, 2, 3. Damn it, 18 in total. I only have 110 vitality points. If they each land one punch on me, they can take me out in seconds. Song Jian stared at the stats of the monsters before him. An icon for a countdown timer appeared in his view. In 3 minutes, the light screen would disappear. Song Jian estimated that once the time was up, they would immediately enter combat. It would be impossible to exit the instance then. The time now was for the players to decide whether they wanted to stay or leave the instance. Hurry up and decide. Once the countdown is over, I'm guessing the light screen will disappear. The disciples inside this boxing club will notice us and enter combat mode. Leaving this place then will be impossible, Zhao Dian said. We only have 2.5 minutes left. Decide quickly. Do we retreat or fight? Lin Sheng urged. You know, I have stealth abilities. They won't be able to see me. Master, what do you say? Zhao Dian slowly shook his head, already deciding to leave in his mind. He glanced at Song Jian next to him and suddenly asked. How long can the two of you hold off that boss? Song Jian asked. If it wasn't for these minor monsters, I could keep that beast tangled for over 10 minutes. Lin Sheng declared proudly. If we work together, overcoming that boss isn't a problem. It's just a level 7 elite boss after all. Its stats are stronger than the monsters outside, But not by much, Jiao Nian analyzed calmly. Alright, leave those minor monsters to me. You two deal with that boss, Song Jian nodded. What? Master, we're talking about 18 elite monsters here. They must be stronger than ordinary level 5 monsters. Even if their strength doesn't match a level 5 elite boss, it shouldn't be far off. 18 of them? Lin Sheng exclaimed. If forced to choose between fighting 18 level 5 elite dungeon monsters and a single level 7 elite dungeon boss, Lin Sheng would undoubtedly opt for the latter. Sometimes, quantity can cause qualitative change. Once 18 elite monsters rush up, he would have no room to dodge and could only be on the receiving end. With a player's vitality merely being around 100, they simply cannot endure an onslaught by so many monsters. Don't worry, I can handle them. Just make sure to aggro the boss properly, Song Jian nodded, weighing his options and instructing the other two. Alright, we'll trust you this time. Jiao Nian bit down. By agreeing to Song Jian's plan, Jiao Nian was in the most danger. If Song Jian falls, Lin Sheng could stealthily hide, but Jiao Nian would have to bear the monsters and boss combined assault, resulting in certain death. Seeing Jiao Nian agree, Lin Sheng didn't say another word. He shrugged, made a nonchalant gesture, drew his dagger and held it in hand. The three fell silent, waiting for the countdown to end. 10, 9, 8. The faint blue light screen disappeared and the instance officially began. The names of the training boxing club apprentices and the boss boxing club instructor turned red in an instant. All their eyes were immediately focused on Song Jian and his companions. Lin Sheng had already entered stealth mode unbeknownst to anyone else. Since they were in the instance by default as a three-man party, Jiao Nian and Song Jian could still see a semi-transparent figure sneaking towards the boss from the left. Bro, you're sure you can take them? Jiao Nian confirmed again. No problem. You too, get that boss, Song Jian replied, slowly bringing forward a rocket launcher from his back, aiming it at the boxing club apprentices who were beginning to charge at him. Boom! A rocket whistled through the air, leaving a serpentine trace before detonating right among the boxing club apprentices. Instantly, 7 or 8 of them flew up, a massive critical hit damage appearing above their heads. Damn, isn't this a bit exaggerated? Jiao Nian gaped at the rocket launcher Song Jian was holding, his face a mix of shock and horror. Don't you have a boss to take care of? Song Jian glanced at Jiao Nian. Right away. Jiao Nian flushed, circling past the boxing club apprentices and diving towards the boss. With all the hostility focused on Song Jian, the apprentices didn't spare a glance for Jiao Nian who was running past them. 7 or 8 boxing club apprentices were propelled backward by the explosion, but the remaining ones didn't show a shred of fear as they swarmed towards Song Jian. Within 3 seconds, the boxing club apprentices had come within 5 or 6 meters of Song Jian. He lowered the muzzle of his rocket launcher slightly and pulled the trigger again. Boom! Another rocket shot out, causing a fierce explosion among the crowd. Song Jian quickly put away the rocket launcher and drew the Tusk Fang Stinger, charging into the group of boxing club apprentices. After the 2 rocket explosions, nearly all boxing club apprentices were injured, with several of them directly hit by the blasts, either seriously injured or incapacitated. The remaining 12 to 13 apprentices only had 3/4 or even 2/3 of their vitality left. Thud! A boxing club apprentice threw a punch at Song Jian. He dodged to the side, only to get hit on the shoulder by another apprentice next to him. Before Song Jian could react, he was punched again from the other side. He had fallen into a besiegement just after an encounter. Chapter 132, All the hidden cards revealed. I've underestimated them. Song Jian thought to himself. At this moment, Song Jian was surrounded by 4 martial arts disciples. Each time they attacked, although their power wasn't great, they could cause a momentary stiffness, making Song Jian's dagger-wielding movements disjointed. -8, -9, -6. Song Jian's defensive equipment was quite high, making it difficult for ordinary monsters below level 5 to break through his defense and cause substantial damage. However, these martial arts disciples were half a level higher than ordinary monsters and were considered elite monsters. If they were encountered outside, they would be considered mini-bosses. Boom! Another punch landed on Song Jian's shoulder, causing his dagger to become momentarily stiff. This allowed the martial arts disciple before him to guard with ease. Although this attack could have caused 50 or 60 points of damage, it ultimately only inflicted a dozen or so points. More than a dozen martial arts disciples surrounded Song Jian, continuously throwing punches. However, only the 4 disciples immediately around him could cause him any harm, but he could still hold out for some time. After persisting for 3 minutes, Song Jian's 300+ vitality points had been reduced by over 100. Thanks to his vitality recovery speed, he managed to last this long, but he hadn't managed to take down a single martial arts disciple in this time. I can't keep going like this, Song Jian frowned. He originally thought his strength was already formidable, but now he realized that he was still lacking in many ways. At the very least, he currently lacked an escape or movement skill. Damn. Song Jian gradually became angrier. He swung his left hand forward, unleashing a dazzling silver sword chi from his index finger. Sweeping horizontally, enemies in a fan-shaped area before him suffered over 100 points of damage to their heads. Burst. With a soft shout, the martial arts disciple facing him exploded into a puff of green smoke. His nearly 100 vitality points were instantly emptied, and he slumped to the ground, dropping 2 white-quality items. Although he had killed a martial arts disciple, another one quickly took his place and continued attacking Song Jian. In no time, Song Jian was pushed back repeatedly, feeling increasingly frustrated. He had never experienced a battle like this before. Summon blood crows. With this thought, Song Jian's surroundings suddenly erupted in dazzling light. A bloody hexagram array appeared around him. Whoosh, 30 blood crows flew out from the hexagram array, forming a bloody mist as they rushed toward the surrounding martial arts disciples. For a moment, more than a dozen martial arts disciples were thrown into chaos by the blood crows, giving Song Jian a chance to catch his breath. Earth Teeth Assault. A dazzling tusk-like she rushed towards a martial arts disciple with the lowest vitality, sending him flying. When he fell back to the ground, he had already become a corpse. Song Jian brandished his dagger and lunged towards the disordered martial arts disciples. Blood crows surrounded him, continuously flapping their wings and pecking at nearby enemies. Though the blood crows' damage was low, only causing a point or two of damage to these elite monsters, their sheer number made up for their lack of power. With their wings flapping, they surrounded the martial arts disciples, giving the illusion that they were besieged. Song Jian broke free from the encirclement, and for a moment, his firepower was fully unleashed. The rocket launcher's cool-down time was over, and he immediately took it out, aimed at the boxing disciples who were only 2 or 3 meters away, and pulled the trigger. Boom! A burst of fire almost exploded in front of him, the hot air rushing toward his face. However, fortunately, this was a game and there was no friendly fire, otherwise, Song Jian wouldn't dare to fire a rocket at such a close distance. Boom! Another rocket was fired towards the area with the most boxing disciples, exploding in the crowd. The already injured boxing disciples were instantly killed, taking out 5 or 6 of them. The remaining boxing disciples had only a little over 100 vitality points left, and they were all injured. The number of blood crows rapidly decreased. These blood crows didn't have much vitality, and they could only withstand 3 or 4 hits from the boxing disciples. If they weren't agile, they would have been smashed to pieces as soon as they appeared. Thud! A blood crow's vitality points were depleted by a boxing disciple's punch and it exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The dead blood crow would return to the blood pool to be reborn, and during this time, Song Jian could not summon it again, seeing that there were only 7 or 8 boxing disciples left, and all of them were severely injured. A smile appeared on Song Jian's face. There were still 3 blood crows, and they all perched on Song Jian's shoulders. Song Jian's vitality points were visibly recovering quickly, and in just a few seconds, it had increased from half to a safe range. It was only now that the full benefit of getting an SSS rating in the previous mainline mission became apparent. With a 500% increase in vitality recovery speed, it was hard for Song Jian to die, and it saved him a lot of medical expenses in the absence of medical treatment. The severely injured boxing disciples were fearless, showing no sign of fear. They stared at Song Jian and lunged at him once again. This time, Song Jian didn't give them a chance to surround him. He moved continuously, and his tusk fang stinger in hand was like the death god's scythe, constantly harvesting the boxing disciples' lives. In less than a minute, Song Jian had killed all the remaining boxing disciples. There were at least 11 or 12 items with white light scattered on the floor. The output of the dungeon was indeed much higher than that of the outside world. By now, Zhao Nian and Lin Sheng had already reduced the boss's vitality by a third, and both of their vitality points were still above 80%. They were very cautious in their fight, preferring to abandon an attack opportunity rather than suffering damage from the boss. A smile appeared on Song Jian's face. This was the most orthodox way to fight in the game, mainly because there were too few items and skills to recover vitality. There was only a 10-second cooldown for the rocket, and when it was ready, Song Jian took it out and aimed it at the boxing gym master, who was constantly swinging his fists. He then pulled the trigger. A slight vibration was felt as the rocket screamed towards the boss. Lin Sheng let out a strange cry and quickly hid to the side. Zhao Nian remained calm, still carrying his axe and attacking the boss. The boxing gym master was equipped with a tiger-shaped boxing glove, and the sharp tusks protruded from them. The tusks and the axe constantly collided, creating countless sparks. Zhao Nian, run! The rocket is coming. Lin Sheng, who was worried that Zhao Nian hadn't noticed the rocket, frantically yelled from a distance. Boom! The rocket hit the boss hard, followed by a violent explosion. Almost 100 points of damage appeared above the boss's head, but Jiao Nian, resisting the hot blast, managed to fiercely hack at the boss twice, taking away nearly 80 vitality points. Friendly fire is nullified in a dungeon party. Jiao Nian glanced at Lin Sheng, taking the opportunity to catch his breath. This message appeared as soon as they entered the dungeon system, but Lin Sheng was too absorbed in the battle and forgot. Lin Sheng's face turned slightly red. He said nothing, clenched his dagger, and rushed towards the boss. Meanwhile, Song Jian pulled the trigger once again. Chapter 133, Siege Kill Roar. The boxing gym's instructor seemed to sense the threat of death, suddenly erupting with a tremendous aura. His entire body shone with a golden glow, and from the surface of his tiger boxing gloves welled up a milky white boxing strength. Boom! The boss's right hand fiercely collided with Jiao Nian's long axe. A tremendous force sprang forth, the axe swayed strongly backward, sending Jiao Nian stumbling back several steps, a look of surprise appearing on his face. Has the boss reached boiling point? He's gained so much strength. Jiao Nian exclaimed. Lin Sheng's figure lunged towards the boss, instantly disappearing, entering a stealth mode. The boss's facial muscles warped, his expression gruesome. He looked at the incoming rocket, not dodging or avoiding, but instead, pulling his arms back to his waist. His body started spinning like a top, revolving 360 degrees before his right arm swung out with force. Tiger's third style. Accompanied by a furious roar, the golden glow around the boss's body condensed into the shape of a ferocious tiger, moving in the direction of Song Jian, making a roaring gesture. Is he trying to smash the rocket with his fist? What a tough guy. Lin Sheng watched in disbelief as the boss smashed his fist into the incoming missile, his eyes nearly popping out. Boom! The boxing gym's instructor threw a punch, colliding with the rocket, causing a shocking earth-shattering thunderous sound. The entire gym slightly trembled, dust from the ceiling falling continuously. -3 single-digit damage numbers bubbled up from the gym instructor. At this point, his training clothes had been torn to rags, his upper body almost entirely exposed. His face was flushed crimson, his chest heaving grayly, and the white breath exhaled from his nostrils was over a foot long, like an enraged bull. Is this guy even human? Lin Sheng's eyes were filled with terror. This was the most terrifying creature he had ever encountered. Even though it was only a level 7 elite boss, Lin Sheng felt that it was stronger than any level 10 elite boss outside. Keep attacking, that last hit took a lot out of him. Song Jian shouted from a distance, his right hand forcefully pressing on the ground. Earth Teeth Assault. A tusk-like chi cluster emitted a sharp whistling sound and flew towards the gym's instructor, leaving a faint crack on the ground, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. The gym instructor was currently in a state of recovery, sensing the rapidly approaching Earth Teeth Assault. His eyes welled up with blood, his legs stomping on the ground, his body abruptly leapt up, spinning in midair before smacking his right fist into the ground. Tiger's third style. Boom! The gym instructor smashed his fist into the tusk-like chi cluster, followed immediately by a grating friction sound, like sharp nails scratching against glass. Boom! The tusk-like chi cluster only managed to withstand less than 2 seconds before detonating, shattering into bits of energy spots that scattered in the air and vanished. This time, the boss took no damage, a pale blue resist floated above his head. For a moment, the fierce aura of the boss startled the three of them. Jiao Nian's hand holding the long axe began to sweat, slowly retreating. Lin Sheng, after entering his stealth mode, didn't dare to advance anymore and started to circle around the boss. Song Jian inhaled deeply, packing away his rocket launcher and rushed towards the boss wielding his tusk fang stinger. Seeing Song Jian rush in, the gym instructor opened his mouth wide, a ruthless smile appearing on his face. He extended the fingers of his right hand, then clenched it into a fist. Crack crack, the knuckles crackled in rapid succession as the head instructor of the boxing ring charged towards Song Jian, right fist held high. He resembled a ferocious tiger with his entire vigor, and his right hand became the sharp tusk within the tiger's mouth. Seeing the state of Song Jian, Jiao Nian's face flushed crimson. Anger and humiliation shone in his eyes as he roared, gripping his long axe tightly and fiercely striking at the boss's back. Damn it, if I'm going to die, so be it. A hint of blood appeared at the corners of Lin Sheng's mouth as his face contorted, his body erupting with a death-defying zeal. Like a venomous snake, he swiftly charged towards the boss. His eyes were locked onto the protruding vein on the boss's neck, his dagger akin to a venomous snake's fang, seemingly ready to strike and draw fresh blood. Song Jian stabbed the dagger in his hand at the boss's fist. The blade tip and the boss's fist armor collided, sending sparks flying. Song Jian only felt a staggering force traveling up from the dagger, making his entire arm numb and nearly making him drop the dagger. Such incredible strength. Song Jian was somewhat surprised. This was the first time he's encountered a monster with a higher strength level since his own had reached 12 points. Song Jian didn't choose to clash head-on. He sidestepped, shifting his dagger's position to glide along the boss's fist, changing his grip on the dagger from forward to backward. With the dagger trailing behind him, he charged forward along with the boss's arm. His body also slightly leaned towards the boss's right side, and the head instructor's tusk-like punch brushed past Song Jian's cheek, creating a deep wound with its sheer force. Fut blood sprayed as the entire outer side of the boss's right arm was sliced open by the dagger from its wrist to its shoulder. Almost all the muscles of the right arm were cut open, revealing the chilling white bones beneath. With this strike, Song Jian had actually used the boss's own power against him. It was like placing a sharp blade under a fast-moving car, using its momentum to slash open the tires. -89. A red critical damage number floated up from the boss's head. The aura around the boss instantly dissipated, letting out a painful howl like an injured animal. The head instructor fell face down on the floor, sliding several meters forward, his right arm limply hanging as though it were a dead snake on the floor, blood gushing out from the wound. With his right arm rendered useless, a look of despair surfaced in the boss's eyes. He rolled over to sit up, eyes full of bloodshot veins, staring unblinkingly at Song Jian. He attempted to push himself off the ground with his left hand to stand up. But at this moment, a splash of blood suddenly erupted from the boss's left neck. Lin Sheng's figure gradually appeared, with his dagger nearly fully plunged into the boss's body. Landing a hit, Lin Sheng quickly withdrew his dagger and receded towards the distance. The boss, who had already raised half of its body, fell hard to the ground again due to the critical hit. A critical damage number of over 60 points rose from his head. The dagger in Lin Sheng's hand was only of green quality. It possessed the armor break +2 attribute. Its power was rather weak compared to Song Jian's Tusk Fang Stinger, so the damage it dealt to the boss was consequently not as high as Song Jian's. Boom! At this point, Jiao Nian also rushed over, heavily chopping at the boss's back of the head with his long axe, which induced a tremor in the boss's body. A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out, staining a large part of the floor red. The boss is almost dead, keep attacking. Jiao Nian gave a cry of surprise. Watching the boss, who only had about 1/5 of his vitality points remaining, he wielded his long axe continuously attacking the boss. Lin Sheng also gritted his teeth and rushed in. His dagger continuously jabbed into the waist and abdomen of the boss. Song Jian's left index finger suddenly bloomed with a silver light, fiercely chopping at the boss's skull. Boom! Under continuous attacks, the boss's body finally fell heavily onto the floor again, twitching uncontrollably. This time, he had completely lost the strength to stand back up. Chapter 134, Mighty Tiger Boxing Gloves. Upon seeing that the boss was finally killed, Song Jian and his two companions exchanged glances and broke into goofy smiles. They plopped down onto the ground, with Lin Sheng even lying flat on the floor in the shape of a big character, his chest heaving as he panted heavily. "We really did it, we really killed the boss, ha ha ha." Jiao Nian burst into laughter. Initially, he and Lin Sheng hadn't taken the level 7 elite level boss too seriously. After all, outside the dungeon, the two of them had killed more than one level 5 elite level boss just on their own. But they didn't expect that the monsters inside the dungeon were much stronger than those outside. A level 7 elite level boss was even stronger than a level 10 elite level boss outside. Before Song Jian joined the attack, these two had already resisted the boss's attack desperately. Lin Sheng even considered giving up, ready to enter stealth mode at any moment, dragging out the battle until it ended, then leaving the dungeon. The three of them didn't care about the boss's dropped items at all and just lay on the ground to rest. This battle had drained a lot of their energy. They had been tense throughout the entire fight, and with the extreme consumption, they didn't even feel like moving a finger once they relaxed. Only after a while, did the three of them manage to get up. As they looked at the items dropped by the boss, they broke into smirks. "Wow, it even dropped the thing it eats with." Lin Sheng smacked his lips. "This gauntlet is only a green quality weapon, that shouldn't be right. I think it should at least be blue, or even silver quality, that would make sense." Jiao Nian rubbed the back of his head, saying somewhat unhappily, "Hey, even the blue-grade materials itself dropped 3. Yet the weapon turned out to be green quality. I say, didn't you damage the gauntlet with your rocket, Song Jian?" Lin Sheng gave a glance at the items dropped by the boss, and looked at Song Jian with a surprising face. In the midst of the battle, the boss had indeed used its fists to withstand the rocket. Perhaps it got damaged then, causing the quality of boss's gauntlet to decrease. Song Jian frowned slightly, staring at the two fist-fighting gloves emitting a green glow. He was somewhat puzzled. "That's not right, this green glow, it's somewhat too deep, completely different from the glow emitted by ordinary green quality items. It resembles the glow on the surface of my zombie overlord armor." Thinking of this, a smile appeared at the corner of Song Jian's mouth. He reached out to grab the two gauntlets and said, In that case, let me take this equipment. The rest are all yours. Hey, hold on, you must be joking, brother Song, don't take it to heart. We three brought down the boss together, so the items should naturally be divided equally. Said Jouda Nyan as he hurriedly gestured this sentiment. Lin Sheng also had a startled expression, which quickly turned somewhat awkward. He hastily said, yes, it should indeed be split equally. We can't let brother Song suffer a loss. Lin Sheng then quickly picked up 3 pieces of blue luminous material. After a close look, each of them threw one to each other, and said, they are all the same, let's take one each. Prime linen cloth, blue, material, can be used to make cloth armor, defense increased by an additional 30%, success rate of cloth armor increased by 10%, requirement, possessing sewing level 2 inches. This material, for the 3 of them, either they will keep it as it is, or they will sell it to the system store. Are you sure you don't want these gauntlets? Song Jian picked up 2 tiger-shaped gauntlets, shook them twice, and asked with a smile. Brother Song, it's just a green quality weapon, just put it away. Lin Sheng waved his hand indifferently. As for Lin Sheng and Jouda Nyan, a green quality weapon wouldn't warrant their attention at all. Mainly because neither of them could use it, and at this stage, players didn't have much money, so it wouldn't sell for much anyway. Indeed, brother Song, you did most of the work this time, so rightfully you should get more equipment, Jouda Nyan said with a sincere smile and a nod. Haha, this is a set. You guys are truly generous, just casually giving away 2 items of a set. Song Jian laughed heartily and displayed the attributes of the gauntlets. Fierce Tiger Gauntlet, left, offhand weapon, set piece. Equipment effect, attack 25 to 35, strength +2, increase attack speed by 15%, special effect, fist power, when dealing damage to a target, there's a chance to increase explosive damage by 45 points. For equipment, power 7 points and level 5, can it be taken out of the game? No, set attributes, skill Fierce Tiger Strikes can be used, Fierce Tiger Pounce, Fierce Tiger Swing Attack, and Fierce Tiger Domination. Fierce Tiger Pounce, deals 120 physical damage to the front target, with a chance of causing laceration. Fierce Tiger Swing Attack, targets locked, deals destructive damage with a swing force. Fierce Tiger Domination, can only be used when vitality points drops below 30%, immune to grabbing and control effects, defense increase by 30%, vitality recovery speed increases by 30%. Fierce Tiger Gauntlet, right, main hand weapon, set piece. Equipment effect, attack 31 to 40, strength +3, increase damage to the target by 10%, special effect, fist power, when dealing damage to a target, there is a chance to increase explosive damage by 45 points. For equipment, power 7 points and level 5, can it be taken out of the game? No, set attributes, skill Fierce Tiger Strikes can be used, Fierce Tiger Pounce, Fierce Tiger Swing Attack, and Fierce Tiger Domination. Fierce Tiger Pounce, deals 120 physical damage to the front target, with a chance of causing laceration. Fierce Tiger Swing Attack, targets locked, deals destructive damage with a swing force. Fierce Tiger Domination, can only be used when vitality points drops below 30%, immune to grabbing and control effects, defense increase by 30%, vitality recovery speed increases by 30%. A set? It's a set weapon, my goodness. I want to change my profession to something like a puncher now. Lin Sheng shouted with his mouth open wide, almost drooling. The gauntlet's attributes were incredibly strong. Even without taking into account the weapon's own attributes, the 3 set-piece skills already left one dumbfounded. Even a newbie, when equipped with these gauntlets, would immediately be able to rise to the ranks of elite players. Even for Lin Sheng and Jouda Nyan, the number of attack skills they possess probably wouldn't reach 3. The unbelievable properties of the gauntlets made Lin Sheng and Jouda Nyan tangled up. Although both of them had yet to learn about their chosen professions, they were already collecting equipment and skills that were suitable for their ideal occupations. Jouda Nyan seemed to have chosen a profession like a weapons warrior, and Lin Sheng chose to be a thief or a stealthy character. Da Nyan, why don't we give these gauntlets to you? But it will count as 2 of your picking turns, said Song Jian to Jouda Nyan. When it comes to item selection, the 3 of them weren't a fixed team and never followed the need before greed principle. They chose to have everyone pick 1 item each. If Jouda Nyan had picked the gauntlets now, then in future battles, even if equipment suitable for him dropped, he wouldn't be eligible to pick them. Furthermore, these are 2 gauntlets, equivalent to 2 weapons, hence, they would need to use up 2 of his picking turns. After some hesitation, Jouda Nyan shook his head. His skills required wielding a long-handled weapon like an axe to activate. Even if the properties of the gauntlets were outstanding, A change in weapon would decrease Zhao Dianyan's effectiveness until he became accustomed to it. Furthermore, he needed to spend time collecting punching skills. More trouble than it's worth. Never mind, I don't want them, they're of no use to me, Zhao Dianyan said, shaking his head. Lin Sheng, what about you? Song Jian turned and asked. Brother Song, how about this? Give me the gauntlets, and in exchange, you can have my dagger, said Lin Sheng. However, for the picking turns, each of us should expend one. In your dreams. Song Jian rolled his eyes. Ever since he showed off the Tusk Fang stinger, Lin Sheng had been staring at it with a drooling expression. His intention was as clear as day. Why not we sell them for some cash? Song Jian suggested to both of them. Can any player afford such equipment now? Lin Sheng asked with a furrowed brow. He shook his head and added, such equipment is very valuable. I doubt there are many players who can afford it. Yeah, if we sell the set weapon for just a few doomsday coins, it would break my heart. I'd rather hold on to them, Zhao Dianyan sighed. Chapter 135, The Hidden Door. The purchasing power of players now is too low. Ordinary items can still be afforded, but very few people can afford items of higher quality than green. Most players are currently at a stage where they barter with items, as no one wants to lose out. But none of us three need this weapon, what should we do? Song Jian opened his hands and asked helplessly. We can sell it, but it must be for at least 300 doomsday coins. Otherwise, we'd rather let it rot and mold in the warehouse. Lin Sheng clenched his teeth and said. That's right, with 300 doomsday coins, the three of us can each have 100. At least this won't hurt as much, considering it's a set. Zhao Dianyan lamented. In reality, selling this pair of gloves for 300 doomsday coins is quite cheap. But who can blame the current players for being poor? The number of players who can take 300 doomsday coins out of their pockets could probably be counted on one hand. Even Lin Sheng and Zhao Dianyan probably only have about 100 to 200 doomsday coins in their possession at most. Leave it to me. I will definitely sell it for higher than 300 doomsday coins. Song Jian said while putting the gloves into his bag. At the same time, the three of them signed an agreement. No matter how much Song Jian sells it for, they will divide the money equally among them, and the price cannot be lower than 300. If it's lower than 300, Song Jian will have to make up the difference for the other two. Players may not have money, but the game's NPCs have plenty of rich ones. As long as I shout on the radio, I will definitely be able to sell it at a high price. Song Jian thought to himself. Upon seeing Song Jian putting the gloves in his bag, Lin Sheng curled his lips. Lin Sheng didn't believe that Song Jian could sell it for much, as players barely had any doomsday coins in their pockets right now. Wow, this little monster dropped quite a few items. Zhao Dianyan's eyes fell on the shiny white items in front of him, dropped by the 18 elite boxing disciples that Song Jian had just killed. The 18 elite boxing disciples dropped more than 20 items in total. Although the tiers aren't high, the sheer amount of items laid out over a large area gives off an impressive feeling. The drop rate of this instance is indeed higher than outside, but most of the drops are materials and not worth much. Lin Sheng picked up an item and looked at it, shaking his head. So many items, even if sold to shops, would be worth quite a bit of money. Zhao Dianyan laughed. Ordinary linen cloth, if any of us learned tailoring, we'd make a fortune. With so many materials, we could level up tailoring by one level. Lin Sheng said with a smile. After dividing the rest of the items, they began to search for the next section in the instance. From the outside, this boxing building had 3 floors. If it was divided by the floors, there should be 3 stages and 3 bosses, which is also one of the reasons why Song Jian and the others weren't willing to choose the gloves. After all, there were still 2 bosses who might drop items they needed. The first floor hall was very spacious, and they could easily see the surroundings at a glance. The 3 of them didn't find any stairs leading to the second floor and began searching separately. Soon, Lin Sheng shouted, "Here, it's over here." Zhao Dianyan and Song Jian came over to see that indeed, there was a closed elevator-like door on one of the walls, with a small LCD screen next to it displaying 2 red words, "Locked." "Hey, aren't you a thief class player? Come on, unlock it." Zhao Dianyan patted Lin Sheng's shoulder and said. "Is this even a lock?" Lin Sheng rolled his eyes and said helplessly. "An electronic lock is still a lock." Zhao Dianyan insisted with a righteous expression. "I really can't talk to people like you." Lin Sheng said helplessly. "Look for it, they wouldn't simply not let us go up," Song Jian said as he began searching. Song Jian took a quick glance and saw Lin Sheng staring intently at the small LCD screen, with a faint milky white light in his pupils. But the light was very subtle, so it was difficult to notice unless one looked carefully. "Is this a skill?" Song Jian was shocked. "That's enough, stop searching," Lin Sheng said loudly, I've already found a clue. Song Jian noticed a hint of exhaustion in Lin Sheng's eyes. It seemed that the skill Lin Sheng just used took a great toll on his mental strength. Lin Sheng turned his head and walked directly towards a wooden pillar. There were 5 or 6 wooden pillars in the first floor hall of the boxing building, which supported the entire structure of the building. Each pillar was about the thickness of a person's embrace. Lin Sheng walked to one of the pillars, inserted his dagger into it, then pried it open with force. Suddenly, a secret door appeared in front of the 3 of them. Hey, there's even a hidden mechanism here. Jiao Nian looked at Lin Sheng fumbling with the hole and couldn't help but glance at the other pillars. Do you think the other pillars also have similar secret doors, hiding good stuff? You can give it a try. Lin Sheng shrugged, not believing that all the pillars in the boxing building would have similar secret doors. Having one was already quite good. Jiao Nian, unwilling to give up, ran to another pillar and started knocking and tapping it. At that moment, Lin Sheng's eyes lit up, and he pulled out a card. Waving it, he said, I've found it. Hee, I've also found something good. Jiao Nian's excited voice came from afar. Lin Sheng looked at Jiao Nian in surprise. Indeed, Jiao Nian was waving a skill book with a triumphant grin. Damn, lucky dog. Lin Sheng cursed but immediately moved toward another pillar. Song Jian also rushed to a pillar and started banging its surface with the tusk fang stinger, listening to see if there was a hollow sound. Sure enough, behind each pillar, there was a secret door, with some valuable items hidden inside. Song Jian found 200 doomsday coins, while Jiao Nian's skill book was a basic boxing technique that could be learned upon use. If someone had already comprehended a similar skill, such as Song Jian's, unarmed combat, fist bomb, basic, skill, this book could increase the learned skill by 1 level. Chapter 136 to 136, 136, Goblin Repairman. The trio quickly arrived on the 2nd floor, and as soon as the elevator doors opened, a pungent smell of machine oil wafted over. To their surprise, the 2nd floor was the same as the first, a large hall, only this time the hall was littered with countless broken humanoid models, similar to the ones in other martial arts dojos used for hand-to-hand combat practice. However, the human models here were much more worn, seeming like a junkyard of discarded humanoid models. Damn it, you guys go through these humanoid models way too quickly. I can't keep up with the repairs, said a small goblin. Wearing an embedded magnifying glass over his right eye and brandishing repairing pliers in hand, he was fixing the arm of a humanoid model. The goblin was engrossed and didn't raise his head. Noticing the arrival of Song Jian and the others, he indicated a corner with an impatient gesture. Just drop the stuff there, and leave quickly. Don't touch anything around here. Song Jian squinted at the goblin whose attributes quickly appeared above his head. Level 8 Goblin Repairer, Elite,